Chapter 452. Swoosh. The cauldron shrunk to the size of a fist and appeared in front of Lu Ming. The cauldron had 3 legs and 2 handles. The body of the cauldron seemed to be made of bronze and there were some strange patterns on it. Lightning crackled on the body of the cauldron. It was a lightning cauldron. The lightning cauldron floated in front of Lu Ming and seemed to be sizing up Lu Ming. Then it flew a few rounds around Lu Ming. Lu Ming instinctively exuded the aura of lightning. Clang. The lightning cauldron shook slightly and suddenly slammed into Lu Ming's glabella. Lu Ming was shocked and instinctively retreated. However, it was too late. The lightning cauldron slammed into his glabella and in the next instant, it disappeared. Boom. Lu Ming felt the world shake and he blacked out. In the next instant he realized that he had appeared in a hazy place. There was a boundless fog around him. A cauldron that was taller than a mountain floated in front of him. The lightning essence that was as vast as the ocean spread out. This is my sea of consciousness? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He did not expect that the lightning cauldron would rush into his sea of consciousness. Let's get out of here first. Lu Ming focused. In the next instant, his consciousness left his sea of consciousness and returned to his physical body. He looked around and saw that it was a desert. Peace was restored. Haha, that lightning cauldron ran into my sea of consciousness. Does that mean that it wants to follow me? Also, that terrifying lightning essence. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming immediately appeared in the Temple of Paragon and focused. In the next instant, Lu Ming returned to the foggy place. This was his sea of consciousness. The lightning cauldron floated in the air motionlessly. The vast lightning essence continued to spread out. It was extremely rich. The lightning essence is too terrifying. Ah, I'm rich. Lu Ming laughed in his heart. Then he called out to the lightning cauldron a few times, but there was no response from it. Although this lightning cauldron didn't have an artifact spirit, Lu Ming was certain that it definitely had its own spirituality. Now that it wasn't reacting at all, it was likely that it had been injured by the heavenly tribulation and needed to recover. Forget it. I'll comprehend the concept of thunder first. Lu Ming walked under the thunder cauldron and sat down cross-legged, comprehending the vast concept of thunder. The thunder intent from the thunder cauldron was too dense. It was dozens of times denser than the thunder intent in the Tao Enlightenment Palace. It was also clearer and easier to comprehend. It was as if there was a supreme existence teaching Lu Ming the concept of thunder at all times. Lu Ming felt as if he was bathed in a sea of thunder concept. His thunder concept was advancing by leaps and bounds. Awesome, this is awesome. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The carefree feeling of rapid improvement fascinated him, and he became even more focused on comprehending. As time passed, Lu Ming's lightning force increased at a terrifying speed. Thunder force. Early stage of great accomplishment, middle stage of great accomplishment, late stage of great accomplishment. In a mere 5 days' time, Lu Ming's lightning momentum rushed to the grand completion stage in one stroke. However, Lu Ming did not have any intention of stopping. The state of thunder in the surroundings was simply too high quality. It was definitely not a first-grade state of thunder. It was many times higher than the first-grade state of thunder that a martial king comprehended. To comprehend in such an environment for someone who was still in the realm of force, the speed of improvement was terrifying. It was just like a person earning money. When one had no capital, it would be difficult to earn tens of thousands of yuan. But when you have millions or tens of millions, is it still difficult to earn tens of thousands of yuan? It wouldn't be difficult. Lu Ming continued to cultivate, trying to break through to the intent realm. After Xiao Chen's state of thunder reached perfection, his speed of improvement started to slow down. However, that was only compared to before. Compared to others, he was still many times faster. Awesome, this is too awesome. I wonder what level the owner of this lightning cauldron is. I heard that even martial emperors would die if they came here. Could it be that they have surpassed the martial emperor realm? Lu Ming thought to himself. Surpassed the martial emperor? Lu Ming simply did not dare to imagine it. In the divine desolate continent, martial monarchs were the peak experts. They ruled over an area and their might shook the world. No one could defeat them. Was there really an existence that surpassed martial monarchs in the world? Lu Ming found it hard to imagine. No wonder. I heard that someone once obtained an inheritance at the 100 Gods Slope and became an expert that could move unhindered in the divine desolate continent. It is really possible. Lu Ming thought for a while before continuing to comprehend. Half a month, after only half a month, the power of thunder had undergone a qualitative change. It broke through the shackles in one move, transforming from state to intent realm. Thunder concept. Lu Ming had comprehended the thunder concept in one go. Ah! I really did not expect that I would comprehend the state of thunder so quickly. Now I have comprehended the state of thunder for wind, fire, and thunder. What I need to do now is to merge the state of thunder with the state of wind and fire. Once the three states are merged, the three ultimate skills of the dragon god will immediately transform into a superior grade heaven-ranked martial technique. Then my combat prowess will reach a horrifying level. At that time, how many battles will I be able to fight? 9 battles. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Legend had it that 9 was the limit. No matter how powerful the geniuses of the divine desolate continent were, they could only reach 9 battles at most. It was impossible to break that limit. It was like a rule. Legend had it that a 9-battle genius had the potential to become a martial monarch. Lu Ming felt great anticipation in his heart. For now, Lu Ming put aside the matter of comprehending the state of thunder. Then he focused on merging the 3 states. Unfortunately, merging the 3 states was too difficult. The difficulty of merging the states increased tremendously with each additional state. Right now, merging the 3 states was even more difficult than merging the state of wind and fire. Fortunately, Lu Ming already had experience in merging the states. He could avoid many detours. However, he could not merge them in a short time. While Lu Ming was doing his best to merge the 3 states, a horrifying electric light suddenly burst out from a courtyard in the Thunder Palace in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The electric light soared into the sky, and dark clouds immediately covered the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. This time, countless people were alarmed. Heavenly tribulation. That is a heavenly tribulation. Someone is undergoing a tribulation to break through to Martial King. Who is it? It should be Xuechao. Previously, I heard that he was in closed-door cultivation to break through to Martial King. Incredible. I wonder if he can succeed or not. Rumble. Following that, lightning flashed and thunder roared. A heavenly flame descended, and a tribulation descended. Half an hour later, the dark clouds scattered, and a loud roar shook the sky. Following that, a purple figure soared into the sky from the Thunder Palace. As he hovered in the air, lightning flickered around him, filling him with a disdainful aura. Really is Xuechao. He broke through to Martial King. The Thunder Palace master has another Martial King expert under his wing. How envious. He became a Martial King transcending mortality, and has a lifespan of 1,000 years. I have to work hard. Discussions rang out in the surroundings. Most of them were filled with envy. Whoosh. Chapter 453. Haha, junior brother Chio, as long as you work hard, you'll definitely be able to enter the king realm within 10 years. The purple-clothed young man, Xuechao, laughed loudly, feeling extremely pleased with himself. Senior brother, please guide me in the future. Chio Changkong said. Xuechao nodded his head in satisfaction and said, Oh right, where's Lu Ming? I've already broken through to the Martial King realm and killing him is as easy as killing an ant. I'll find a chance to deal with him. Xuechao placed his hands behind his back and looked disdainfully at the world. Lu Ming seems to have gone out some time ago. Chio Changkong's eyes flashed with a cold light. Oh, he went out? He's lucky. I'll let him live for a while longer. Junior brother Chio, find someone to keep an eye on him. Once Lu Ming returns, inform me as soon as possible. Xuechao said. Thank you, senior brother. Chio Changkong was overjoyed. In the 100 Gods slope, Lu Ming was trying his best to merge the 3 forces. Time flew by and in the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Although he had made great progress in the merging of the 3 wills, he was still lacking a little and it was difficult to merge them completely. At this time, the 3-month deadline of the 100 Gods slope was about to arrive. Lu Ming left the Temple of Paragon and rushed out with all his might. His speed was much faster and 2 days later, Lu Ming was out of the 100 Gods slope. Once out of the 100 Gods slope, Lu Ming's genuine qi immediately recovered. It was like a surging river, surging vigorously and reaching its peak. I didn't expect that after being suppressed for 3 months, there would still be progress. Now that I've reached the limit of the martial ancestor realm, I've comprehended the wills of wind, fire and thunder. When I return, I can start refining my genuine qi. Whoosh! Lu Ming soared into the sky and flew towards the Myriad Star City. 2 hours later, Lu Ming entered the Emperor God Palace and returned to the East Sky Courtyard. Lu Ming is finally back. A deep voice came from the clouds not far away. Then a figure flashed and disappeared. East Sky Courtyard. Now I'll start refining my genuine qi with the 3 wills. Lu Ming sat down cross-legged. Boom, boom, boom. 3 powerful intents burst forth, but they disappeared in a flash. Lu Ming controlled the three intents and dissolved them in his dantian. Bang, bang, bang. Then the three wills struck the vortex as if they were hammering iron. The cyclone vibrated and sparks flew out of it. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Ming continued to control the three types of essence of heaven and earth, bombarding the cyclone continuously. Sparks flew out from the impact. They were genuine qi. Genuine qis as steel iron. His true qi was like mixed iron, and his true essence was like fine steel. If it wasn't for the concept of heaven and earth, there was no other way to achieve this. Once one reached the peak of the 9th layer martial ancestor realm, one's qi would be extremely condensed. It would be extremely difficult to temper it, was to refine it. To refine. Fortunately, Lu Ming cultivated three types of heaven and earth concept at the same time. The tempering effect was many times stronger than that of a single concept. It was not as simple as multiplying it by 3. Bang. The three wills continued to bombard the heavens and earth. Sparks flew in all directions. At the same time there were dragon roars. Half an hour later the qi whirlpool shook violently. Then a crystal-like liquid floated out. Genuine qi. Aha, I finally refined a strand of genuine qi. Afterward, Lu Ming put in more effort to temper. After the first strand of genuine qi was born, the rest was much easier. Genuine qi continued to be refined. 2 hours later, the genuine qi in the qi whirlpool and meridians had been refined into crystal-like genuine qi. However, Lu Ming discovered a fact. The amount of quintessential essence was too little. It was less than 1% of the previous quintessential energy. Transforming genuine qi to genuine qi was like transforming force to intent. It was a qualitative improvement. Genuine qi was dozens of times more condensed than genuine qi. Of course, it was much more powerful. Once the genuine qi was refined into genuine qi, only 1 out of 100 could be refined. Lu Ming felt empty in his dantian and meridians. Supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Lu Ming waved his hand and 5,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals appeared beside him. Explode! Lu Ming shouted. Bang, bang, bang. All 5,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals exploded. The 9 dragons' bloodline opened its mouth and swallowed. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth flowed into the 9 dragons' bloodline's mouth like a tide. It then turned into genuine qi and flowed into Lu Ming's body. It replenished Lu Ming's genuine qi. Soon, Lu Ming's body was filled with genuine qi again. Continue refining. Then Lu Ming began refining again. After the genuine qi turned into genuine qi, more genuine qi flowed into the 9 dragons' bloodline. The proportion of genuine qi in Lu Ming's body increased. 1%, 2%, 3%. Soon, all 5,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals had been used up. Lu Ming took out another 5,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. The process of refining genuine qi consumed a lot of supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Therefore, Lu Ming had already exchanged for supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Refining went on like crazy. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In 3 days, Lu Ming had used up all his supreme-grade spiritual crystals. At this time, Lu Ming's genuine qi had only reached 50%. Horrifying. It was really horrifying. Lu Ming had a total of 45,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. The energy required by the true dragon fighting skill is too terrifying. An ordinary person would need at most 10,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. But I need so much. It's too terrifying. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. It seems that I still need to get a batch of supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Lu Ming sighed. In fact, it was possible to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and refine it slowly. However, that would take too long and Lu Ming could not afford it. Supreme-grade spiritual crystals. How can I get enough of them? Lu Ming thought hard. Previously, he had already sold everything he could and exchanged them for supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Now he didn't have much left to sell. I got some dragon grass in the dragon's cave. I wanted to keep it to cultivate the true dragon fighting skill. Now that the true dragon fighting skill has reached level 9, it is no longer useful. I can sell it. Also, I can sell the sword-shaped herb I got at the 100 Gods slope. I can definitely sell it for a good price. Lu Ming thought. Alright, that guy's storage ring. He thought of the storage ring of the burly young man he killed at the 100 Gods slope. He immediately opened it to take a look. Lu Ming was overjoyed when he saw it. There were 10,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. There were also some other things that could be worth at least 1,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. That burly young man was the son of a guardian of the Wind Palace. It was normal for him to have so many supreme-grade spiritual crystals. He probably saved them to refine his genuine qi. Now all of them were given to Lu Ming. Let's go to the rare treasure house. Chapter 454. Lu Ming left the eastern sky courtyard and soared into the sky, heading towards the mystical treasure house. Lu Ming finally left the eastern sky courtyard. Looking at his direction, he should be heading towards the mystical treasure house. Quickly send a message to senior brother Shui. As soon as Lu Ming left the eastern sky courtyard, a youth appeared in the clouds in the distance. He took out a 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman and sent a message. Lu Ming did not use his fastest speed because there were many people in the sky. If he was too fast, it would be easy for him to get into trouble. After a while, the mystical treasure house came into view. Lu Ming. Just at this moment, a cold shout reverberated between heaven and earth. Lu Ming furrowed his brows and turned around. Behind him, 2 youths were flying towards him. Seeing the 2 of them, Lu Ming furrowed his brows. Qiu Changkong, and it's actually him? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. One of them was Qiu Changkong. As for the other, Lu Ming recognized him with a single glance. He was the same youth who had sent the invitation letter to the Divine Guard selection at the Mystic Origin Sword Sect. Qiu Changkong and Shui Chao instantly arrived in front of Lu Ming. Why did the 2 of you call for me? Lu Ming asked indifferently. What's the matter? Ah, Lu Ming, you seem to have forgotten quickly. More than 3 months ago, you contradicted the Thunder Palace Master in front of everyone in the Thunder Palace. That was simply outrageous. I don't mind telling you, I'm the Lightning Palace Master's 3rd disciple, Shui Chao. Today I'll seek justice for my master. Shui Chao's face was gloomy as he stared at Lu Ming and shouted. His voice was very loud and it spread far and wide. Even the people in the mystical treasure house were alarmed. That's Shui Chao and Lu Ming. I heard that 3 months ago, Lu Ming disrespected the Lightning Palace Master. Looks like Shui Chao is going to find trouble with Lu Ming. Isn't that right? Lu Ming is arrogant. He's finished this time. There's a good show to watch. Ear-piercing sounds continued to ring out as hundreds of people surrounded them. Seek justice? Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile as he laughed loudly. What a joke. That day I followed the normal procedure and went to the Thunder Hall to listen to the lecture. But the Thunder Hall Master wanted to chase me away for no reason. How could I not go against such an action? There's a saying that goes, if the Emperor breaks the law, he will be punished the same as the commoners. So what if it's the Thunder Palace Master? If he's wrong, why can't I say anything? Presumptuous, arrogant, Shui Chao shouted. His gaze was threatening as he said, Lu Ming, how audacious. My master is the Thunder Hall Master and has made great contributions to the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. He has a venerated status and is not someone that an ant like you can go against. You still dare to boast shamelessly and disrespect my master. My master is open-minded and won't lower himself to your level. However, as his disciple, I can't just sit by and watch. Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of my master. Boom. After speaking, an incomparably terrifying aura erupted from Shui Chao's body. This aura was so powerful that it caused even the space to tremble slightly. Some people on the side couldn't withstand this aura and frantically retreated. This was the aura of a king, the pressure of a king. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. Back in the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, Shui Chao was clearly only a half-step king. Who would have thought that after not seeing him for a while, Shui Chao had already broken through to the king realm? Being able to break through to the king realm at this age was already very rare. Rumble. The king realm aura was like an ancient divine mountain as it pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure moved slightly as he resisted this pressure. Shui Chao is going to make a move. Lu Ming is finished. Serves him right. Lu Ming is so arrogant and self-righteous. I already expected that he would suffer. Now Shui Chao is teaching Lu Ming a lesson on behalf of his master. It's reasonable. As a person, it's better to keep a low profile. Otherwise you won't even know how you died. If he wasn't so self-righteous and didn't dream of cultivating several intents at the same time, he would have already taken the Wind Palace Master as his master. If he took the Wind Palace Master as his master, Shui Chao wouldn't dare to make things difficult for him. He only has himself to blame. Many people who disliked Lu Ming gloated over his misfortune and made sarcastic remarks. Lu Ming, kneel down and admit your mistake. I can forgive you. Shui Chao shouted as he took a step forward. Rumble. The heaven and earth shook as the space rumbled. Shui Chao's step seemed to have 100 million pounds of force. With this step, the aura on his body became even stronger. Lu Ming, hurry up and kneel down and admit your mistake. Beg my senior brother to forgive you. On the side, Chiu Chang Kong also shouted. Chiu Chang Kong, do you want to die? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he looked at Chiu Chang Kong with eyes filled with killing intent. Immediately, Chiu Chang Kong felt his body go cold and his scalp go numb. He subconsciously took a few steps back. Coward. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, you want to die. Chiu Chang Kong came to his senses and his face turned red. He pointed at Lu Ming and shouted crazily. You're a mad dog. Lu Ming glanced at Chiu Chang Kong and then looked at Xueqiao. With a wave of his hand, a long spear appeared in his hand. Whoosh. The tip of the spear pointed at Xueqiao and said, cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight. Aha, you want to fight with me? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Xueqiao laughed. Countless lightning bolts surrounded his body and he looked like a thunder god. Stop. At this moment, a loud roar was heard. Rumble. In the sky, a tall figure suddenly appeared. His body was emitting a terrifying aura. This aura was so oppressive that the crowd almost couldn't breathe. How can you fight near the mystical treasure restaurant? If you want to fight, go to the Divine Guard's platform. The tall figure roared furiously. Guardian. Seeing this figure, Xueqiao's face turned grave. There were 9 halls in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and each hall only had 3 guardians. Each of them was extremely powerful. Although Xueqiao had broken through to the Martial King realm, he still had to behave in front of the guardians. I'll leave my words here. If you continue to fight here, I won't hold back. The protector said coldly. Then, with a flicker of his body, he disappeared from the place. Damn it. Lu Ming, you're lucky today. I'll let you off for now. However, there will be a time when you leave the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. At that time, I'll teach you a lesson. Xueqiao snorted coldly with an ugly face. I'm lucky? Hee Xueqiao, you came to find trouble with me and now you want to leave? How can there be such a good thing in the world? Lu Ming said flatly. Lu Ming, what do you mean? Do you want to fight with me? Xueqiao sneered. That's right. Xueqiao, I'm officially challenging you now. Do you dare to fight with me at the Divine Guard's platform? Lu Ming shouted as he pointed his spear at Xueqiao. His voice swept out in all directions like a storm. The scene was in an uproar. What? Lu Ming took the initiative to challenge Xueqiao? Did I hear it wrong? Crazy. Lu Ming is crazy. Is he blind? Can't he see that Xueqiao is already a martial king? How dare he challenge him? Chapter 455. Someone below the king realm actually dared to challenge a king realm cultivator. If he wasn't crazy, then he must have eaten a flood dragon's gallbladder. Since ancient times, those below the king realm who dared to challenge a king realm cultivator were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Almost everyone thought that Lu Ming must have been blinded by his own arrogance. Even Xueqiao himself was stunned. After a while, he reacted and said in a daze, What? What did you say? You want to challenge me? That's right. Don't tell me you don't dare to accept the challenge? Lu Ming said. Don't dare to accept the challenge? Aha, alright, I accept your challenge. I'll accept it 10,000 times. Xueqiao was almost shouting. He was too excited. He never thought that Lu Ming would actually challenge him. Was there something wrong with his head? Originally, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace had a rule that kings couldn't challenge martial artists below the king realm. This was because the gap between them was too big. There was no suspense at all. It would be a one-sided slaughter. Even if a king realm cultivator took the initiative to challenge, martial artists below the king realm could also reject. Therefore, when he was stopped by the guardian, he felt helpless and didn't take the initiative to challenge Lu Ming. In his opinion, even if he challenged, Lu Ming would reject. Never in his wildest dreams would he expect that Lu Ming would challenge him. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? At the side, Chiu Chang Kong was so excited that his whole body was trembling. He kept shouting in his heart, courting death, ha! Lu Ming is courting death. In that case, let's fight at the Divine Guard's platform. After saying that, Lu Ming took the lead and flew towards the Divine Guard's platform. Xueqiao and Chiu Chang Kong hurriedly followed, as if they were afraid that Lu Ming would run away. There's a good show to watch. Quickly send a voice transmission and ask junior brother to come and watch. It's rare to see someone below the king realm challenging a king realm cultivator. Quick, send a voice transmission too. The hundreds of people present all sent voice transmissions to those they were familiar with, asking them to come and watch. Then they followed Lu Ming and flew towards the Divine Guard's platform. Swish. The space trembled and a tall figure appeared. It was the guardian from before. Interesting, let's go and watch. In the next moment the figure disappeared. As Lu Ming flew, his eyes revealed a strong fighting spirit. The reason why he challenged Xueqiao was not because he was hot-headed, but because he had thought it through carefully. He had a crazy plan in his mind. He planned to use Xueqiao's power to fuse the three concepts of wind, fire, and thunder. Yes, he needed external help. In the past he had experienced the same thing. The reason why he had been able to successfully fuse the power of wind and fire was because he had relied on Qiu Changlia's pressure to fuse them together. He wanted to repeat the same trick. And Xueqiao was undoubtedly a very good target. With Lu Ming's current strength he could kill a bunch of ordinary half-step kings with one move. It was not challenging at all. However, he had no confidence in challenging those veteran kings. As for Xueqiao, it was obvious that he had just broken through to the king realm. His strength was not considered strong among the king realm, and he was just right for a fight. Soon the divine guards arrived. In a flicker, Lu Ming appeared on the divine guard platform. Xueqiao also descended from the divine guard platform. Bus. Right at this moment, the space suddenly shook and then several figures appeared in the sky. Palace Lords, the Palace Lords have arrived. Wind Palace Lord, Fire Palace Lord, Thunder Palace Lord, and Metal Palace Lord. 4 Palace Lords have come at once. It's rare for a King Realm cultivator to challenge a King Realm cultivator, so it's normal for the Palace Lords to come. The arrival of the Palace Lords in the sky immediately caused a burst of exclamations. "Ah, you guys are fast." A loud laugh sounded as another figure appeared in the sky. This figure was tall and sturdy. Although he had a head of white hair, he still looked spirited. Earth Palace Lord has also arrived. Someone shouted. 5 of the 9 Palace Lords had arrived, which was more than half of them. Disciple greets Master. Seeing Thunder Palace Lord arrive, Xueqiao revealed a joyful expression. He flew into the sky and saluted Thunder Palace Lord. "Well, I already know the whole story. Since Lu Ming is so arrogant and conceited, then you should teach him a good lesson so that he will remember." Thunder Palace Lord said indifferently. "Yes, Master." Xueqiao revealed a joyful expression as he descended from the battle platform. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, air-rending sounds could be heard as figures rushed over from all directions of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace like ants. After a while, more than 10,000 people had appeared near the Divine Guard battle platform. This showed how big of a commotion this challenge had caused. "Ah, Lu Ming, you should feel honored that so many people have come to see you get beaten up." Xueqiao laughed. "We haven't fought yet, so I advise you not to be too happy. If you lose to me you will be embarrassed." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Lose to you? Ah, Lu Ming, you really can think of that? You must be out of your mind. There's no such possibility." Xueqiao laughed maniacally. "Is that so?" Lu Ming smiled faintly as he suddenly smiled. "Xueqiao, how about this? Since you are so confident, why don't we make a bet?" "Bet? What do you want to bet?" Xueqiao's eyes lit up. If Lu Ming wanted to bet with him, wouldn't that be giving him money? How could he not agree? "I'll bet with you with this." Lu Ming waved his hand and a sword-shaped herb appeared in the air, floating in front of Lu Ming. Once the sword-shaped herb appeared, it emitted a terrifying sword intent. Clang, clang, clang. The 9 leaves of the sword-shaped herb were like divine swords as they emitted a clanging sound. 9 rays of sword light shot up into the sky. Even Lu Ming himself was dumbfounded. Previously, the sword-shaped herb did not have such a phenomenon in the 100 Gods slope. He did not expect it to emit such a horrifying phenomenon, which was beyond Lu Ming's expectations. The others in the surroundings were dumbstruck as well, and they were flabbergasted. What kind of spiritual herb is this? How could it cause such a phenomenon? Such a powerful sword intent. It's too powerful and mysterious. One of my sword skills is showing signs of a breakthrough. Treasure. This is a real treasure. Around him, some people let out excited roars. Boom, boom. Just then, the 5 palace lords emitted a horrifying wave of energy as they stared at the sword-shaped herb with their eyes wide open. After the death of a supreme expert, his sword didn't dissipate. After thousands of years, it can only be born by chance. It contains a trace of the supreme expert's sword Tao. The Palace Lord of Wind said with a trembling voice. Treasure. A supreme treasure. The Palace Lord of Fire also said with a trembling voice. How could this kid have such a treasure? I must get it. The Palace Lord of Thunder's eyes were filled with greed. Lu Ming, how about selling this sword-shaped herb to me? I'll give you 60,000 spiritual crystals. The Palace Lord of Gold was the first to speak. 60,000 spiritual crystals? Old Monster Gene, you are dreaming. I'll give you 80,000 spiritual crystals. The palace lord of fire shouted. Lu Ming, I'll give you 100,000 spiritual crystals to buy your sword-shaped herb. Chapter 456. The surrounding people were once again dumbfounded. The battle had not even started yet, but the leaders had already started to fight over the plant that Lu Ming had taken out. And the price had reached a horrifying 100,000 spirit crystals, which had made a lot of people's souls shiver. 100,000 spirit crystals. What kind of concept was that? A lot of people would not even be able to see that many spirit crystals in their lifetime. The Thunder Palace leader stood on the side with a gloomy face. He also wanted to bid, but he could not bring himself to do so. But he really wanted to get the plant. But if Lu Ming sold it to one of the leaders, then he would have no hope at all. Seniors. Right then, Lu Ming suddenly held his fists together toward the leaders in the sky. His clear voice was heard. Seniors, I am a man of my words. I have said before that I would use this plant as a prize. So I will definitely do it. After I win, I will sell it to you. Hearing him, all the leaders shook their heads and sighed. Around them, most of the people were cursing Lu Ming for being such an idiot. The leaders had offered such a high price and he still did not want to sell it. Instead, he wanted to sell it after he won? Was that even possible? Xuechao's luck is way too good. This Lu Ming is just an idiot. He still wants to win against Xuechao? There is no chance of that happening. Lu Ming was not even a half-step king warrior when he was in the Dtian Divine Guard exam. Even if he managed to break through during this period of time, he would still not be Xuechao's opponent. The difference between half-step king warriors and king warriors is just too big. Even the most powerful martial geniuses would not be able to make it through. Indeed. Since the ancient times, there were very few people who were able to fight against king warriors as half-step king warriors. Those kind of people, as long as they grew up, would all become powerful figures. In the east of the Tianxian region, there was only one person who managed to beat a king warrior as a half-step king warrior. That was the peerless martial genius from 100 years ago. You are talking about Yan Kuangtu? Of course. Apart from him, who else could it be? He is the only peerless monster to defeat a king as a half-step king in the past 1,000 years of the Tianxian region. Later on, he even became the disciple of Supreme Nine Sons. Right now, he is already one of the peak experts of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. How can Lu Ming be compared to Yan Kuangtu? The difference is too great. However, there was one exception, and that was the Thunder Palace Master. At this moment, his heart was bursting with joy. Lu Ming still wanted to use the sword-shaped plant as the prize. Wasn't he giving it to him for free? The Thunder Palace Master tried his best to hold back his laughter. Xuechao, say something. Do you dare to bet with me? My sword-shaped plant is worth 80,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. Do you dare? If not, just say it and I will change it. Lu Ming shouted. 80,000? Xuechao was stunned and stuttered. He didn't have 80,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. He had just broken through to the Martial King realm, so he had used up all the top-grade spirit crystals he had on him to refine his vital essence. Moreover, even if he hadn't used them all, it was impossible for him to have 80,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. He was willing to bet with Lu Ming 1,000 times, but he couldn't afford that amount of spiritual crystals. Or bet with him. I will pay the spiritual crystals. The Thunder Palace Master said. He waved his hand and a storage ring appeared in his hand. He threw it to Xuechao. Xuechao was overjoyed. He caught the storage ring and said, "Thank you, Master." The Thunder Palace Master nodded calmly, but his heart was bursting with joy. This old man is so cunning. The other palace masters cursed in their hearts. Lu Ming, please be my witness. If I win, I am afraid that someone will go back on their word. Lu Ming cupped his fists at the other palace masters. The crowd was speechless again. Did he really think that he would win? Lu Ming, you don't have to worry about this. Since the few of us are here, none of you can go back on your word. The Wind Palace Master said resolutely. The other palace masters nodded in agreement. Then I'll have to thank the palace masters, Lu Ming said. He then looked around and his gaze fell on a young man with a sword-shaped mark between his eyebrows. He was the leader of the 4 heavenly divine guards, Sheng Wushuang. Sheng Wushuang, since you are here, why don't we have a bet? Lu Ming looked at Sheng Wushuang and said, You want to bet with me? What are we betting on? Sheng Wushuang's eyes were fixed on the sword-shaped herb. He looked away reluctantly and looked at Lu Ming. Of course we're betting on who will win. Let's bet on the supreme grade spiritual crystals. I'll bet on myself. I'll bet less than you. How about 30,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals? Lu Ming said with a smile. Why wouldn't I dare? I will bet 30,000 spiritual crystals on Brother Shui winning. Sheng Wushuang waved his hand and a huge jade box appeared. When he opened it, it was filled with neat rows of top-grade spiritual crystals that exuded rich spiritual qi. Oh, Sheng Wushuang really has 30,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. He is really rich. Lu Ming muttered. Lu Ming, where are your top-grade spiritual crystals? Take them out. Sheng Wushuang said. What? Sheng Wushuang, are you afraid that I will go back on my word? Lu Ming said with a smile. He did not have 30,000 top-grade spiritual crystals on him. He only had 10,000 top-grade spiritual crystals and he got them from the burly young man's storage ring. How could he take them out? He was just trying to gain something without risking anything. Humph, I don't think you would dare to go back on your word. Sheng Wushuang snorted. Lu Ming, are you done? Xue Chao said coldly. Yes, you can start now. Lu Ming looked at Xue Chao and smiled faintly. Xue Chao was enraged by his attitude. Wait a minute, I'll make you cry. Xue Chao's eyes were filled with killing intent. Boom. A powerful aura burst out from his body. Lightning flashed all over his body and a powerful thunder intent realm burst out. Lu Ming, I will defeat you in 3 moves. Xue Chao roared with a crazy aura. He grasped the air with one hand, and streaks of lightning gathered in his hand, finally forming a lightning sword. Thunder slash. Whoosh. Xue Chao took a step forward and the lightning sword slashed down at Lu Ming. The aura of a martial king was fully released. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Boom. Lu Ming's figure moved and he kicked his leg forward. A terrifying force burst out. The 2 forces collided and Lu Ming's body flew backward. Xue Chao did not move at all. Defeated, Lu Ming is going to be defeated. The difference is too big. Yes, Xue Chao should not have used his full strength. Lu Ming was completely defeated and was sent flying in 1 move. How can he be so arrogant with such little battle strength? I really can't believe it. There was a wave of discussion around. Lose for me. Xue Chao roared, his eyes extremely cold. His body was like lightning, pouncing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's mouth curved into a sneer. He took a step forward and soared into the sky. 9 dragons in the sky. Boom, boom. This time it was 2 steps in a row. The space shook violently as the 2 terrifying forces superimposed and surged toward Xue Chao. Boom. The force overflowed and lightning flashed. Lu Ming and Xue Chao both flew backward. Chapter 457. CSI. At this time, gasps could be heard from all around. Lu Ming actually managed to block Xue Chao's attack. How was that possible? Lu Ming was too strong. Was he trying to defy the heavens? Damn it. Xue Chao shouted angrily. He felt humiliated that Lu Ming had blocked his attack. Martial King experts could easily crush those below the Martial King level, regardless of whether they were geniuses or not. Those who could break through to the Martial King level were peerless geniuses. Those who were not talented would not be able to break through to the Martial King level. Furthermore, those who could break through to the Martial King level were usually Battle 3 geniuses. In other words, the weakest Martial King was a Battle 3 genius when he was a martial ancestor. Of course, nothing was absolute. There were some battle geniuses who broke through to the Martial King level, but they were too rare. They were geniuses and with the Martial King level, it was too difficult to break through. But now Lu Ming had actually blocked his attack. It was unbelievable. Tian class martial skill. Lu Ming's attack is equivalent to a Tian class martial skill. The Fire Palace Master said with bright eyes. That's right. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be able to cultivate a Tian class martial skill before becoming a martial king. His talent is indeed extraordinary. Although it can barely be considered the first level of a lower Tian class martial skill, it's still very rare. The Wind Palace Master nodded. Of course, the Palace Masters did not hide their words and spread it far and wide. The crowd suddenly realized that Lu Ming had cultivated a Tian class martial skill. No wonder he could block Xue Chao's attack. One had to know that even among the low-level martial kings, there were many who had yet to cultivate a Tian-level martial skill. Xue Chao, didn't you say you would defeat me in 3 moves? Now you have 2 moves, 1 more. Lu Ming said with a smile. You're courting death. Xue Chao roared. Boom. An even stronger aura suddenly rushed out of Xue Chao's body. True Yuan like a stormy sea filled his entire body. True Yuan and Intent Realm made Xue Chao's aura extremely strong. This was the true strength of a martial king expert. However, this was not the end. A lightning sword danced in the air, extremely resplendent. 6 silver chakras revolved around the sword. Lu Ming's expression turned serious. Xueqiao was about to unleash his full strength. Lu Ming, you forced me to do this. If you can't take this move, you'll die. You brought this on yourself. Purple lightning annihilation sword. Xueqiao let out a long howl and charged toward Lu Ming like a thunder god, slashing out a terrifying sword gleam. Boom. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming activated his bloodline, which had already been converted to 50% of his true origin, and began to circulate it madly. Subsequently, the wind and fire concepts soared into the sky. True Dragon Strike. Xiaoqin thrust out his spear, and a two-colored true dragon roared as it flew out. Waves of dragon roars shook the heavens and earth. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Boom. The two-colored dragon collided heavily with Xueqiao's thunder battle sword. The Divine Guard battle platform rumbled violently and trembled. Horrifying power chi and intent realm shot out madly in all directions. Everyone was shocked and wanted to dodge. However, several palace masters waved their hands and formed a light screen, blocking the power chi. Boom. The light on the Divine Guard platform dissipated. A figure retreated 9 steps, each step causing the platform to rumble. It was Lu Ming. Xueqiao also retreated 3 steps. Gosh. Everyone stared blankly at the two figures on the battle platform. Obviously, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. However, everyone was not shocked by Xueqiao's strength. On the contrary, they were shocked by Lu Ming. Xueqiao had already unleashed his full strength, but Lu Ming was still able to withstand it. He was only at a slight disadvantage and even pushed Xueqiao back a few steps. How could this be? Many people even rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that they were dreaming. Nest, what am I seeing? I am witnessing a miracle. A half-step king could actually withstand a king's attack and even push him back. This is crazy. Does this mean that Lu Ming already has the battle strength of a king? Gosh, this is too shocking. Many DT Divine Guards around were so excited that their faces were flushed red, and they were shouting loudly. Even the hall leaders were astounded. Wind and Fire Intent Realm. This is the fusion of the Wind and Fire Intent Realm. Lu Ming obviously had not comprehended the Intent Realm before, but now he has comprehended 2 intents. The speed is too fast. Wind Palace Master said in shock. Cultivating 2 attributes at the same time, and being able to comprehend 2 forces to the level of concept in such a short period of time. This kind of talent is really too shocking. Fire Palace Master sighed. Especially Wind Palace Master. When he thought of persuading Lu Ming to give up on the Fire Intent Realm and was rejected by Lu Ming, he was unhappy and thought that Lu Ming was arrogant and stubborn. Now that he thought of it, his face was a little hot. Lu Ming told everyone that he was not arrogant or stubborn, but that he had the talent to cultivate 2 intents at the same time. On the side, Thunder Palace Master's face was extremely gloomy. In the crowd, Xing Wushuang's face was even uglier. He was the first person to berate Lu Ming like an elder. He said that Lu Ming's future was limited because he cultivated 2 intents at the same time, and that he could not compare with him in the future. But the truth was that Lu Ming's speed was still terrifying even though he cultivated 2 intents at the same time, much faster than many people who cultivated 1 intent. In such a short time he had comprehended 2 intents at the same time. This was simply a slap to his face. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Xing Wushuang, what do you think of my Wind and Fire Intent Realm? As if he felt Xing Wushuang's gaze, Lu Ming looked at him and said with a smile. Humph, it's just luck. So what if you have comprehended the Wind and Fire Intent Realm? You're still going to lose. Xing Wushuang sneered. Is that so? The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up into an inexplicable smile. Lu Ming, go die. On the battle stage, Xueqiao roared. He felt like he was going crazy. He was a martial king expert, but he was forced back by a half-step king. This was a great humiliation, and from now on, he would become a laughingstock among kings. Since ancient times, how many kings had been forced back by a half-step king? He could go down in the history books. Therefore he was angry and he hated that he could not tear Lu Ming into pieces. Lu Ming, with your Wind and Fire Intent Realm, how can you stop me? Purple Lightning Annihilation Sword, die. Xueqiao roared, his killing intent surging like a tide. Zhen Yuan gushed out, lightning flashed and sword chi tore through the sky. With such a powerful battle strength, he could kill a large number of ordinary half-step kings with 1 sword. Unfortunately, Lu Ming was not an ordinary half-step king. If the Wind and Fire Intent Realm is not enough, then I'll add another one, Lu Ming said coldly. Bang. Sizzle. Then, another Heaven and Earth Intent Realm rushed out from Lu Ming's body, and lightning appeared in the sky. Thunder Intent Realm. As soon as the Thunder Intent Realm appeared, the heaven and earth suddenly quieted down. Space and time seemed to have frozen at this moment. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at Lu Ming. Chapter 458. Hiss hiss hiss. Then there was the sound of people sucking in cold air. Ah, what's that? Thunder concept? Oh heavens, oh earth, Lu Ming has actually cultivated the thunder concept and has already comprehended it successfully. 3 concepts, how is that possible? I've never seen him use the thunder concept before. This is too heaven-defying, too heaven-defying. Cultivating 3 concepts at the same time and improving so quickly. How are others supposed to live? In the past, those who said that Lu Ming was arrogant, conceited, and stubborn are really blind. Lu Ming obviously knows his own limitations and knows his own talent. That's why he cultivated 3 types of intents. If he only cultivated 1 type of intents, he would really be stubborn and a waste of talent. So lower your voice. That's what the Wind and Thunder Palace Masters said. The Thunder Palace Master even asked Lu Ming to get out of the Thunder Palace and not let him attend the lecture. Ah? It's over. Did he hear it? But I'm telling the truth. Cough cough. In the sky, the Wind Palace Master coughed and looked embarrassed. Ah, it seems like I've made a mistake. The Wind Palace Master laughed and wasn't angry. However, it was a different story for the Thunder Palace Master. His eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Lu Ming. That day he berated Lu Ming and asked him to get out of the Thunder Summit. He said that Lu Ming wasn't qualified to listen to his lecture and would never amount to anything in his life. He even used his aura to suppress Lu Ming. But how long had it been? Not only did Lu Ming cultivate the wind and fire concepts, but he also cultivated the thunder concept. This was equivalent to Lu Ming repeatedly slapping him in the face. Damn it, little bastard. If I say that you're useless, you should be useless for your entire life. Now that you've cultivated to such a level, you're clearly going against me and causing me to lose face. This is a capital offense, a capital offense. The Thunder Palace Master roared in his heart and his eyes were extremely sinister. As soon as Lu Ming's concept of lightning appeared, it shook the entire audience and set off a monstrous clamor. Even Xueqiao himself was incomparably shocked. He retreated a few steps and even forgot to attack. Lu Ming's aura was wild as the 3 different mentalities intertwined together. Holding the long spear in one hand, he walked step by step towards Xueqiao. Xueqiao, bring out your full strength. That's all you've got. You disappoint me. Lu Ming berated. Lu Ming, do you think you can fight me just because you've unleashed 3 concepts? Naive. Xueqiao forced himself to calm down, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Kill, he must kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming's talent was too strong, making him tremble with fear. As for Qiu Changkong, he was in the crowd. His face had already turned pale. Purple lightning thousand sword slash. Xueqiao roared and raised his strength to the peak. He slashed out with his battle sword and countless lightning sword chi slashed towards Lu Ming. Thousand dragons kill. Lu Ming executed the second move of the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god. Wind, fire and lightning. The 3 mentalities merged together and pierced out with the long spear. Instantly dragon roars resounded. Countless small 2-colored true dragons flew out and pounced towards the sword chi. Yes, it was still 2-colored because the lightning mentalities hadn't completely merged with the wind and fire mentalities. Although they hadn't merged, Lu Ming's battle prowess had increased greatly with the addition of the lightning mentalities. Boom, boom. The lightning sword chi clashed with the 2-colored true dragons and exploded like fireworks. In just a few breaths, thousands of explosions rang out. Kill. 2 loud roars rang out. Lu Ming and Xueqiao shuttled through the turbulent energy waves and clashed heavily. Boom, boom. The 2 of them clashed continuously. The sword chi and the spear light shot up tens of thousands of meters into the sky and stirred up the clouds. At the scene, everyone held their breaths and stared blankly at the 2 of them. Not enough, the pressure isn't enough. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Although Xueqiao was slightly stronger than him, it was very limited and couldn't give him enough pressure to merge the wind and fire mentalities. Xueqiao, is this all you've got? Martial King? I think you're the trashiest Martial King, right? If I were you, I would just cripple my own cultivation. Lu Ming shouted, full of disdain. The crowd was speechless. Although Xueqiao had just broken through to Martial King, he was definitely not the trashiest Martial King. Xueqiao himself was a terrifying genius. When he was a martial ancestor, he was a 4-battle genius. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen by the Thunder Palace Master and taken in as a disciple. A 4-battle genius from the martial ancestor realm wouldn't be the trashiest Martial King. His battle prowess wouldn't be too weak. However, in Lu Ming's words, he was the trashiest martial king. The Thunder Palace Master was so angry that his lips trembled. As for Xueqiao, he was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. At this point in the battle, Xueqiao knew that he was destined to become a laughingstock. However, he still had a chance. As long as he defeated Lu Ming, he would be able to save some face. He clenched his teeth and roared, "Lu Ming, you forced me to do this. You forced me to do this." Xueqiao roared as his finger emitted a glow. A pill appeared and was swallowed by him. Bang! After Xueqiao swallowed the pill, the true qi in his body went berserk as if it had gone mad. It was now twice as strong as before. Die! Xueqiao's eyes were bloodshot as his hair danced in the wind. He held the thunderous battle sword in his hand and charged toward Lu Ming. The increase in the strength of his true qi greatly increased his battle prowess. Dang! Lu Ming exchanged blows with Xueqiao. He could feel a surge of violent energy surging toward him, causing his body to involuntarily retreat. Such a powerful force. Ah, just nice. Lu Ming was filled with battle intent. However, the crowd was in an uproar. That's the energy burst pill. Xueqiao actually took the energy burst pill. How despicable. Once the energy burst pill is taken, one's true qi will go berserk and become twice as strong as before. However, the side effects are also very severe. After the effect of the pill wears off, one's true qi will become impure and even sluggish. There will be a long period of weakness and one will have to pay a huge price to recover. Especially for someone like Xueqiao who has just broken through. The energy burst pill is equivalent to a poisonous pill. If he doesn't handle it well, his future path of martial arts will be cut off. He's being forced into a corner. Discussions broke out all around. Thunder Palace Master Xueqiao has already violated the rules. In the sky, the Wind Palace Master's face turned ugly as he looked at the Thunder Palace Master. Violated the rules? How so? Before the competition, there was no rule that forbade the use of external force. The Thunder Palace Master said coldly, "You are really despicable." The Wind Palace Master was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Indeed, before the competition, who would have thought of this? Who would have thought that Xueqiao would use external force? Everyone thought that Xueqiao would definitely win. They were not worried that Lu Ming would use external force, which was already considered good. "Die, little bastard, die." In the crowd, Sheng Wushuang roared. This battle was not only related to his reputation, but also related to 30,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Naturally, he would pay special attention to it. Boom. At this moment, the battle in the fighting ring continued. With the help of the energy burst pill, Xueqiao madly attacked Lu Ming. Die. Chapter 459. He was well aware of the side effects of the energy burst elixir. He had never thought of taking it. The energy burst elixir was for him to save his life at a critical moment, but he had no choice because of Lu Ming. Today he had to win. He had no way out. Once he lost, not only would he lose face, but he would also lose 80,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. To him, 80,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals was an astronomical figure that he could not bear. Therefore he blamed everything on Lu Ming. He wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Boom. Xueqiao held the lightning sword and attacked Lu Ming violently. Lu Ming blocked with his long spear. Three wills intertwined as he fought with Xueqiao. Boom. Boom. The fighting ring shook continuously. Wills filled the air and True Yuan shot out. Lu Ming cultivated the true dragon battle art. He had reached the 9th level and had 10 times the true qi. Although he had only converted 50% of it, the other half was still true qi. When he circulated it, it was somewhat obscure and could not explode with his full strength. However, it was still comparable to Xueqiao's True Yuan. In terms of wills, the 3 wills combined were still incomparable to a wills that had condensed a wills rune. However, with the addition of the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god, the power would not be too far off. Therefore Lu Ming could fight with Xueqiao. However, after Xueqiao swallowed the energy burst elixir, Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage. However, Lu Ming was even more excited. Yes, this is the feeling, this is the feeling. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He used the 3 wills to the extreme. The 3 wills intertwined together and clashed with Xueqiao. He felt that the thunder wills were merging with the wind and fire wills. Although it was slow, it was indeed merging. Haha, fight. Lu Ming roared and used all his strength to fight against Xueqiao. However, he was still at a disadvantage. He was suppressed by Xueqiao's violent attacks and kept retreating. This situation fell into the eyes of others, but they did not think so. They did not know Lu Ming's plan. Lu Ming is going to lose. He's been completely suppressed. That's right. Right now he's only resisting stubbornly. However, he won't be able to resist for long. Once he's defeated, he'll have to face Xueqiao's storm-like attacks. At that time he'll probably be defeated and killed. If I were Lu Ming, I would admit defeat now. It's already a great honor to be able to fight a king to this extent. In the past 1,000 years, only Yan Kuangtu from 100 years ago could do this. That's right. If Lu Ming can maintain this momentum, his future achievements will be limitless. It would be a pity if he were to die at Xueqiao's hands. By now, more and more people had gathered to watch. There were already more than 20,000 people. Even one of the 9 hall masters had come. Some people were gloating while others were worried for Lu Ming. I'm certain that Lu Ming will be defeated within 20 moves. Someone said affirmatively. Soon 20 moves had passed. Lu Ming was still holding on, although the situation didn't look good. Cough cough. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so tenacious. This is his will to live supporting him. However, it's useless. This time he'll be defeated within 30 moves. The person who previously said that Lu Ming would be defeated within 20 moves coughed a few times and spoke again. Soon another 30 moves had passed. Lu Ming was still holding on. Cough cough cough. This time, Lu Ming will definitely be defeated within 50 moves. That person kept coughing. He was very embarrassed, but his mouth was very cheap and he came to a conclusion. The people around him looked at him with disdain and stayed far away from him. Lu Ming didn't know about any of this, nor would he pay attention to it. Now all his thoughts were on the 3 wills. Soon, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Lu Ming's eyes became brighter and brighter. Boom. Suddenly the 3 wills roared. Then, with a boom, they merged into one. The fusion was successful. The 3 wills of wind, fire, and thunder had finally merged into one. When the 3 wills merged, the power of the 3 unique skills of the dragon god automatically evolved from low heaven level to high heaven level. In other words, Lu Ming now directly possessed the power of the 3rd level of a high heaven level martial skill. With a thrust of the spear, a tricolor dragon flew out. The dragon's roar shook the sky. Its aura was extremely terrifying, and it was several times stronger than before. How could this be? What's going on? Xueqiao was shocked. Bang, bang. The thunder sword light that he unleashed with all his strength instantly collapsed in front of the tricolor dragon like trash. The tricolor dragon pounced and clawed at Xueqiao's body. Xueqiao screamed and his body flew far away. Buzz. Lu Ming's long spear shook and his body rushed out. The long spear lashed out and hit Xueqiao's body. Suddenly, the sound of bones breaking was heard. Xueqiao's body flew along the fighting ring. After flying for more than 1,000 meters, Xueqiao lay on the ground, coughing up blood and twitching non-stop. He was half dead. Everyone's eyes were about to explode. They were tongue-tied as they watched in a daze. Hey, did I stare too hard just now and get dizzy? Am I hallucinating? I actually saw Lu Ming suddenly explode and beat Xueqiao half to death. Don't you think it's funny? No way you saw it too. I thought I was seeing things. It can't be real, right? One is seeing things, 2 are seeing things, but it can't be all 3. I fucking saw it too. Nestle, it can't be. Could this be real? Are we dreaming? Lu Ming actually suddenly erupted and won? How is this possible? How is this possible? Yeah, he was obviously being suppressed. How could he suddenly win? Is he cheating? Everyone looked at the scene in disbelief. They couldn't understand. In the end, they could only think of Lu Ming cheating. Cheating, Lu Ming, you despicable bastard. How dare you cheat in the battle? Qiu Changkong flew out and screamed hysterically. Lu Ming could actually defeat Xueqiao, a challenger. Qiu Changkong couldn't accept it. Idiot. Lu Ming glanced at Qiu Changkong indifferently. What did you say? You cheated and you don't allow others to talk about it? How dare you? Tell me, how did you cheat? Tell me honestly. There are so many people here, including the palace masters. How can you be so presumptuous? Qiu Changkong roared. Qiu Changkong, don't go overboard. Even Xueqiao could use the energy burst pill. Even if Brother Lu used some tricks, it's not overboard. Jian Fengyun flew out from the crowd and said loudly. He also thought that Lu Ming must have used some tricks. However, if Xueqiao could use the energy burst pill, why couldn't Lu Ming use some tricks? He definitely didn't use any ordinary tricks. He must have used some despicable tricks. Qiu Changkong argued, not letting go of Lu Ming. That's right, Lu Ming. This battle doesn't count. Cancel our bet. Xing Wushuang shouted. Cancel. Xing Wushuang, you want to go back on your words after losing? Do you think you can do that? Hand over the supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Chapter 460. Sheng Wushuang's expression changed as he shouted, Lu Ming, what are you doing? You're the one who cheated first. Nonsense. Lu Ming scolded as he moved his body and clawed at Sheng Wushuang. You have to hand it over today. Lu Ming's cold voice resounded. Lu Ming, don't think I'm afraid of you. It's just cheating. Sheng Wushuang roared as his terrifying aura erupted. Sheng Wushuang was very close to the martial king realm. Whether it was the refinement of true essence or the comprehension of intent realm, he was very close to the martial king realm. His battle strength was also very terrifying. He had reached the level of a 5-battle genius. The sword mark on his forehead glowed, and an iron sword flew out and landed in Saint Wushuang's hand. He slashed out with the sword and a mighty sword radiance filled the world as it slashed toward Lu Ming. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Lu Ming's claw was surrounded by 3 different intent realms and its power was terrifying. Sheng Wushuang's sword radiance was crushed like a bubble in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming's claw did not stop as he grabbed Sheng Wushuang's neck. Lu Ming squeezed hard and a majestic true essence, wind, fire and thunder intent realm poured into Sheng Wushuang's neck. Sheng Wushuang could not resist at all as Lu Ming grabbed him like a chick. Bam! Lu Ming flung Sheng Wushuang hard. Sheng Wushuang's body was like a toad as he was flung heavily onto the fighting ring. Boom! It was as if the fighting ring had been hit by a meteorite, making a violent roar and shaking non-stop. Crack! Crack! A jarring sound was heard as Sheng Wushuang's bones broke. Sheng Wushuang's body hit the fighting ring and bounced up high before falling down again. He bounced a few times like a rubber ball before coming to a stop. Off. Sheng Wushuang spat out blood as if it was free. The people around felt their teeth ache and a chill run down their spines. Lu Ming was too violent. Once there was a disagreement, he took action. Most importantly, Sheng Wushuang, the number 1 genius of the 4 celestial divine guards, couldn't even last one move from Lu Ming. He was like a helpless chicken. However, their cultivation bases were clearly at the half-step king level. This was too shocking. The difference was too great. They were not on the same level at all. Not far away, Chiu Chang Kong was so scared that his whole body was trembling non-stop. There was not a trace of blood on his face and he almost wet his pants. Even Sheng Wushuang couldn't block a single move from Lu Ming. If Sheng Wushuang wanted to deal with him, it would be no different from crushing an ant. What do you mean the number 1 genius of the 4 heavens divine guards? You're just a piece of trash. How can such trash be qualified to be on the same level as me? Lu Ming glanced at Sheng Wushuang and said disdainfully, Puchi. These words caused Sheng Wushuang to vomit blood again. Hall Masters, Lu Ming has gone too far. He used despicable means to win against Xueqiao. He must be severely punished. Saint Wushuang screamed. Enough. At this moment, the Hall Master of Wind shouted coldly. His voice wasn't loud, but it silenced everyone. Lu Ming didn't cheat. The Hall Master of Wind continued. Everyone was stunned. He didn't cheat? How is that possible? He was clearly at a disadvantage before. If he didn't cheat, how could he burst out with such power and defeat Xueqiao in one move? How is that possible? Sheng Wushuang couldn't accept it and shouted. Lu Ming didn't cheat, which meant that he would lose 30,000 spirit crystals. Are you doubting my words? The Hall Master of Wind looked coldly at Sheng Wushuang. Sheng Wushuang suddenly felt a chill and shouted, No, how would I dare to doubt the Hall Master? It's just that this matter is too strange. Lu Ming must give a reasonable explanation. Reasonable explanation? The reasonable explanation is that Lu Ming broke through in the battle. The Hall Master of Wind said coldly. Then he looked at Lu Ming with a gentle smile and deep amazement. Lu Ming, in the battle just now, you've completely merged the 3 essences of wind, fire and thunder, right? The Hall Master is really insightful. Lu Ming said with a smile. He knew that he couldn't hide it from the Hall Masters. I recently encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation and Xueqiao was looking for trouble with me, so I used him to practice. I didn't expect to break through in such a short time. Speaking of which, I have to thank him. Lu Ming smiled faintly and looked toward Xueqiao. At this moment, Xueqiao was a little more awake and struggled to get up. When he heard these words, he directly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, unconscious. Wuxia. Everyone around was dumbfounded. It turned out that the reason Lu Ming challenged Xueqiao was to use him for cultivation. Most importantly, not only did he use Xueqiao for cultivation, but he also made such a big bet with him. It was too unkind. At the same time, they were also shocked by Lu Ming's talent. Different essences couldn't be merged in a casual battle. If it was that simple, everyone would have gone to cultivate. It was all because of Lu Ming's abnormal talent. In the fighting ring, Xing Wushuang opened his mouth for a long time, but no words came out. What about me? Where are the spiritual crystals? Hurry up and take them out. Lu Ming walked to Xing Wushuang's side and looked down at him. Xing Wushuang was on the verge of tears and his lips were trembling. 30,000 spiritual crystals, that was almost all of his wealth. He kept them to refine his true origin and break through to martial king. How could he bear to part with them? The reason why he agreed to bet with Lu Ming was that he was sure to win and earn 30,000 spiritual crystals. Why not? If he knew that he would lose, he wouldn't have taken the bet. He looked at the hall masters in the sky with a pleading look. You bet and you lose. Give it to me. Hall Master Feng said coldly. Saint Wushuang's body trembled even more violently. He took out the jade box unwillingly and stared at it, unwilling to part with it. Whoosh! Lu Ming waved his hand and took the jade box. He scanned it and found that there were exactly 30,000 supreme spiritual crystals in it. It's just 30,000 supreme spiritual crystals. It's not a big deal. Do you have to make such an expression? Lu Ming said casually. He happily put the jade box into the Temple of Paragon. Xing Wushuang was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood and his body trembled. Lu Ming's words were too infuriating. What did he mean by it was not a big deal? It was 30,000 top-grade spiritual crystals, not 30,000 low-grade spiritual crystals. Xing Wushuang's face was pale and he looked sad. He was out of his mind. Back then he was so high and mighty. He looked as if he could judge everything. He gave pointers to Lu Ming like an elder giving pointers to a junior. He said that Lu Ming was not worthy to be his opponent in the future because he cultivated several types of intents and his achievements were limited. How long had it been since then? In front of Lu Ming he was like a dog that could be easily manipulated. Chapter 461. Now that he thought about it, his expression back then was simply laughable. How could he give pointers to Lu Ming? How could he compare to Suemo? He was right when he said that the gap between him and Lu Ming would only widen. It was just that Lu Ming was far ahead. Everyone's eyes swept over Xing Wushuang. Many of them shook their heads and sighed. Xing Wushuang was just born at the wrong time. It wasn't that he wasn't strong, but that Lu Ming was too strong. Lu Ming glanced at Xing Wushuang indifferently and no longer looked at him. His body moved and appeared in front of Xueqiao. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? Xueqiao has already lost. Do you dare to make another move? High up in the sky, Temple Master of Thunder's face was extremely gloomy. Who said I'm going to make another move? I'm just going to take the prize that I won. Lu Ming smiled and flicked his finger, sending a stream of true essence into Xueqiao's body. Xueqiao cried out and came to his senses. When he saw Lu Ming in front of him, he screamed in fright, Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? Lu Ming was speechless. He curled his lips and said, Xueqiao, you've lost. Hand over the 80,000 supreme spiritual crystals. At this moment he wanted to die. Previously he had the same thought as Xing Wushuang. He thought that he would definitely win, so he agreed to bet 80,000 supreme spiritual crystals. He never expected that he would lose. 80,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Xueqiao had never had so many supreme spiritual crystals in his life. They were lent to him by his master and he definitely had to return them. His heart trembled and he cast a pleading look at Temple Master of Thunder. Temple Master of Thunder's eyes flickered and he turned his head away. There were 5 Temple Masters present and he wasn't the only one. If he was alone, things would be easier. But with so many Temple Masters present, he didn't dare to overstep his boundaries. Xueqiao, you must accept your loss. Your master is useless. Hand over the spiritual crystals. The faint voice of the Wind Palace Master sounded. Xueqiao's body trembled. With a pale face he took out a storage ring. It was the one that the Thunder Palace Master had given him. Lu Ming took it with a smile. He scanned it with his mind and after confirming that there was no mistake, he put it away. Thanks. I've been lacking spiritual crystals recently. Lu Ming added with a smile, his heart bursting with joy. In such a short period of time, he had earned 110,000 spiritual crystals. These spiritual crystals were too easy to earn. It was even faster than robbing people. Now, Lu Ming had enough spirit crystals to refine his quintessential essence. Xueqiao almost fainted from anger. Lu Ming, are you willing to take me as your master? I won't ask you to only cultivate one type of concept. You can cultivate as many types as you want. I'll only be responsible for teaching you the concept of wind. How about it? Right at this moment, the Wind Hall Master suddenly spoke. Lu Ming was stunned. He hadn't expected the Wind Hall Master to suddenly ask to take him as his disciple. Lu Ming, I'm also willing to take you as my disciple. Are you willing to take me as your master? My conditions are the same as Old Man Feng's. I won't restrict you from cultivating other concepts. I'll only teach you the concept of fire. At this moment the Fire Hall Master also spoke. The others were shocked. They all looked at Lu Ming in a daze, revealing looks of envy. The Wind Hall Master and the Fire Hall Master both spoke at the same time. They wanted to take Lu Ming as their disciple, and they wouldn't interfere with his cultivation of other concepts. In other words, Lu Ming could take several people as his master at the same time. In this way, Lu Ming could take the Wind Hall Master and the Fire Hall Master as his master at the same time. How could they not be envious? It was extremely difficult for ordinary geniuses to take a Hall Master as their master. How could it be like now, when several Hall Masters wanted to take Lu Ming as their disciple? However, on second thought it was normal. The talent that Lu Ming had displayed was too shocking. His future was limitless. If they could take him as their disciple, their faction would definitely be able to flourish in the future. In addition, the Metal Hall Master and the Earth Hall Master were also tempted. Unfortunately, their concepts didn't match Lu Ming's. Naturally, they couldn't take Lu Ming as their disciple. They could only look at the Wind Hall Master and the Fire Hall Master with envy. Look, Lu Ming is stunned. He must be so happy that he's stunned, right? Some people said sourly. At this moment, Lu Ming wasn't stunned. He was thinking and hesitating. Yes, Lu Ming was hesitating. The benefits of being able to take the two Hall Masters as his master were self-evident. Not only would he have two powerful backers, but if he could receive guidance from the two Hall Masters in the Wind and Fire intent, he would definitely be able to avoid many detours. Lu Ming was very tempted by these 2 points. However, Lu Ming was still worried. Lu Ming had too many secrets. Not only did he cultivate divine-grade cultivation techniques, but he also cultivated divine-grade martial skills. He also had the 9-dragon bloodline in the Temple of Paragon. Some secrets couldn't be seen at first glance. However, if he took them as his master and stayed too close to them, it was hard to guarantee that the Hall Masters wouldn't notice. At that time, these secrets would be exposed and he would be in danger. Not to mention many, as long as one of them was exposed, it was hard to guarantee that the Hall Masters wouldn't kill him and steal his treasures. Lu Ming had to consider this point. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and made a decision. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed to the Wind and Fire Temple Master, saying, Lu Ming thanks the two Hall Masters for their kindness. However, Lu Ming once took a master and swore that he would never take another master as his master. Here, Lu Ming can only disappoint the two Hall Masters. Lu Ming made up an excuse at the last minute. As soon as he said this, the crowd was shocked and clamored. What? Lu Ming actually rejected it? He actually rejected it? Nestle, did I hear wrong? The two Hall Masters want to take him as their disciple at the same time and won't interfere with his cultivation of other intents. He actually rejected such good conditions? This is too infuriating. Heavens, if he doesn't want this opportunity, give it to me. Just give me half of it. Many people shouted. However, now no one said that Lu Ming was arrogant. If it was before today, if Lu Ming rejected the two Hall Masters' kindness, there would definitely be a group of people who would stand up and scold him, saying that he was overestimating himself and that he didn't put the Hall Masters in his eyes. But now, even if there were people who thought so, no one dared to scold him. They were afraid that if Lu Ming's cultivation improved greatly after a period of time, their faces would be slapped swollen. The Wind and Fire Temple Masters were also stunned. They didn't expect Lu Ming to reject them. Lu Ming, why don't you think about it again? The Wind Temple Master said. This junior is very grateful for the Wind Temple Master's kindness, but there is an oath that this junior can't go against. Otherwise, I will become an ungrateful person who doesn't respect his masters. Lu Ming cupped his fists again and said. Seeing this, the Wind Temple Master knew that Lu Ming had made up his mind and let out a long sigh. It was a pity to miss such a good talent. At the side, the Wind Temple Master's eyes flashed with joy. Good. Lu Ming, if you become the disciple of the Wind Temple Master and the Fire Temple Master, then things will be difficult. Now that you have rejected them, haha, you are courting death. Chapter 462. But, right then Lu Ming suddenly opened his mouth, which shocked everyone. Was Lu Ming going to change his mind? Lu Ming waved his hand slightly, and the sword-shaped plant appeared in the air again. The 9 sword-like leaves exploded with bright sword intent, stirring up the wind and clouds. The palace leaders of Wind, Fire, and Gold all stared at the sword-shaped plant with excitement in their eyes. I am willing to sell this sword-shaped plant to all of you. Lu Ming opened his mouth. Great. Lu Ming, I will give you 120,000 top-rank spiritual crystals. The palace leader of Wind immediately opened his mouth. It was 20,000 more than the 100,000 he offered before. I will give you 150,000 top-rank spiritual crystals. I am determined to get this sword-shaped plant. Don't fight with me for it. The palace leader of Gold said. Don't fight with you? Old man Gold, you are dreaming. Let me tell you, I am determined to get this sword-shaped plant as well. The palace leader of Wind said coldly, not giving in at all. Damn it. Damn it. Lu Ming, that bastard, wants to sell this sword-shaped plant. Damn it. This sword-shaped plant is mine. The palace leader of Thunder screamed in his mind, his eyes burning with anger. Initially he was still thinking of how to get his hands on Lu Ming's sword-shaped herb. But if Lu Ming sold it to another palace leader, then his plan would be ruined. He was also very interested in this sword-shaped plant, and wanted to buy it as well. But he could not open his mouth. Even if he did, Lu Ming would not sell it to him. His killing intent towards Lu Ming became even more intense. The palace leaders started to argue with each other. Among the 5 palace leaders besides the palace leader of Earth, the others were all sword cultivators. They all wanted the sword-shaped plant very much. Seniors, please listen to me. Right then Lu Ming opened his mouth again. His clear voice was heard from afar. The palace leaders quieted down all of a sudden, looking at Lu Ming. Palace leaders, I have a suggestion. Is it okay? Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, speak. The Wind Palace Master said. Lu Ming nodded and said, Leaders, this sword-shaped plant, I do not want to sell it for so many top-rank spiritual crystals. Just like the previous bet, I only need 80,000 top-rank spiritual crystals. However, I will not sell it to one person but to all of you at the same time. This way all of you can study it together in the future. Isn't that better? Several people comprehending together? The hall masters were taken aback for a moment. After a brief moment of consideration, they nodded in agreement. I have no objections. The Fire Palace Master said. I don't have a concept either. Old man Jean, what about you? Wind Palace Master looked at Metal Palace Master. Since none of you have any objections, I naturally have no objections either. Palace Master Jean Ji also said. Alright, I'll sell it to Wind, Fire and Gold Palace Masters at the same time. You only need to pay 80,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. Lu Ming smiled. He directly ignored Thunder Palace Master, which made Thunder Palace Master grit his teeth even more. Lu Ming, 80,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals is too little. This sword-shaped herb can be easily sold for hundreds of thousands of supreme-grade spirit crystals in the market. How about this? The 3 of us will each pay 40,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. A total of 120,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals to buy this sword-shaped herb. Wind Palace Master said. Alright, let's do it. Fire and Metal Palace Masters nodded. Then, the 3 of them each took out 40,000 top-grade spiritual crystals for a total of 120,000 and gave it to Lu Ming. Thank you, seniors. Lu Ming was overjoyed and gave the sword-shaped plant to the 3 palace masters. Haha, Lu Ming, even if you don't have me as your teacher, if you have any questions about the concept of wind in the future, you can come to me. I will tell you everything I know. After getting the sword-shaped plant, Wind Palace Master was obviously in a good mood. Lu Ming, if you have anything you don't understand about the concept of fire, you can also come to me. Fire Palace Master also smiled. The others were so envious that they almost went crazy. Lu Ming's treatment was too good, wasn't it? Ahem, Lu Ming, if you are interested in the concept of gold in the future, you can come to me. I will teach you with all my heart. Gold Palace Master coughed a few times and said. Hey, old monster Jean, don't mislead him. Wind Palace Master glared at Gold Palace Master and shouted. But in the next moment he thought of Lu Ming's insane talent and shut his mouth. Who could guarantee that Lu Ming would not be interested in the concept of gold in the future? Thank you, Gold Palace Master. If Lu Ming wants to comprehend the concept of gold, he will have to trouble you. However, Lu Ming still replied with a serious face. This made many people speechless. Could it be that Lu Ming was really aiming for the concept of gold? Come on, you've already comprehended 3 types of concepts, alright? Many people were speechless. Haha, then let's go. The Wind, Fire and Metal Palace Masters smiled and said. They could not wait to go back and study the sword-shaped herb. With a slight movement of their bodies, the 3 palace masters disappeared. Bring your senior brother and follow me back. Thunder Palace Master looked at Chiu Chang Kong and snorted coldly. He stepped into the air and disappeared as well. Chiu Changkong quickly brought Xuechao and left. Then the Earth Hall Master and the other protectors also left one by one. Just like that, the curtains of a thrilling, rarely seen challenge came to an end. Lu? Brother Lu, I haven't seen you for a while. Your achievements are unforgettable. Jian Fengyun flew towards Lu Ming and said with a sigh. Brother Jian, you are too polite. Lu Ming was just lucky. If Brother Jian is free, why don't you come to the East Sky Courtyard? Lu Ming said with a smile. Jian Fengyun was a righteous person and Lu Ming recognized him. Just now Jian Fengyun had also stood up for him. Sure. I have some questions about the martial Dao and would like to ask Brother Lu. Jian Fengyun said with a flicker in his eyes. Then the two of them flew into the air and headed towards the East Sky Courtyard. After Lu Ming left, the others quickly left as well. The news about the battle spread like a whirlwind. When Lu Ming and Jian Fengyun returned to the East Sky Courtyard, they sat down on the stone bench in the courtyard. Lu Ming took out a bottle of wine and the two of them chatted while drinking. During this time, Jian Fengyun asked Lu Ming about comprehending the concept from force. Lu Ming had comprehended 3 concepts at the same time. He had a deep understanding of the concept from force. He told Jian Fengyun everything he knew and shared his experiences. After listening, Jian Fengyun's eyes lit up and his face was filled with joy. Obviously he had learned a lot. 2 hours later, Jian Fengyun bid farewell and left. Continue to refine my true yuan. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with excitement. This time he had obtained a total of 230,000 supreme spiritual crystals. In addition to the 10,000 supreme spiritual crystals from before, he had a total of 240,000 supreme spiritual crystals. It was simply a windfall. Bam. Bam. Immediately, Lu Ming took out 5,000 supreme spiritual crystals and exploded them to refine his true yuan. Chapter 463. 3 days later, in a hall of the Thunder Palace. Master, this disciple is useless. I deserve to die. Please punish me. Xuechao knelt on the ground, his body trembling. The recovery ability of a king was extremely frightening. In 3 days, Xuechao's injuries were almost healed. However, the side effects of the exploding yuan pill were not so easily healed. His face was still pale and his aura was unstable. Beside Xuechao stood Chiu Changkong, who was keeping quiet out of fear. The Thunder Palace Master sat at the top, his face extremely gloomy. Waves of killing intent were emitted from his body. You are indeed a piece of trash. You are a king, but you actually lost to a half-step king. You have brought shame to your master. The Thunder Palace Master's cold voice resounded. The killing intent on his body became even denser, causing Xuechao's body to tremble even more. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely stifling. After a while, the Thunder Palace Master's voice resounded again. However, it is not entirely your fault. Lu Ming, that little bastard's talent is indeed rare. It far surpasses ordinary geniuses. Even I was shocked. Master, are we going to let that bastard Lu Ming off just like that and let him continue to be arrogant? Chiu Changkong said unwillingly. Of course not. That little bastard Lu Ming won't be able to live for long. The Thunder Palace Master smiled eerily. Chiu Changkong and Xuechao's eyes lit up. Chiu Changkong hurriedly said, Master, are you going to personally kill that bastard Lu Ming? Stupid. The Thunder Palace Master scolded, causing Chiu Changkong's face to turn pale. That little bastard Lu Ming is very smart. A few days ago he sold the sword-shaped grass to Old Feng and the others at a low price. It seemed like he suffered a loss, but he actually made a huge profit. At the same time, he won the favor of the 3 palace masters. Now those 3 old fellows favor Lu Ming a lot. If I were to personally kill him, not only would I become a laughingstock, those 3 old fellows would also make things difficult for me. Why would I do such an unwise thing? The Thunder Palace Master said. Then how does Master plan to deal with Lu Ming? Xuechao asked cautiously. Lu Ming has joined the Empyrean Divine Guards for a period of time. Everyone who joins the Empyrean Divine Guards for a period of time must complete a mission for the Empyrean Divine Palace. This is the duty of every Empyrean Divine Guard. The Thunder Palace Master said slowly. Chiu Changkong and Xuechao's eyes lit up. Master wants to tamper with this mission? Xuechao asked. That's right. When the time comes, I will arrange a special mission for Lu Ming. As long as he dies in this mission, no one will suspect anything. Even if they suspect something, they will have no reason to make trouble for me. Thunder Palace Master sneered. Master is wise. Chiu Changkong and Xuechao were overjoyed, bowing deeply to the Lightning Temple Master. Yes, Changkong. I know that you have old grudges with Lu Ming. The matters in your hometown, the Burning Sun Empire, have not been completely settled yet. After Lu Ming accepts that mission, you should return to the Burning Sun Empire and settle the matters there. Chow, go with Chang Kong and assist him. Thunder Palace Master instructed. Thank you, Master. Chiao Chang Kong was naturally overjoyed and thanked the Thunder Palace Master. However, in the next moment he revealed a worried expression and said, Master, Lu Ming is a lucky guy. He can always turn danger into safety. This disciple is worried that if Lu Ming is lucky enough to survive and knows that I return to the Burning Sun Empire to deal with his family and friends, he might directly kill his way to the Burning Sun Empire. Now Chiao Chang Kong was really scared of Lu Ming. He was scared to death. If Lu Ming didn't die and knew that he went back to deal with his family and friends, he would really be finished. Seeing Chiao Chang Kong's cowardly appearance, disappointment flashed across the Thunder Palace Master's eyes. He snorted coldly and said, Are you doubting my arrangements? Chiao Chang Kong's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly knelt down and said, This disciple doesn't dare. This disciple doesn't dare. Alright, let me tell you. I have already arranged everything perfectly. When Lu Ming is carrying out the mission, I will also find a way to let Lu Ming know that you have returned to the Burning Sun Empire to deal with his family. If he is lucky enough to survive and returns to the Burning Sun Empire, then he will really be dead. The Thunder Palace Master smiled proudly. So Master has already made arrangements. This disciple has been overthinking. This disciple admires Master's ability to devise strategies. Chiao Chang Kong was overjoyed and flattered his master. Alright. You guys just wait for the news. As long as Lu Ming accepts the mission and leaves, you guys can also leave. The Thunder Palace Master laughed proudly. Lu Ming was still refining his true yuan. It had already been 7 days. This time Lu Ming had refined his true yuan for 7 days. In 7 days, Lu Ming had used up a total of 50,000 peak-grade spiritual crystals. After using 50,000 peak-grade spiritual crystals, Lu Ming finally converted his true yuan to 99%. In his body 99% was true yuan, and only 1% was true qi. However, no matter how much Lu Ming refined his true yuan, the last 1% had no effect at all. Indeed, I need to break through to Martial King before my true yuan can reach 100% perfection. Lu Ming sighed. Under Martial King, one could not refine their true yuan to 100%. Although it was only a 1% difference, the difference in strength was huge. 100% meant perfection. It was as smooth as 1, and there was no obstruction in the circulation. As for 99%, it meant that there were impurities. The circulation and eruption of true yuan would not be smooth, and there would be obstacles. Now, as long as I can condense an intent talisman for one of the intents, I can break through to Martial King. Lu Ming pondered. Of the 3 intents, as long as one of them was broken through, Lu Ming could break through to Martial King. After breaking through to Martial King, it would be easier to cultivate the other 2 intents. Let's start with the intent of thunder. Ever since the thunder cauldron flew into Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, Lu Ming felt like he was bathing in an ocean of intent of thunder. He had a new understanding of intent of thunder at all times. His intent of thunder had advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, among the 3 intents of wind, fire, and thunder, the intent of thunder had become the intent that Lu Ming had the deepest understanding of. Lu Ming closed his eyes, and his consciousness appeared in his sea of consciousness. He looked at the incomparably huge thunder cauldron. The thunder cauldron had not moved during this period, but it kept emitting powerful intent of thunder. Immediately, Lu Ming started to comprehend it. His understanding of intent of thunder deepened, and he was getting closer to being able to condense intent talismans. As long as he comprehended a certain intent to a certain extent, he would be able to materialize the intent and condense it into an intent talisman. In the blink of an eye, another 8 days passed. Half a month had passed since Xiaoqin challenged Xueqiao. On this particular day, a deacon came to the Eastern Sky Courtyard. The Eastern Sky Courtyard's intent of thunder reacted, and Lu Ming opened his eyes from cultivation. Then he walked out of the Eastern Sky Courtyard. Lu Ming, I am the deacon of the Mission Hall of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. You have been in the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace for some time now. You need to complete a mission for the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Chapter 464. So, I have to do a mission. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He knew that he had to complete a mission after coming here for a while. What kind of mission is it? Lu Ming asked. After cultivating for such a long time, he also wanted to go out for a walk. Lu Ming, in view of your strength, the mission for you this time is a 2-star mission. Of course, if you think it's too difficult, you can withdraw from this mission. However, once you complete a 2-star mission, the reward will be very generous. The Mission Palace envoy said. Envoy, can I take a look at the mission first? Lu Ming asked. Okay, the content of the mission is in this jade token. Take a look. The Mission Palace envoy waved his hand and a jade token appeared. Then he flew it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out and took it. With a thought, the content of the jade token appeared in his mind. After a while, Lu Ming nodded and said, I'll take this 2-star mission. The Mission Palace envoy smiled and said, Good. You're not the only one who has taken this mission. There are a few others. Tomorrow morning, go to the mission reception hall in the Myriad Star City and meet them. Then we'll set off together. After saying that, the Mission Palace envoy turned and left. Lu Ming returned to the courtyard and thought about the content of the mission. The so-called 2-star missions were usually completed by second-grade Empyrean Divine Guards. The second-grade Empyrean Divine Guards were basically Martial King experts. Originally, Lu Ming was a rank 1 Emperor Sky Divine Guard and should not have taken on a 2-star mission. However, considering the combat strength he had displayed previously, it was normal for him to take on a 2-star mission. Moreover, Lu Ming also wanted to take on a challenging mission. To Lu Ming, a 1-star mission was not challenging at all. Moreover, after completing it, the reward would be very low. It was purely a waste of time. Then, Lu Ming continued to comprehend the thunder will in his sea of consciousness. A day passed quickly. The next morning, Lu Ming left the Emperor Sky Divine Palace. After arriving at the Myriad Star City, he went directly to the mission reception hall. When Lu Ming walked into the mission reception hall, he only saw 3 people gathered together. Of the 3 people, one was a young woman who was about 25 or 26 years old. She was quite good-looking with graceful curves and a moving beauty. In addition, there was a skinny man in his 50s, and the last person was a burly man in his 30s. Each of them had a mission jade token in their hands. Lu Ming took out the task jade card and injected his true qi. The mission jade plates trembled slightly and glowed on their own. At the same time, the mission jade plates in the other 3 people's hands also trembled slightly and glowed, resonating with Lu Ming's jade plate. It's them? Lu Ming smiled and walked up to them. He cupped his fists and said, The 3 of you, are you also heading to the northern Liang Mountain to investigate the extermination of 2 sects? Not bad. The burly man in his 30s stood up and cupped his fists towards Lu Ming. However, after he carefully sized up Lu Ming, he frowned. What? The 4th person is you? You're only a half-martial warrior. How could you accept a 2-starred mission? Suddenly, the woman yelled with a tone filled with disdain. Lu Ming frowned slightly and said, What's wrong? I'm indeed a half-martial warrior. Can't I accept a 2-starred mission? Ah, what a joke. Kid, do you know what a 2-starred mission means? A 2-star mission represents a mission that only martial kings can take on. The 3 of us are all 1st-layer martial kings and are all 2nd-layer Emperor Heaven Divine Guards. Furthermore, a 2-starred mission is dangerous even for martial emperors. You're only a half-martial warrior, yet you dare to accept a 2-starred mission. Are you courting death? I really don't know what the people in the mission hall are thinking. Why would they assign a piece of trash to this mission? The young woman looked at Lu Ming with disdain and said loudly, Hee, 1st-layer martial emperor, is it that great? Lu Ming's face darkened as he said with a cold smile, 1st-layer martial emperor is nothing. However, I only need 1 move to kill you. Kid, I advise you to get lost. The young woman said. That's enough, Huang Jing, stop talking. At this moment, the burly man said softly. The young woman seemed to be afraid of the burly man. She snorted and shut her mouth, not saying anything else. The burly man smiled and said, Little brother, I'm sorry. Huang Jing is a bit hot-tempered. Please don't take offense. Lu Ming laughed coldly and did not say anything. The burly man said again, However, little brother, to be honest, this mission is not something you can accept. Did the mission hall make a mistake? I advise you to go back to the mission hall and apply for another mission. No need. I've already confirmed this mission. It's suitable for me. Lu Ming said. Suitable for you? Ah, what a joke. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let me tell you, if you're not a martial emperor, you're just an ant. Kid, you can follow us shamelessly, but let me tell you, when you're in danger, we won't help you. Don't even think about dragging us down. The young woman sneered. Don't worry. I'm afraid you'll drag me down. Lu Ming retorted. What's the use of having a sharp tongue? The young woman snorted and walked to the side, not saying anything else. Alright, since that's the case, let's go together. However, little brother, if you're really in danger, you'd better run quickly. We won't be able to take care of you then. The burly man said. Don't worry. Lu Ming said. After this period of cultivation, Lu Ming's Zhen Yuan had transformed to 99%. His thunder intent domain was also constantly improving. His battle strength had increased by another level since the battle with Xueqiao half a month ago. Lu Ming was confident that he was not weaker than some veteran martial emperors. The burly man smiled bitterly. He really did not know where Lu Ming's confidence came from. Then the burly man introduced himself. I'm Su Zhong. Then he pointed at the skinny man in his 50s who had not spoken and said, this is Song Ku. Lu Ming cupped his fists and nodded at Song Ku. You already know the name of the last one. Little brother, how should I address you? Su Zhong asked. Oh, Lu Ming was about to introduce himself when he was interrupted by Huang Jing. You don't have to introduce yourself. You won't live for long anyway. Huang Jing snorted coldly. Lu Ming sneered and did not bother to introduce himself. He stood aside. Alright, let's go then. Su Zhong came out to smooth things over. Then the four of them left the mission reception hall and soared into the sky, heading north of Myriad Star City. Their mission this time was to go to northern Liang Mountain to investigate the murder of a senior member of a sect. During this period of time, there were a total of 2 sects in northern Liang Mountain. The senior members of the martial ancestor realm and above were innocently slaughtered. The strange thing was that their corpses were all gone after the incident. Chapter 465. Even with martial king experts guarding the place, they were still slaughtered. This meant that the culprit was definitely a martial king expert. Their mission was to find the culprit and take him down or kill him. The northern Liang Mountain was located in the north of the eastern part of the Tianxin region. It was 13 million li away from the Myriad Star City. However, with the group speed they arrived in 3 days. First, they had to go to the biggest city in the northern Liang Mountain area, Northern Liang City. There was a station of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace in northern Liang City. There were already 2 second-grade Emperor Heaven Divine Guards there to investigate. Their first task was to meet up with these 2 second-grade Emperor Heaven Divine Guards and understand the situation. In the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, not all the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards were like Lu Ming and the others. They were all young geniuses. Among the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards, there were many older ones. It could be said that there were people of all ages. The Emperor Heaven Divine Guard selection held every 5 years was to recruit geniuses with talent and potential and nurture them. These young Empyrean Divine Guards were undoubtedly treated much better. However, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace would recruit some Emperor Heaven Divine Guards through other methods every year. These Emperor Heaven Divine Guards could join as long as one's identity was clear and one's strength was sufficient. There were no requirements for talent. As for these Emperor Heaven Divine Guards, they were not treated as well as Lu Ming and the others. They were taught by the Palace Master. They had to rely on themselves to complete various missions for the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards and obtain various rewards. Su Zhong and Song Ku were both such Emperor Heaven Divine Guards. Lu Ming guessed that Huang Jing should be the same as him. She should be a genius participating in the Emperor Heaven Divine Guard selection. Judging from her age, she should be from the previous batch. Soon, a desolate ancient city appeared before their eyes. The ancient city was very majestic and filled with the aura of time. The 4 of them flew in and arrived at the station of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. They also successfully met the other 2 Emperor Heaven Divine Guards. The other 2 people were a white-haired old man and a bald man in his 40s. The 2 of them emitted powerful auras. With one look, one could tell that they were martial king experts. This bald man should be about the same as Su Zhong. He has reached the peak of martial king realm. He is the strongest among the group. Lu Ming thought to himself. Brother Su, you're finally here. When the bald man saw Su Zhong, he laughed and cupped his fists. Brother Wang. Su Zhong cupped his fists and said. The bald man's gaze swept over Lu Ming and the others, and his complexion abruptly changed. Brother Su, what happened? Why is there a little fellow at the half-step king realm with all of you? The bald man said. Su Zhong smiled bitterly and said, Brother Wang, this little brother is also here to complete the mission. What? Was he also here to complete the mission? What kind of joke was this? A mere half-step king? Are you courting death? Don't drag us down with you. The bald man shouted. Brother Wang is right. I've already told him to scram back to the mission hall and cancel the mission. But he was stubborn and insisted on following us. He's courting death. We'll just ignore him when the time comes. Huang Jing said coldly. Forget it. If he wants to follow us, then let him. In any case, we won't have the energy to take care of him when the time comes. The bald man said. Then he no longer looked at Lu Ming. They're really looking down on us. Lu Ming rubbed his nose. However, he also knew that it was normal for kings to look down on cultivators below the king realm. He ignored them and sat down on a stone bench at the side. "Brother Wang, what's the situation?" Su Zhong asked the bald man about the situation. "This time it's mainly the Tianyun sect and the illusory sword sect that were attacked. All the cultivators above the martial ancestor realm in the two sects disappeared. Not even their corpses were left behind. I'll take you to the two sects to take a look first, and then I'll tell you the details," the bald man said. "All right, then we'll set off immediately." Su Zhong nodded. Immediately, the group of 6 headed towards the Tianyun sect. The Tianyun sect was built on a mountain range. Clouds and mist were faintly discernible, and the mountain range was extremely majestic. It was like a fairyland. There were many palaces and pavilions built on the mountain peaks, and people were coming and going. Lu Ming felt that the Tianyun sect was at least 10 times stronger than the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Thinking about it, it made sense. With a martial king in charge, it was equivalent to an intermediate empire. How could it not be strong? However, Lu Ming sensed carefully and did not feel any strong aura in the sect. Whoosh, whoosh. A few streaks of light flew out from the Tianyun sect. They were martial ancestor realm cultivators. These martial ancestor realm cultivators were not in the Tianyun sect on the day of the attack. Therefore they managed to escape, the bald man explained. Soon the few of them appeared in front of the group. "Greetings to Senior Wang and Senior Lu." The few martial ancestor realm cultivators of the Tianyun sect hurriedly bowed when they saw the bald man and the white-haired elder. These 3 are also kings from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace." The bald man pointed at Su Zhong and the other 2, ignoring Lu Ming. "Greetings to the 3 seniors." The few martial ancestor realm cultivators of the Tianyun sect bowed respectfully. Their hearts were trembling. They were shocked that so many kings had come at once. "All right, we still have to go in and investigate. You guys lead the way," the bald man instructed. "All right, seniors, please." The leader of the few martial ancestor realm cultivators of the Tianyun sect was a scholarly middle-aged man. He hurriedly said respectfully. The group followed the scholarly middle-aged man and the others and flew into the Tianyun sect. "This time our sect was attacked suddenly. All the experts above the martial ancestor realm have disappeared," the scholarly middle-aged man said with a sad face. "Moreover, the strangest thing is that according to the situation at the scene and the reaction of the disciples below the martial ancestor realm, those martial ancestor realm experts did not make a sound and disappeared directly. Only the place where the martial king realm patriarch of our sect was in seclusion caused a huge commotion. There were also some traces left at the scene." The scholarly middle-aged man continued to explain and led them to the place where the patriarch of the Tianyun sect was in seclusion. It was a mountain full of spiritual qi. However, at this moment the mountain had almost collapsed. There was a deep crack in the middle of the mountain. That was the scar of a blade that had almost split the mountain in half. The group flew down and observed carefully. They also found some traces that seemed to have been made by iron chains. Iron chains? What kind of weapon is this? Su Zhong frowned deeply. According to the situation, the person who attacked must be a martial king realm expert. Therefore, the martial ancestor realm experts did not have the slightest ability to resist. However, the other party could not be too strong. Otherwise, the patriarch of the Tianyun sect would not have been able to resist so fiercely. Huang Jing analyzed. However, according to the disciples, the battle was extremely short. It ended in less than a minute. After that, the patriarch disappeared without a trace. The scholarly middle-aged man added. It's very likely that the other party had more than one king realm expert. Su Zhong frowned and pondered. Lu Ming also looked around carefully. What can a half-step king see? He's just pretending. Huang Jing snorted coldly. Lu Ming was speechless. This woman must be crazy to always pick on him. Chapter 466. After observing for a while, they left the Tianyun sect for the illusory sword sect. The strength of the illusory sword sect was similar to that of the Tianyun sect. They also had a first-layer martial king realm ancestor. The situation was similar to that of the Tianyun sect. Everyone above the martial ancestor realm, including the martial king realm ancestor, had disappeared. Not even their corpses were found. The traces left behind at the scene were similar to that of the Tianyun sect. Su Zhong and the others frowned. This situation was indeed strange. They might have more than 2 martial king realm experts. We have to be careful, Su Zhong said in a deep voice. He then looked at the bald man and asked, Brother Wang, you've investigated for a few days. Have you found anything? Discovered? Of course we have. Furthermore, we have already deduced the next target of the enemy. The bald man smiled proudly. What? That's great. Su Zhong, Huang Jing and the others were overjoyed. According to my speculation, their next target will be the Black Lion Hall. The Black Lion Hall is similar to that of the Tianyun sect and the Illusory Sword sect. They only have a first-layer Martial King Realm expert. We just need to wait for them to make a move. After they succeed, we'll find their nest and wipe them out. The bald man said. Brother Wang, that's a good idea. Let's do it then. Let's not waste any time. We'll set up an ambush around the Black Lion Hall and wait for them to take the bait. Su Zhong said. Immediately, the 6 of them headed toward the Black Lion Hall. The Black Lion Hall was located in a huge mountain range. From afar, the mountain range looked like a ferocious lion. Lion roars could be heard coming from the mountain range, shaking the surrounding 10 miles. The 6 of them found a secluded valley in the Black Lion mountain range and waited quietly. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the crown of a huge tree. He hid his body with the help of the branches and leaves. At the same time, he restrained his aura, making him look like a piece of dead wood. Lu Ming observed the surroundings with a trace of his consciousness. Most of his consciousness sank into his mind to comprehend the thunder intent. He didn't dare to get too close to the lightning cauldron because the closer he got, the stronger the concept of thunder, the greater the pressure he would feel. It was extremely dangerous, and if he wasn't careful, his mind would collapse and his soul would scatter. Just like that, a day passed without any movement. The next day there was still no movement. The next day late at night. Woo-woo. Suddenly gusts of chilly wind blew between heaven and earth. It was bone-chilling. He's here. The bald man pointed to the sky and said excitedly. Of course, his voice was very low and only the few of them could hear him. Everyone looked up at the sky. In the distance, a dark cloud drifted over. Within the dark cloud, a black shadow was faintly discernible. What's in the dark clouds? It doesn't look like a human figure. Wang Jing said. That dark cloud was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived above the Black Lion mountain range. If not for their high cultivation, they would not have noticed it at all. When they reached the sky above the Black Lion mountain range, the dark clouds finally dispersed, revealing the real thing inside. What's that? Everyone's pupils suddenly constricted. What appeared in the dark clouds was actually 3 coffins. 3 incomparably huge coffins. Each coffin was at least 100 meters long. They were pitch black and floated in the air. It was very terrifying. Whoosh. The 3 coffins rushed into the depths of the Black Lion mountain range with a whoosh. Not long after, who's there? A furious roar came from the Black Lion mountain range. Then a huge black lion that was as big as a mountain range appeared in the sky. However, in the next moment, a few pitch-black chains flew out and pierced through the void, entangling the black lion. A few black shadows flashed out, but in the next moment they disappeared again. Boom, boom. In the depths of the mountain range there was a loud roar. The entire mountain range shook as if there were peerless experts fighting. However, not long after, the commotion disappeared. The entire mountain range fell silent. Even the roars of the monsters disappeared. Whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, 3 huge coffins broke through the air and flew out of the Black Lion mountain range, flying toward the north. At this moment, there was a commotion in the Black Lion mountain range. Grandmaster, the Grandmaster is gone. Master, my master is gone too. The Patriarch had a big battle with someone and disappeared. In the Black Lion mountain range there were waves of wailing. Let's go, let's follow them. Su Zhong's eyes flashed as he said softly. Everyone nodded and rushed into the sky. They rushed into a cloud and used the cloud to cover their bodies as they chased after the 3 coffins. They flew toward the north for about 200,000 miles and entered a very desolate mountain range. This mountain range was boundless and uninhabited. There weren't even many demonic beasts here. Moreover, the deeper they went, the more desolate it was. It was even dead silent. Some white bones gradually appeared on the ground. They could even see some broken weapons and armor. This place should have been a battlefield hundreds or even thousands of years ago. It's filled with yin qi and murderous aura. The bald, burly man frowned. A wasteland appeared in front of them. The wasteland was filled with dark red fog. The howling wind was extremely terrifying. Whoosh, whoosh. The 3 coffins flew directly into the wasteland and disappeared. Everyone pondered for a moment and chased after them. As soon as they entered, everyone shuddered because the wind in the wasteland was too cold. Even with their cultivation they could not withstand it for a while. Everyone restrained their aura and focused. They did not land on their feet and flew in the wasteland while looking around. Look, there are so many coffins. Huang Jing suddenly exclaimed softly. Her voice was trembling. Lu Ming looked around and saw rows of coffins in the wasteland. These coffins were about the same size as normal coffins. They were pitch black and eerie. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred of them. Everyone's expression was a little serious as they continued to move forward. Soon they had traveled dozens of miles. Along the way they saw at least a few thousand coffins. What the hell is this place? Is it a graveyard? Huang Jing's face was a little pale. After all, she was a woman. Although she was powerful, she was still afraid of these things. It's probably a faction that cultivates evil martial arts. They're entrenched here. The bald burly man said. Those martial artists of martial ancestor realm and above have all disappeared regardless of whether they're dead or alive. It's extremely strange. In the eastern part of Tianxian region, I've never heard of any faction that needs so many coffins to cultivate. Su Zhong said. Could it be? At that moment, the white-haired old man's expression suddenly changed. He seemed to have thought of something. Brother Zhong, what did you think of? Su Zhong hurriedly asked. Heavenly Corpse Sect. The white-haired old man pondered for a while, then spat out 3 words in a very serious manner. What? Heavenly Corpse Sect? Su Zhong, the bald burly man, Huang Jing and the others exclaimed. Their expressions changed. Chapter 467. Lu Ming had never heard of the Heavenly Corpse Sect before. However, after entering the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, he had heard of it. The Heavenly Corpse Sect was an extremely powerful force. Like the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, it was one of the top forces in the Divine Wilderness continent. Furthermore, the Heavenly Corpse Sect and the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace were mortal enemies. They would fight to the death whenever they met. The most terrifying thing was that the Heavenly Corpse Sect was a force that had suddenly risen in the past 300 years. It was expanding at a terrifying speed and was constantly encroaching on the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace's territory. The Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace had been fighting with the Heavenly Corpse Sect for hundreds of years. Not only was the Heavenly Corpse Sect not destroyed, but it was also growing stronger. Although the Heavenly Corpse Sect was still weaker than the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, it was not much weaker. However, wasn't the Heavenly Corpse Sect fighting with the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace in some of the bigger regions in the Eastern Wilderness? Since when did they appear in the east of the Tianxian region? The Tianxian region was located in the easternmost region of the Divine Wilderness continent. In other words, it was a desolate region. How could the Heavenly Corpse Sect infiltrate here? They can't be from the Heavenly Corpse Sect, right? Huang Jing's voice was trembling and her face was pale. You guessed right. We are from the Heavenly Corpse Sect. Furthermore, we are the corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse Sect. Suddenly, a few sinister and ear-piercing laughter rang out. The sound was extremely unpleasant, as if 2 pieces of metal were rubbing against each other. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 huge coffins pierced through the air. They were about 100 meters long and were extremely huge. In the blink of an eye, the 3 coffins stopped in 3 different directions, surrounding the crowd in a triangular formation. They are really from the Heavenly Corpse Sect. Furthermore, they are corpse guards. Su Zhong and the others wore grave expressions. The corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse Sect were similar to the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace's corpse guards. They were the elites of their respective forces. I understand now. It turns out that you captured the experts of the martial ancestor realm and above to refine them into refined corpses. Su Zhong said. Of course we will refine their corpses into refined corpses. A sinister laughter rang out from one of the coffins in the east. The corpses of martial ancestor realm experts have limited uses. Now that you have delivered the corpses of a few martial kings, you can refine into refined corpses. A voice rang out from the coffin in the west. You discovered us? Su Zhong said. Of course. Do you think that we don't know that you guys are investigating us, the Tian Divine Guards? The reason why we went to the Black Lion Mountain Range was to lure you here. Obediently accept your death. A cold voice came from the coffin in the east. At the same time, with a click, the lid of the coffin opened and 7 or 8 black shadows flew out. They were black chains. Trash from the Heavenly Corpse Sect. This is the Tianxian region, the territory of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Since you guys are here, stay here. The bald man roared and rushed towards the coffin in the east. An incomparably dazzling saber light burst out. It was 1,000 meters long, as if it could split the entire world apart. However, whoosh, whoosh. Those black iron chains seemed to have a mind of their own as they pierced through the void. The 8 iron chains intertwined together and blasted towards the saber light. Boom. With a violent vibration, the saber light was destroyed by the iron chain, but the iron chain also flew back. You have some skills. Good, good, the stronger the better. The stronger you are, the stronger the refined corpse will be. A sinister laugh came from the coffin. Then the coffin let out a creaking sound, and the lid of the coffin opened completely. Whoosh! A burly figure flew out from the coffin. This figure was more than 2 meters tall, and his face was pale without a trace of blood. However, there was a tinge of black iron in his pale face. His eyes were filled with anger, but there was no emotion in them. On its body there were circles of black iron chains. This is a refined corpse, not the actual person, Su Zhong said in a deep voice. I didn't expect that a country bumpkin from the eastern part of the Tianxin region would have some knowledge. The ear-piercing voice continued to ring out from the coffin, following which a black figure appeared. This black figure looked very thin, and his body was wrapped in a black robe, revealing a pale face. There was no trace of blood on his face, as if he was a corpse. However, his eyes were cold, which meant that he was a living person. It was said that the martial artists of the Heavenly Corpse sect mainly controlled corpses. Each of them would refine at least one refined corpse, and some would even bring many refined corpses with them. The stronger the refined corpses, the stronger their strength would be. Die. Kill. The corpse guard of the Heavenly Corpse sect shouted with a murderous aura. Whoosh, whoosh. The refined corpse waved its arms, and the 8 chains danced wildly in the air as they charged toward the bald man. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. The bald man shouted angrily as he charged toward the refined corpse. Clang, clang. The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. The refined corpse was very powerful, and its strength was equivalent to the peak of the first-layer Martial King realm. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand in the battle. Do you think that's all I've got? Come out. The corpse guard suddenly shouted in a low voice. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly 2 tall figures flew out of the huge coffin. Like the previous corpse, their bodies were wrapped in black iron chains. Their faces were pale and there was a layer of black iron in them. Refined corpses, these 2 corpses were also refined corpses. Furthermore, they were emitting a strong corpse aura. Their auras were both at the early stage of the first-layer Martial King realm. Terrifying. A corpse guard of the Heavenly Corpse sect was able to control 3 refined corpses of the Martial King realm. His strength was too terrifying. As soon as the 2 refined corpses appeared, they lunged toward Lu Ming and the others. I'll take them out. Huang Jing shouted coldly as she dashed toward the 2 refined corpses. Her aura of the mid-first-layer Martial King realm burst out from her body. Furthermore, Huang Jing was not an ordinary DT on Divine Guard. Like Lu Ming, she was a genius who had passed the previous selection. Her strength was stronger than an ordinary Martial King realm cultivator. Her strength was close to that of a late first-layer Martial King realm cultivator. Clang, clang. Huang Jing's sword was as fast as lightning, and she had lashed out a few hundred times in an instant. However, when the sword rays landed on the refined corpses, it was as if they had landed on metal. Sparks flew in all directions, and in the end, only a few shallow marks were left on the corpses. These refined corpses are similar to the golden-eyed blood corpse. They have copper skin and iron bones and are invulnerable. Lu Ming thought. Huang Jing shouted as she engaged in a fierce battle with the 2 refined corpses. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Kill the corpse guard first. Su Zhong suddenly shouted angrily and dashed toward the corpse guard at lightning speed. You want to kill me? In your dreams, Heavenly Corpse Claw. The corpse guard of the Heavenly Corpse sect sneered and dashed toward Su Zhong. It stretched out a pair of skinny claws and clawed forward. In an instant, corpse aura filled the air as the claws slashed out like blades. Die. Chapter 468. Bam. 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 The Heavenly Corpse sect's zombie guard blocked Su Zhong's attack. Although it was at a disadvantage, it did block it. Everyone was shocked. The Heavenly Corpse sect's combat strength was terrifying. Not only did they have several refined corpses with them, but they also had great combat strength. With the same number of corpses, ordinary martial artists were no match for them. Fortunately, Lu Ming had heard that the refined corpses of the Heavenly Corpse sect were very difficult to refine. Not only did they need the corpses of martial artists, but the refining conditions were also very strict. They needed all kinds of precious materials. Moreover, each person could only control a limited number of refined corpses. It was said that this was determined by the strength of one's mind. If it weren't for these restrictions, the Heavenly Corpse sect would be invincible. No force could compete with them. Swoosh. The zombie guard blocked Su Zhong's attack and retreated quickly, laughing eerily. Just as Su Zhong was about to give chase, another huge coffin let out a cracking sound. The lid of the coffin opened, and a black chain shot out like a bolt of lightning, piercing towards Su Zhong. Its power was extremely shocking. Su Zhong's face changed. He didn't have time to chase after the zombie guard and turned around to block the iron chains. Clang, clang. After a few consecutive booms, Su Zhong's body trembled slightly, and the iron chains flew back. However, in the next moment, a deep roar came from the huge coffin. A figure pounced out with iron chains dancing around it and rushed toward Su Zhong. It was another corpse at the peak of LV1 Martial King realm. Su Zhong's face turned serious as he fought with it. Kiki, a harsh and unpleasant sneer came out from the second coffin. A figure wrapped in a black robe walked out. It was an old man. His face was full of wrinkles, but his face was very pale, just like the previous zombie guard. It was obvious that he was also a zombie guard. Beside him was a tall and sturdy refined corpse. Only the white-haired old man, a skinny man in his 50s, and Lu Ming were left. Let's attack together and get rid of these people. The old zombie guard looked at the third coffin. Okay. A voice came out from the third coffin. Then the coffin lid opened and 3 figures walked out. One of them was obviously a corpse guard. He looked slightly younger, about 30 years old. Beside him stood 2 refined corpses. The 2 corpses both emitted auras of the late First Layer Martial Emperor realm. He will take 2 of their corpses each. How about that? The zombie guard from before appeared beside the old zombie guard and said coldly. 2 corpses per person? Alright, but that brat is only a half-step king warrior. I don't want him. The old zombie guard immediately said. I don't want that brat's corpse either. The first zombie guard shook his head and looked at the third zombie guard. You two don't go overboard. You're throwing the trashiest thing at me again. This time, I don't want this brat's corpse no matter what. The last zombie guard said in a deep voice. Lu Ming was speechless. They hadn't even started fighting yet, but they were already discussing how to distribute their corpses. Did they think they were fish on the chopping block? Boom, boom. In the sky there were several loud booms. Following this, 2 figures flickered. Su Zhong and the bald man retreated rapidly and stood beside Lu Ming's group. Huang Jing, don't be stubborn. Let's gather together and rush out together. Don't let them take us down one by one. Su Zhong said loudly. Huang Jing clenched her teeth and slashed out twice in a row, knocking the 2 refined corpses back slightly. She then retreated rapidly. As Huang Jing was retreating, a chain pierced through the air and almost pierced through her. Although she managed to dodge it, she was still hit by a strong force. Huang Jing let out a groan and retreated to the side of Lu Ming's group. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of her mouth. A piercing sound could be heard as the 2 first-layer martial ancestor realm refined corpses split into 2 sides, blocking their path of retreat. Do you think you can rush out by gathering together? How naive. The first zombie guard let out a piercing laugh. Humph, with our strength, although we're no match for them in a head-on battle, you won't be able to stop us if we want to rush out. Huang Jing snorted. She had just been injured and was in a bad mood. After speaking, she looked coldly at Lu Ming and said, Kid, no one can take care of you now. Don't expect us to help you. Good luck. When did I say that I need your help? Lu Ming smiled faintly. You're still so stubborn when you're about to die. Huang Jing snorted. Who said that there are only a few of us here? The old zombie guard suddenly sneered. What? Su Zhong and the rest were stunned. Phew. Suddenly a piercing sound could be heard. In front of them, another huge coffin flew towards them. In an instant, it was above Lu Ming's head. There's more. Su Zhong and the rest were shocked. There's a deep hole there. The bald man shouted. Everyone looked ahead carefully. Through the hazy fog, they could see a huge crater in front of them. Just now, the coffin had flown out from that crater. Crack. The 4th coffin opened and 3 figures walked out. A pale-faced young man in his 20s. Beside him were 2 refined corpses. However, the 2 refined corpses had powerful auras. One of them had reached the peak first-layer martial emperor realm, while the other was at the late first-layer martial emperor realm. Huang Jing, Su Zhong, and the rest instantly turned pale. This time there were as many as 9 refined corpses. Among them there were 3 peak first-layer martial emperor realm corpses, 2 late first-layer martial emperor realm corpses, and 2 mid-first-layer martial emperor realm and early first-layer martial emperor realm corpses. Together with the 4 zombie guards, this force was far stronger than Su Zhong's group. What should we do? I can only hold off 1 peak first-layer martial emperor realm corpse. If there's another late first-layer martial emperor realm corpse, I won't be able to escape. The bald man said anxiously. I'm in the same situation. I can only hold off one peak first layer Martial Emperor Realm corpse and another late first layer Martial Emperor Realm corpse. Any more and I'll be in danger. Su Zhong said. The hearts of Huang Jing and the rest sank. There were still 5 refined corpses left. Huang Jing could only hold off 2 early first layer Martial Emperor Realm corpses, while the white-haired old man and the skinny man, who were both at the mid first layer Martial Emperor Realm, could only hold off 1 refined corpse each. Who would be able to hold off the remaining peak first layer Martial Emperor Realm corpse? What should they do? Furthermore, it was only holding off the corpse. It was impossible for them to escape. Furthermore, there were still 4 zombie guards eyeing them. They were most likely going to die today. Everyone couldn't help but think this in their hearts. No, I'm still young. I don't want to die. Huang Jing screamed in her heart. Chapter 469. Refined corpses are controlled by the zombie guards. Once we kill a few zombie guards, the refined corpses will not pose a threat to us. At that instant, Lu Ming, who had remained silent, spoke all of a sudden. Nonsense, who doesn't know that? But there are so many refined corpses here, how are we going to kill the zombie guards? What a joke, it's easy for you to say that. Go ahead and kill them if you dare. Huang Jing glared at Lu Ming and said in a disdainful tone. Fine, I'll go. Lu Ming took a step forward as his eyes flickered with battle intent. Huang Jing, Su Zhong, and the others were dumbfounded. You're going to kill them? Are you out of your mind? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Even if that's the case, there's no need to drag us down with you. Huang Jing chuckled as she did not believe Lu Ming's words. Guys, I'll leave the rest of the refined corpses to you. I'll deal with the first layer Martial Emperor Realm refined corpse and the zombie guards. Lu Ming pointed to the zombie guard and the refined corpse that had appeared last. Su Zhong and the others were dumbfounded. This? Su Zhong and the others hesitated. Let him go, since he won't be of any help here. Since he wants to die, why don't we fulfill his wish? Huang Jing let out a hollow laugh. Shut up, if you keep talking nonsense I'll kill you first. Lu Ming glared at her with a cold murderous intent. Huang Jing's face turned pale as her heart shuddered for some reason. Haha, did you hear that? That half-martial realm trash is trying to kill us. Hilarious, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. Me too. The zombie guards wore mocking smiles on their faces. Don't waste your time with them. Kill them and refine their corpses. The zombie guard uttered a roar. Following this, 2 refined corpses flew out from his side, emitting a strong corpse aura. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 refined corpses, one at the peak first layer Martial Emperor Realm, and the other at the late first layer Martial Emperor Realm. More than 10 chains were fired from their bodies in the direction of Lu Ming. Boom. At this moment, Lu Ming's aura completely erupted. His bloodline erupted. At the same time, the 3 concepts of wind, fire, and lightning also rose up. A long spear appeared in his hand. True Dragon Strike. He thrust out his spear, and a 3-colored true dragon roared as it pounced towards the 2 refined corpses. Boom. With a deafening rumble, the chains that the 2 refined corpses threw out were repelled. The 3-colored dragon did not stop and continued to attack the 2 refined corpses. Bang, bang. The 2 refined corpses trembled violently and were sent flying hundreds of meters away. Su Zhong, Huang Jing, and the others widened their eyes to the point that their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Their mouths were agape and they were dumbfounded. A single attack, Lu Ming had knocked 2 corpses back with a single attack. Not only that, one of them was a first layer Martial Emperor Realm corpse. How could Lu Ming have such powerful battle prowess? The key point was that Lu Ming was only a half-step king. How could a half-step king beat back 2 such powerful refined corpses in one move? How was this possible? They thought they were dreaming. It was especially so for Huang Jing. Her pretty face was filled with disbelief. Previously, she had been mocking Lu Ming and looked down on Lu Ming. But now, Lu Ming's strength was beyond her understanding. Half-step king at such a young age, wielding a long spear and comprehending 3 wills. I think I know who he is. Su Zhong murmured, but his face was filled with joy. Oh, who is it? Huang Jing asked in a daze. In the entire eastern region of Tianxian Domain, apart from the new Eastern Sky Divine Guard Lu Ming, who else has such battle prowess? The bald man said. Lu Ming? Lu Ming. So it's him, no wonder. Huang Jing was stunned at first, then she exclaimed. Lu Ming's name had spread to all the Imperial Sky Divine Guards in the eastern region of Tianxian Domain. There were not many who had not heard of him. Everyone present had heard of Lu Ming's name. You guys came together, but you don't know that the other party is Lu Ming? The bald man was speechless. Cough cough, I did ask, but I was interrupted. Su Zhong coughed dryly. Huang Jing's face was somewhat pale. She was the one who had interrupted Lu Ming's self-introduction. At that time she thought that there was no need to introduce a mere half-step king. Thinking about it now, she felt a little flustered. Lu Ming, the other party, was actually Lu Ming, the rare genius of the eastern region of Tianshan domain, the genius who had defeated a true king as a half-step king. If she had known that the other party was Lu Ming, she would not have mocked Lu Ming like that even if she was beaten to death. Now she regretted it to death. How is this possible? How is this possible? A mere half-step king. A zombie guard let out an incredulous cry. The other zombie guards had similar expressions. Kill? Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand, and his aura was like a dragon. With a wave of the long spear, a mighty spear light burst out. Kill this brat. The last zombie guard roared. Clang, clang. The two refined corpses waved their iron chains and attacked Lu Ming. The iron chains were extremely terrifying and could shatter a mountain. However, Lu Ming was not afraid. 1,000 dragons kill. With a shake of the long spear, hundreds of small tricolor true dragons flew out. The two refined corpses were forced back, and even a few zombie guards were enveloped by the dragons. Damn it, let's kill him together. The old zombie guard roared, wanting to control the other zombie guards to attack Lu Ming. Block those zombie guards, even if it means risking our lives, we must block them and buy time for Lu Ming. Su Zhong roared and pounced on a peak first layer Martial King refined corpse. He even enveloped a mid first layer Martial King refined corpse and restrained it. The bald man, Huang Jing, and the others yelled and charged toward the refined corpses. Lu Ming's outburst had given them hope, thus they did their best. In an instant, the entire area was immersed in a great battle. Lu Ming's true yuan burst out, and his long spear was like a dragon. The huge spear light was like a mountain, completely suppressing the two refined corpses. Previously, when Lu Ming was battling Xue Chao before the three wills of wind, fire and thunder had completely merged, Lu Ming's battle strength was already on par with Xue Chao's. Later on, when the three wills had completely merged, the power of the three wills had increased by a few times. Furthermore, the three unique skills of the Dragon God had evolved from a Tian rank lower martial skill to a Tian rank upper martial skill. Lu Ming's battle strength had also increased, allowing him to easily suppress Xue Chao. During this period of time, 99% of Lu Ming's vital essence had been transformed. At the same time, his understanding of the three unique skills of the Dragon God had deepened day by day. Now, Lu Ming's combat strength had completely surpassed that of an ordinary peak first-level martial king. Therefore, Lu Ming was able to suppress the two refined corpses. Shit, let's kill that kid together. The old zombie guard yelled in astonishment. Kill. Kill. The four zombie guards unleashed their corpse chi, and four claw glows swiped toward Lu Ming. Devour. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as the 9 dragons' bloodline flew out and uttered a roar, unleashing a terrifying devouring force. The power of my bloodline. My blood essence. The 4 zombie guards instantly exclaimed. Chapter 470. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Lu Ming looked down from above and took 2 consecutive steps forward. Boom. Boom. A violent force crushed toward the 4 zombie guards. The 4 zombie guards shuddered and retreated. Extreme Dao, strike. At this moment, Lu Ming's body slightly arched and his spine twisted like a dragon. Endless power and intent surged toward the long spear. Whoosh. In the next moment, Lu Ming and the long spear seemed to have merged into one, turning into a sharp spear ray that pierced forward. Whoosh. The space seemed to have been pierced by the tip of the spear and began to fluctuate violently. Looking from afar, the space looked like a ripple that had been pierced by a sharp weapon. Ripples appeared on both sides and a clear mark appeared in the middle. This was the strongest move of the 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God, the Extreme Dao Strike. It could only be performed after comprehending the 3 intents of wind, fire, and lightning and completely merging them. This move contained the speed of the intent of lightning, the penetrating power of the intent of wind, and the explosive power of the intent of fire. It was said to be indestructible and able to penetrate everything. It was the strongest offensive move. This move was aimed at the last zombie guard. This move was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the zombie guard. Ah! The zombie guard screamed in horror. It wanted to dodge, but it was too late. It could only use its pale claws to block in front of its body. Puchi. Its claws, which were as hard as steel, were pierced through like tofu. Then the long spear pierced through its forehead. Buzz. Then the long spear vibrated and a strong force exploded, tearing the body of the zombie into pieces. Dead. A powerful zombie guard died just like that, killed by Lu Ming with a single strike. This zombie guard's combat strength was definitely not weaker than the late first layer Martial King realm, but it was killed by Lu Ming just like that. Su Zhong and the others would have been stunned if they were not in the middle of a battle. Even so, they were tongue-tied and shocked. Especially Huang Jing, who was almost scared out of her wits. She thought of how she had mocked Lu Ming before. If Lu Ming were to shoot her like that, she would be finished. As soon as the zombie guard died, the two refined corpses that were fighting with Lu Ming stopped moving in the air like two puppets. Not good. Summon the refined corpses to defend. The remaining 3 zombie guards were scared out of their wits. They screamed crazily and desperately tried to summon their refined corpses to defend. Stop these refined corpses. Su Zhong roared and used all his strength to stop the refined corpses with all his might. The others were the same. They risked their lives to tie down those refined corpses, preventing them from returning to defend themselves. Damn it. The 3 zombie guards roared and retreated frantically. Extreme Dao Strike. At this moment, Lu Extreme Dao Strike again. Extreme Dao Strike. Whoosh. Man and spear became one, piercing through the void and stabbing towards the back of a zombie guard. No, help. The zombie guard was scared out of his wits. He screamed desperately and waved his hand, summoning an ancient bronze coffin in front of him. However, it was useless. Lu Ming's spear pierced through the ancient bronze coffin and penetrated the guard's heart. The zombie guard uttered a cry of unwillingness, before his aura faded away. The second zombie guard was dead. As soon as the zombie guard died, the 3 corpses he was controlling stopped in the air like puppets. Among them, there was even a first-layer Martial Emperor Realm corpse that was fighting against the bald man, but they all came to a stop at that instant. Scum of the Heavenly Corpse sect, die. The bald man didn't have any opponents left. So he immediately roared and charged towards the last 2 zombie guards. In addition, there was also that skinny man in his 50s. Without any opponents, he also charged towards the 2 zombie guards. The tables had turned in their favor. Buzz. The demon-suppressing spear in Lu Ming's hand trembled slightly, as if it could not withstand the pressure. Phew. Lu Ming took a few deep breaths to calm the restless true qi in his body. It's still a bit difficult to execute the Extreme Dao Strike. It's extremely taxing on my true qi and my flesh. Lu Ming pondered. Although the Extreme Dao Strike was powerful, with Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could only execute it a few times. Furthermore, he could not even unleash a portion of its power. If Lu Ming wanted to unleash the full power of the Extreme Dao Strike, he would have to break through to the Martial Emperor realm and condense intent runes with his 3 intents. Also, this demon-suppressing spear is no longer useful. Lu Ming glanced at the demon-suppressing spear in his hand and thought to himself. The power of the Extreme Dao Strike was too strong, thus it was a huge burden to the spear. Let's kill these 2 zombie guards first. Lu Ming thought for a while. With a shake of his spear, he continued to attack the 2 zombie guards. The huge spear light pressed down. With the cooperation of the bald man and the skinny man, the 2 zombie guards coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and were seriously injured in just 2 moves. Help, young Master Kuei, help. The 2 zombie guards screamed crazily and ran towards the deep pit with all their might. There are still people over there. Kill these 2 as soon as possible. Lu Ming shouted. From what the 2 zombie guards said, there were still people in the deep pit. Moreover, they seemed to be even stronger. For some reason they had not appeared until now. But no matter what, they had to kill the 2 zombie guards first. You want to leave? Die. The bald man roared and charged towards the 2 zombie guards. With the addition of Lu Ming and the skinny man, the 2 zombie guards could not resist at all. Boom. Lu Ming's spear was as big as a mountain. It combined 3 intents and pressed down. The old zombie guard screamed in pain. Crackling sounds came from its body as it was smashed into the ground by Lu Ming. Blood flowed from its mouth. It was exhaling more than it inhaled. On the other side, the bald man slashed out with his saber, splitting the zombie guard into 2 halves. At this point, all 4 zombie guards were killed. With the death of the 4 zombie guards, the other refined corpses stood there like wooden blocks. Ah, the Heavenly Corpse sect's trash is finally dead. The bald man laughed loudly. Su Zhong, Huang Jing and the rest also breathed out in relief. Su Zhong, Huang Jing and the white-haired old man walked towards Lu Ming. However, the expression on their faces was extremely complicated. Lu Ming, I really had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I'm ashamed that I didn't recognize you. Su Zhong cupped his fists towards Lu Ming. His face was full of shame. You're too polite. Lu Ming said casually. Huang Jing bit her lips, her face flushed red with shame. She looked at Lu Ming wanting to say something but hesitated. She wanted to apologize to Lu Ming, but recalling her previous attitude, she couldn't bring herself to do so. She had mocked Lu Ming for being a burden to them, but what was the truth? It was Lu Ming who saved them. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, they would have been in danger. Little brother Lu really lives up to his reputation. You're much stronger than the rumors. Please forgive us for our previous offense. The bald man also walked over and said with a forthright smile. Previously, he had also looked down on Lu Ming, thinking that Lu Ming would be a burden to them. Chapter 471. Everyone, according to what the zombie guard said, there must be more people from the Heavenly Corpse sect in the deep pit. What do you plan to do next? Lu Ming changed the topic. I think we should leave this place immediately and report the situation to the higher-ups so that they can send stronger experts. Su Zhong said with a serious face. Although Lu Ming's battle strength was high, he was still a half-step king. If the other party sent out a second-layer Martial King expert, they would be in danger. In the Martial King realm, the difference between each layer was huge. A second-layer Martial King could easily kill a first-layer Martial King expert. I also think we should leave this place. Wang Jing said. I don't think so. The bald man looked at the deep pit and licked his lips. Oh. Su Zhong and the others looked at the bald man in surprise. Everyone previously, the experts of Tianyun sect, Illusory Sword sect and Black Lion Hall all disappeared. They must have been killed by the Heavenly Corpse sect and brought their corpses here. They must be using the corpses to practice some kind of cultivation technique or to refine some powerful corpse. Now that we've killed all 4 zombie guards, they've definitely heard the commotion, but they haven't shown themselves yet. I'm guessing that they're at a crucial moment in their cultivation. If we enter now, we might be able to kill them in one go. This would be a great contribution. The bald man's eyes were bright and filled with passion. The Heavenly Corpse sect and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace were mortal enemies. Now, the Heavenly Corpse sect had infiltrated the eastern part of the Tianxian domain. If they could kill some zombie guards with high cultivation, the Heavenly Corpse sect would definitely reward them handsomely. Su Zhong and the others were instantly tempted. But I still think the risk is too great. Su Zhong frowned and said, Brother Lu, what do you think? The bald man looked at Lu Ming. Then Su Zhong, Huang Jing and the others also looked at Lu Ming. It could be said that Lu Ming's battle strength was the strongest here. Imperceptibly, his weight in everyone's hearts had increased greatly. I'm fine with anything, Lu Ming said with a faint smile. Indeed, he did not mind. He had cultivated the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. If he really encountered an undefeatable expert, he was confident that he could escape. Seeing this, the bald man's eyes lit up and he said, How about this? Let's go to that deep pit first and investigate it. If there's no danger, then we'll decide what to do next. How about it? If that's the case, it's feasible. Su Zhong pondered for a moment and said. Huang Jing and the white-haired old man nodded in agreement. This was the safest course of action. Since the decision had been made, everyone immediately restrained their auras and headed towards the deep pit. They slowly approached the deep pit. The pit was huge and round with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters. It was pitch black and emitted a dense corpse aura. It was impossible to see what was down there. What should we do now? The first to speak was Huang Jing. I think we should withdraw first. Su Zhong said. Clang. At this moment, the sound of chains colliding could be heard from the bottom of the pit. Not good, the other party seems to be able to attack. Su Zhong's expression changed drastically. Clang. Clang. At this moment, the sound of chains colliding in the pit became even more intense. It was as if there were countless chains flying up in a frenzy. Retreat, let's retreat first. Su Zhong exclaimed. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and he also planned to retreat. At this moment he suddenly felt a cold murderous intent on his left, spreading toward him. At the same time, an extremely sharp sword light pierced toward Lu Ming. The speed was as fast as lightning, and it approached Lu Ming in an instant. It did not come from the deep pit but from his side. It was one of his own. You're courting death. Lu Ming shouted coldly. As if he had grown eyes, the demon-banishing spear in his hand swept out. Boom. The sword chi collapsed and a figure screamed. He was hit by Lu Ming's spear light and flew far away, sliding on the ground for more than 1,000 meters. At this moment, Lu Ming turned his head, his eyes cold and ruthless. It was the skinny man in his 50s, Song Ku. The one who sneaked an attack on Lu Ming was actually Song Ku. At this moment, Song Ku's body was almost blown apart by Lu Ming's spear. He was badly damaged and had suffered heavy injuries. What's going on? What's going on? Su Zhong, Huang Jing and the others finally reacted and exclaimed. They were all stunned, not understanding why Song Ku would suddenly sneak an attack on Lu Ming. Why are you guarding against me? Song Ku shouted unwillingly while coughing up blood. It's simple. From the beginning you were too calm. Others looked down on me but you were too calm, as if you already knew who I was. Moreover, on the way here when you looked at me once or twice, there was a flash of murderous intent. Did you think I didn't notice? I just pretended not to know. Lu Ming sneered, looking coldly at Song Ku. You. A trace of fear flashed across Song Ku's eyes. He never thought that Lu Ming would be so meticulous at such a young age. It was just a small flaw, but it was noticed by Lu Ming. Tell me who sent you to kill me? Lu Ming shouted coldly, and a cold murderous intent shrouded Song Ku. Aha, don't even think about it. Even if you kill me I won't tell you. Song Ku laughed. Damn it Song Ku, you're so despicable. Let me kill you. The bald man was furious. He took a step forward and was about to attack Song Ku with his palm. But the moment the bald man attacked, his body suddenly twisted, and his body turned half a circle. A surging palm force was crazily aimed at Lu Ming's chest. This was too sudden. Even Lu Ming could not react. Subconsciously, the Nine Dragons' bloodline erupted, forming a powerful devouring force that enveloped his body. Following this, the bald man's terrifying palm force was crazily aimed at Lu Ming's body. The devouring force of the Nine Dragons' bloodline was unleashed, devouring almost half of the bald man's palm force. However, the remaining half still landed on Lu Ming's body. Bang! Lu Ming was sent flying backward as if he had been hit by an ancient mountain. Behind him was the deep pit. What are you guys doing? Su Zhong, Huang Jing and the white-haired old man were stunned. They did not understand why the bald man would suddenly attack Lu Ming. Haha, Lu Ming, die. The bald man burst out laughing. Meanwhile, the bald man transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, who asked you to offend the Thunder Hall Master? You're courting death. Besides, Qiu Changkong and Xue Chao are heading to the Scorching Sun Empire in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Your friends and family will die. Bang. The bald man's words were like a clap of thunder that exploded in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming's eyes turned red instantly. Thunder Hall Master Qiu Changkong, Xue Chao, damn you, die, die, die. Lu Ming screamed in his heart. Clang. Chapter 472. Dozens of black iron chains, each as thick as a person's wrist, pierced through the air like black poisonous snakes with terrifying power. Every one of them had 4 to 5 iron chains on them. Get lost. The bald man roared as he slashed out with his saber. Rays of saber light split the iron chains apart. Swish, swish. There were also 5 iron chains that wrapped around Lu Ming. Buzz, buzz. Lu Ming waved his hand, condensing long spears that flew in all directions to block the iron chains. At the same time, his true chi burst out, and his body was about to soar into the sky. However, as soon as his body moved, a piercing pain came from his chest. He was indeed caught off guard by the bald man's sudden attack. The bald man had mocked Lu Ming as soon as they met, which made Lu Ming let down his guard. Now that he thought about it, it was all on purpose. Rise. Lu Ming roared as he forced his way up. Get down. The bald man roared as he held his saber with both hands. A blazing saber light slashed towards Lu Ming's head. Clang. Lu Ming blocked with his spear, but his body couldn't help but fall. Swish, swish. The iron chains danced in the air as more than 10 iron chains wrapped around the bald man and Lu Ming. At the same time, more than 10 iron chains rushed out of the deep pit. Lu Ming resisted with all his strength, but in the end he was still entangled by one of the iron chains. Haha, Lu Ming, die obediently. The bald man laughed. Come down together. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he waved his hand. 7 or 8 spear lights pierced towards the bald man. At the same time he stretched out his hand and grabbed one of the iron chains. He suddenly swung it, and the iron chain was infused with 3 types of intent as it attacked the bald man. The bald man roared as he tried his best to resist the iron chains around him. He also had to deal with the 10 spears that Lu Ming had thrown out. He was suddenly flustered. At this time, Lu Ming's iron chains broke through the bald man's defense and firmly entangled him. Damn it. The bald man was incomparably shocked and angry, roaring again and again. What are you shouting for? Let's go down together. Lu Ming sneered. Break. The bald man was so anxious that his bald head was covered in cold sweat. He frantically chopped at the iron chain with his saber. However, he didn't know what kind of material this iron chain was made of, but it was incomparably hard. The bald man simply couldn't break it in a short time. Whoosh, whoosh. At this time, more iron chains wrapped around Lu Ming and the bald man, dragging them into the deep pit. Outside the crater, Su Zhong, Huang Jing, and the white-haired old man did their best to escape the range of the iron chains. Huff huff. The iron chain dragged Lu Ming and the bald man down. No, no. I can't die here. The bald man struggled with all his might, roaring again and again. However, he could not break free from the shackles of the chains. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was very calm as he looked around. Along the way, Lu Ming had encountered countless dangerous situations. He knew very well that the more dangerous it was, the more he couldn't panic. Only then could he find a way to break free. The true dragon battle art in his body was circulating at full force, healing his injuries. The crater was really deep. The iron chains dragged the two of them down more than 2,000 meters before they finally reached the bottom. Bam! Bam! The iron chains dragged the two of them and slammed them to the ground. Then the iron chains actually loosened and Lu Ming and the bald man regained their freedom. Once he regained his freedom, the bald man hurriedly retreated to the side and looked at Lu Ming cautiously. Lu Ming glanced at him and then looked around. The crater was very dark and the distance one could see was very limited. Around them, one could vaguely see figures sitting cross-legged on the ground. On each of them there were a few iron chains that swayed like poisonous snakes. At a glance there were at least over 100 figures. Now that you have fallen into my 10,000 corpse ritual array, be obedient and become my refined corpses. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. People of the Heavenly Corpse sect, how dare you? I am a second-grade Heavenly Divine Guard of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. I advise you to release me quickly. Otherwise, when the experts of my Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace arrive, it will be the time of your death. The bald man roared. So what if you are from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? Just now there were indeed a few people who escaped. However, even if they reported to the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace and the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace sent experts here, it would take at least 3 days. 3 days is enough for me to complete my task and refine you all into refined corpses. That cold voice rang out again. You want to refine me into a refined corpse? Dream on. The bald man roared and soared into the sky, wanting to charge out. However, the iron chains danced in the air from all directions and appeared above his head. Da. The bald man continued to attack the iron chains, but it was to no avail. In my 10,000 corpse ritual array, even a third-grade martial king realm martial artist would not be able to charge out, let alone a first-grade martial king realm martial artist like you. Be obedient and become my refined corpse. That voice sneered. Whoosh whoosh, as soon as the voice finished speaking, gusts of wind seemed to blow in the deep pit. At the same time, waves of gray fog filled the air. Oh no, it's corpse chi. The bald man's expression changed drastically. Don't make any useless resistance. Under my corpse chi, become a refined corpse. That voice laughed loudly. The dense corpse chi immediately enveloped the bald man and Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned and circulated his true origin to cover his entire body, blocking the corpse chi in the surroundings. However, sizzle sizzle, when the corpse chi came into contact with the true origin, it actually started to corrode the true origin quickly. On the other side, the bald man roared. Apparently he was facing the same result. I told you it's useless. This is the corpse chi condensed by the 10,000 corpse ritual array. It can corrode true origin. You can't resist it at all, haha. That voice sounded again. Damn it, Lu Ming, it's all your fault, it's all your fault. The bald man roared again and again. He was scared to death. If Lu Ming hadn't dragged him down, he wouldn't have been in such a desperate situation. Lu Ming didn't bother to pay attention to him. He circulated his true origin with all his might, and at the same time, controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline to erupt with the devouring power. Whoosh whoosh. The corpse chi around Lu Ming was indeed devoured by the devouring power of the 9 dragons' bloodline. It had no effect on Lu Ming at all. Of course, Lu Ming used it very secretly and no one else noticed. Immediately, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and began to circulate his chi to heal his injuries. However, in the eyes of others, he was circulating his chi to resist the corpse chi. Damn it. The bald man kept roaring. He also sat down cross-legged and circulated his chi to resist. Crack crack. Lu Ming's body made a slight sound as he moved to recover. With Lu Ming's current physical strength, his recovery ability was simply terrifying. Coupled with the true dragon battle art, Lu Ming's recovery ability had reached an abnormal level. In just an hour, Lu Ming's injuries were healed. Swoosh. Lu Ming opened his eyes, stood up, and strode toward the bald man. Just now, he was only trying to heal his injuries. He didn't think of letting the bald man go. Chapter 473. What am I doing? Of course I'm going to kill you, Lu Ming said with a faint smile. Kill me? You're still thinking about killing me at this time. Now we should work together and find a way to get out. The bald man shouted. In just an hour the bald man's aura had weakened a lot. A layer of gray corpse chi appeared on his face. No need. I'll find a way out after I kill you. Lu Ming sneered and strode toward the bald man. The bald man's face was covered in cold sweat as he retreated. Hee hee, a cold voice came from all around as if it was watching a good show. Lu Ming, you're also corroded by corpse chi. I don't believe you can kill me. If you fight me now you'll only speed up the corpse chi's corrosion. You're digging your own grave. The bald man shouted. You don't have to worry about that. Lu Ming sneered. He clenched his hand and a long spear appeared. Buzz. The long spear shook and 3 different wills burst out. A terrifying spear light blasted toward the bald man. The bald man roared. His battle saber appeared and he fought with Lu Ming. However, he had been corroded by corpse chi and was greatly weakened. How could he be Lu Ming's opponent? In just a few moves he was forced to retreat and spit out a mouthful of blood. How can you be fine? The bald man shouted in disbelief. He discovered that Lu Ming's combat ability was still at its peak and nothing had happened to him. Lu Ming's long spear pierced out and a tricolor true dragon flew out, colliding with the bald burly man. The bald burly man screamed miserably, spurting blood from his mouth. His body flew far away and fell to the ground. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of the bald man. No, don't kill me. Please spare me. The bald man shouted in horror. At this time he was seriously injured and could not resist. When you attacked me just now, did you think about sparing me? Lu Ming sneered. His eyes were as sharp as lightning. The bald man was stunned and his face kept changing. He wanted to kill Lu Ming. How could he spare Lu Ming? Now I'll send you on your way, Lu Ming said. No, don't kill me, don't kill me. Lu Ming, I've worked so hard to reach the Martial Emperor realm. I don't want to die like this. The bald man shouted. Martial Emperor. However, Lu Ming's gaze was cold and unmoved. Also, I'm one of Palace Master Lei's men. If you kill me, Palace Master Lei will definitely not let you off. Seeing that the soft approach didn't work, the bald man decided to use the hard approach. Lu Ming said coldly. You're dreaming. Let me tell you, the Sacred Clan is behind the Sacred Clan, one of the 2 great clans of the Tianshan domain. The bald man shouted. You talk too much. Boom. Lu Ming shouted and took a step forward. This step contained the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Crackle, crackle, crack, crack. The bald man's bones were broken and he lay on the ground like a pile of mud. I won't kill you. I'll let you slowly feel yourself turning into a refined corpse. Lu Ming sneered. No, Lu Ming, you'll die a horrible death. You won't be able to escape after I turn into a refined corpse. You won't be able to escape either. You'll become a refined corpse sooner or later. Ah. Seeing that there was no hope, the bald man laughed wildly. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He looked up. Whoosh. His body suddenly soared into the sky and he thrust his spear at the top of his head. A tricolored true dragon flew out. Whoosh, whoosh. Immediately, iron chains appeared in all directions, covering the sky and the sun. The iron chains lashed down on the tricolored dragon. There were too many iron chains, more than a few hundred of them. In just 2 breaths, the tricolored dragon collapsed and turned into nothingness. Lu Ming couldn't break out at all. He landed on the ground. Haha, it's useless. Lu Ming, you're dead meat too. The bald man laughed. Hee hee, you'll all become my refined corpses. That gloomy and cold laughter sounded again. Lu Ming frowned and sat down cross-legged to think of a solution. With my current strength, I can't break out of this 10,000 corpse array. What should I do? What should I do? Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of anxiety. He wasn't anxious because of his own safety. The corpse aura in the surroundings couldn't do anything to him. He just needed to wait a few days. Perhaps the experts of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace would come to save him. However, he couldn't afford to wait for a few days. Qiu Changkong and Xue Chao had already gone to the Blazing Sun Empire. With Xue Chao's strength as a martial king, the Mystic Essence Sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley couldn't compete with him and could only be destroyed. Qiu Changkong and Xue Chao should have arrived at the Blazing Sun Empire long ago. They should be mobilizing their troops and sending a large army to besiege the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Lu Ming didn't have much time left. That was why he was anxious. If the Mystic Essence Sword sect was destroyed and something happened to his parents, he would regret it for the rest of his life. How can I break out of this 10,000 corpse array? If I can break through to the Martial King realm now, I might be able to break out. Lu Ming's mind was racing. Martial King, Martial King. It was easier said than done to break through to the Martial King realm. During this period, Lu Ming's thunder will had improved the fastest. However, he was still a distance away from condensing the intent rune. It would be difficult to condense the intent rune in a short period of time. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then, a trace of madness flashed across his eyes. Now I can only take a risk. Lu Ming immediately focused his mind. In the next moment, his consciousness appeared in his mind. Looking at the huge lightning cauldron in front of him, the madness in Lu Ming's eyes intensified. Previously, he didn't dare to get too close to the lightning cauldron. He was afraid that the lightning on the lightning cauldron would destroy his mind and soul. But now Lu Ming decided to take a risk. He wanted to use the lightning energy on the lightning cauldron to speed up his comprehension of the thunder will and break through to the Martial King realm. Step. Lu Ming took a step forward and walked towards the lightning cauldron. Step by step, Lu Ming walked faster and faster. He quickly approached the lightning cauldron. Sizzle, lightning flickered on the lightning cauldron. A terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's manifested mind was trembling violently. However, the closer he got to the lightning cauldron, the clearer the thunder will became. Lu Ming felt that his comprehension of the thunder will was speeding up. Not enough. It's still not enough. I'm still far from it. Lu Ming's consciousness got closer to the lightning cauldron. Finally, Lu Ming was only a few meters away from the lightning cauldron. At this point, Lu Ming's consciousness started to tremble violently. It felt like it would dissipate at any moment. I'll go all out. Success or failure depends on this. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with madness and viciousness. In the next moment he suddenly took a step forward and charged forward. Then he threw a palm strike at the lightning cauldron. Bang! When the palm strike landed on the lightning cauldron, an unimaginably horrifying thunder will burst out and drown Lu Ming's consciousness. Chapter 474. Lu Ming's vision went black and he lost consciousness. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming finally regained some consciousness. However, he did not know where he was. It was as if he was floating in an endless void. At the same time, he felt numb and itchy all over his body. It was as if there was an endless electric current flowing through his body. Where am I? Lu Ming tried to open his eyes but found that it was pitch black and he could not see anything. However, he could feel that there was an endless intent realm around him. Thunder intent realm. What a strong thunder intent realm. I feel that I have become one with the thunder intent realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he immediately tried his best to comprehend the thunder intent realm. His comprehension of the thunder intent realm improved by leaps and bounds. It could only be described as terrifying. It was unknown how much time had passed, but his comprehension of the concept of thunder had become several times stronger than before. Lu Ming felt that he had reached a limit. The next step was to condense intent realm runes. Buzz. At this moment, the world shook and Lu Ming felt his vision blur. In the next moment, he saw that he was in midair and a palm had hit the thunder cauldron. Clang. The thunder cauldron shook slightly and a strong force surged out. Lu Ming's body could not help but fly backward. Step. Step. Lu Ming took a dozen steps back before he could stabilize himself. What's going on? Could it be that everything I've experienced before was just an instant? Lu Ming thought in shock. That action was the action he took when he hit the thunder cauldron. If that was the case, it would be extremely shocking. Let's go out and take a look. With a thought, Lu Ming left the sea of consciousness and looked at the bald man. The bald man hadn't died yet. He was still screaming miserably as the corpse chi continued to corrode his body. It seems that not much time has passed. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief, feeling more at ease. He was afraid that too much time had passed and he could not rush back to the Burning Sun Empire. Amazing. That lightning cauldron is really amazing. In just an instant, my thunder intent has increased by several times. However, such a thing can only happen once. It was too dangerous just now. Previously, Lu Ming had really thought that his soul had dissipated. Fortunately, for some unknown reason, he had managed to pull through in the end. However, even if he could survive this time, he might not be able to do so the next time. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lu Ming would not use this method to comprehend the concept of thunder. If things went wrong, his soul might really scatter. That would be an injustice. Now, can I start condensing the concept of lightning? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from Lu Ming's body. It was the pure aura of the concept of thunder. Of course, it was only an instant before the aura of lightning concept was completely restrained. Condense. Lu Ming let out a low growl. Through Lu Ming's 3 divine veins, the concept of thunder seemed to connect with the great Tao of heaven and earth. In the vast great Tao of heaven and earth, there was a great Tao of thunder that resonated with Lu Ming. Strands of concept appeared in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. Then, these strands of concept started to gather together. Soon, these strands of concept gathered together and gradually formed a rune. It was the concept of thunder rune. Not far away, the bald man was dumbfounded. He shouted in disbelief, condensing the concept rune and breaking through to the martial king realm. He is about to break through to the martial king realm. He could not believe what he had just seen. Previously, although Lu Ming's combat strength was extremely strong, it was mostly due to the fusion of 3 concepts and a powerful Tian rank martial skill. A single concept was not very strong. The strongest concept of thunder was still a long way from condensing the concept of thunder rune. However, in just a few minutes, Lu Ming's concept of thunder could actually condense the concept of thunder rune. This was simply unbelievable. You're cheating. The bald man screamed. Under such circumstances, the bald man could only use the word, cheating, to describe it. Damn it, you're trying to break through to the martial emperor realm at this time. Damn it. The icy voice could be heard once again. However, this time it was filled with panic. Die. The icy voice screamed. Over 100 iron chains were whipped toward Lu Ming from all directions. Rumble. However, at that instant the wind and clouds in the sky changed rapidly. Dark clouds gathered together, accompanied by flashes of lightning and roars of thunder. An unimaginably strong aura spread across the place. This suppression was the suppression of the heavens. The heavenly tribulation was necessary to break through to the martial emperor realm and condense the concept of thunder rune. Bring it on. Lu Ming suddenly rose from the ground. His concept of thunder was unleashed, which was extremely strong. He ignored the 100 iron chains that were whipping toward him. Rumble. Crack. In the next instant, the heavens and earth were lit up. Over 10 lightning bolts as thick as an arm descended from the sky and struck toward Lu Ming. Along the way, the iron chains were shattered into pieces by the lightning bolts. Edge. The cold voice shrieked. Bring it on. Lu Ming let out a roar. At that instant, an inch-long rune appeared above his head, shining brightly. Bang. Bang. Over 10 lightning bolts struck the concept of thunder rune above Lu Ming's head. The concept of thunder rune vibrated continuously, as if it was going to collapse at any time. Luckily, when the lightning bolts disappeared, the concept of thunder rune did not dissipate. Instead, it became even brighter and more solid. At the same time, Lu Ming felt his body going numb. A portion of the force of the tribulation flowed through his body through the concept of thunder rune, tempering his flesh and chi. Although the tribulation of thunder rune was dangerous when breaking through to the martial emperor realm, as long as one could survive it, the benefits would be great. Rumble. In the sky, the dark clouds continued to churn and the rumbling grew louder. It seemed that Lu Ming had managed to withstand a round of attacks and that had angered it. Dark clouds rolled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, as if an even stronger lightning tribulation was brewing. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He moved and rushed to the side. Around him he could faintly see figures. Those should be refined corpses. Lu Ming's body rushed over, and the tribulation cloud above his head moved with Lu Ming. The range of the dark cloud also enveloped the refined corpses. Ah boy, what are you doing? Get out of my way. Get out of my way. That gloomy voice screamed in panic. Chirp, 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 I'll let you have a taste of the lightning tribulation. Lu Ming sneered. The tribulation was a very magical moment. Any living being that was enveloped by the lightning tribulation would be struck by the lightning tribulation. Moreover, the stronger the living being was, the stronger the power of the lightning tribulation would be. However, the lightning tribulation that struck the person undergoing the tribulation was the same. It would not change. Therefore, when others were undergoing the tribulation, it was difficult for others to interfere. No matter how strong one's cultivation was or how high one's martial Tao realm was, they would not dare to help others. Because that would only bring trouble to themselves. Therefore, one could only rely on themselves to pass the tribulation. Sizzle, at this moment more than 10 lightning bolts struck down from the sky. Chapter 475. Half of the lightning struck toward Lu Ming, while the other half struck toward the refined corpses. Lu Ming controlled the intent runes and tried his best to resist. After dozens of booming sounds, Lu Ming successfully blocked this wave of thunder bombardment. The Rune of Thunder concept became even more sparkling and translucent. However, the refined corpses were much more miserable. Refined corpses were originally evil creatures. They were most afraid of lightning and fire, which were the most yang energy. Furthermore, the lightning calamity was their nemesis. After a wave of lightning calamity, at least 20 refined corpses were turned into charcoal. When the cold wind blew, they turned into dust and dissipated. Damn it, little bastard. There are only 3 waves of lightning calamity. Once the 3 waves are over, I will tear you into pieces. That cold and gloomy voice roared, filled with heartache. Obviously, those refined corpses were the corpses of the martial ancestor realm experts that they had killed from the illusory sword sect in the other 2 sections. He had set up the 10,000 corpse array to refine a powerful refined corpse. But now, more than 20 refined corpses had been destroyed. The 10,000 corpse array had been broken. His heart was bleeding. Is that so? Then let's continue. Lu Ming moved and rushed to the other side. There was also a pile of refined corpses here. The voice roared again and again, but there was nothing he could do. Rumble. Dozens of lightning strikes struck again. This time, the power of the lightning was stronger than the previous one. Half of it struck Lu Ming, and the other half struck the refined corpses. Block it. Lu Ming roared. He did not block the lightning but used all his strength to control the intent runes. Boom. Boom. Dazzling bolts of lightning constantly struck the concept rune. Every time they struck, the concept rune would tremble as if it were about to collapse. But in the next moment, it withstood the attacks and became even more solid. After the lightning passed, the intent runes did not dissipate. They were crystal clear and had the color of purple jade. On the side, dozens of refined corpses were turned into charcoal. Little bastard, the 3 waves of lightning have passed. Go to hell. That cold and gloomy voice sounded. At the same time, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. One by one, the refined corpses pounced on Lu Ming. Among the refined corpses, Lu Ming saw a youth in a black robe. The youth looked to be in his mid-20s. His face was pale and his eyes were long and narrow, filled with a cold light. Little bastard, I will refine you into my corpse and make you my puppet and fight for me for the rest of your life. The youth said coldly. Is that so? I'm afraid you won't get the chance. There was an inexplicable smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. He moved his feet and dashed toward the black-robed young man and the pile of refined corpses. Rumble. Above Lu Ming's head, lightning flashed and thunder roared. A terrifying pressure spread and seemed to be stronger than before. What? What is going on? Why is your lightning tribulation still not over after 3 rounds? No, retreat now. The black-robed young man's expression changed drastically. He screamed as he backed away frantically. However, it was too late for the refined corpses to retreat. Rumble. Another dozen bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. This time the power was even stronger. Lu Ming's eyes were bright and firm. He did not block the lightning and let the intent runes block it. The intent runes trembled like candles in the wind. They seemed like they would be extinguished at any moment, but they held on. The intent runes have grown longer. After the lightning, Lu Ming was surprised to find that the lightning intent runes had grown longer. At first it was only an inch, but now it had grown by a little. Normally, the newly formed intent runes were level 1 intent runes. Level 1 intent runes were divided into beginner, small success, great success, and perfection. Normally, Martial King Realm martial artists would comprehend level 1 intent runes. Coincidentally, the 4 levels corresponded to the 4 levels of Martial King Realm. Normally, low-level Martial Kings would comprehend level 1 intent runes. Their intent runes would be 1 inch longer. Small success Martial Kings would comprehend level 1 intent runes. Their intent runes would be 2 inches longer. So on and so forth. If a Martial King Realm martial artist wanted to break through, they had to break through their intent first before their cultivation could break through. Now, Lu Ming had not completely broken through to Martial King Realm, but his intent runes were already more than 1 inch long. This was extremely rare. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This was a good thing. Lu Ming was overjoyed, but the black-robed youth was roaring in anger. The previous wave of lightning had turned a large number of refined corpses into charcoal. At a glance, there were at least 50 corpses. The main reason was that the refined corpses were too concentrated. They were all wiped out. My refined corpses. The black-robed youth screamed. His heart was bleeding. Don't worry, there's more. Continue. Lu Ming laughed and rushed toward the other refined corpses. In the sky, there was actually another wave of lightning striking down. The 5th wave. Normally, when a martial artist broke through to Martial King Realm, there would only be 3 waves of lightning tribulation. But now Lu Ming's lightning tribulation had a 5th wave. The black-robed youth wanted to cry. Crackle. Another wave of lightning struck, turning a large number of refined corpses into charcoal. However, Lu Ming managed to survive it. His intent runes grew slightly longer, approaching 2 inches long. "You pervert, you monster!" the black-robed youth roared. He was extremely furious. His cultivation had reached the 3rd layer martial emperor realm, making him extremely powerful. Under normal circumstances, he was confident that he could kill Lu Ming with a single slap. However, he did not dare to do so under the circumstances. He was afraid that if he were to attack, the lightning tribulation would envelop him and drag him into it. He roared in his heart. Once Lu Ming was done with the tribulation, he would have 100 evil ways to deal with Lu Ming. "Scolding me? Come at me together." Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he dashed toward the black-robed youth. "Little bastard, what are you doing?" The black-robed youth was shocked and quickly backed off. 9 dragons stomping the heavens. Lu Ming executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and took 2 steps forward, causing his figure to disappear. In the next instant, he appeared not far away from the black-robed youth. Meanwhile, the tribulation cloud appeared above Lu Ming's head in the blink of an eye. This time, the black-robed youth was encapsulated within it. "No, no, no." The black-robed youth's expression changed tremendously as he let out a crazy scream. Rumble. The only response he received was a sky full of lightning. This time there were more than 100 lightning strikes striking down. Most of them were aimed at the black-robed youth. Furthermore, each of the lightning strikes was more than 10 times stronger than the ones aimed at Lu Ming. The black-robed youth yelled in a frenzy as he tried his best to defend himself. However, as the lightning strikes struck downward, the black-robed youth's head was badly damaged, causing his body to emit a gray mist. The mist was the corpse chi which was emitted by the lightning strikes. The black-robed youth spat out mouthfuls of blood as he let out cries of agony. "Block it." This time, Lu Ming did not rely on his intent runes to block the lightning strikes. He held the spear in his hand and leapt into the air, blocking half of the lightning strikes. Bang! Bang! Chapter 476. In the end, the 6th wave of lightning passed. However, the dark clouds in the sky had yet to dissipate. They seemed to be extremely furious and were surging crazily as if they were going to exert all their strength to destroy the 2 ants below. "No, no, how can this be? Why isn't it over yet? You can't do this, you can't do this." Seeing this scene, the black-robed youth was scared out of his wits and screamed in horror. However, in the next moment, rumble, lightning fell. This time, the power of the lightning was several times stronger than before. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely solemn. Boom. In the next moment, both his bloodlines were activated, and the wind and fire concepts were also released. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and continuously attacked the lightning falling from the sky. Boom. Boom. Every time a lightning fell, Lu Ming's body would tremble violently. His muscles and bones trembled as if they were about to be torn apart. And when some lightning struck the runes of the thunder concept, the runes twisted crazily and trembled as if they were about to collapse at any time. "Hold on, I must hold on." Lu Ming roared in his heart and tried his best to resist. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming stabbed out with the long spear and a 3-colored vacuum flew out, but it dissipated after being hit by a few lightning bolts. Then the lightning bolts struck Lu Ming's body one after another. Lu Ming coughed up blood as his body fell to the ground, crashing into a big pit. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming rushed out of the pit and continued to resist. Boom. Boom. There were a few more thunderbolts. Cracks appeared on Lu Ming's body and beads of blood seeped out from them continuously. The 7th wave of lightning was too strong. Lu Ming was miserable, but the black-robed youth was even more miserable. He screamed again and again as a large amount of fog emerged from his body. Blood spurted out of his mouth and his body was smoking. His body was almost broken and there were many charred pits. In the end, his body was almost broken into 2, and even his bones and organs could be seen. Those who practiced the evil sex martial arts were most afraid of lightning. It was much more difficult for them to pass the tribulation compared to other martial artists. At this moment they were naturally in a miserable state. However, the black-robed youth was indeed powerful. His life force was incomparably exuberant. He was able to pull through like this, but his injuries were incomparably heavy. He had almost died. When the lightning dissipated, he desperately flew into the distance. An incomparably resentful shout echoed between heaven and earth. "Little bastard, I swear I won't be a man if I don't get my revenge." The voice disappeared and the person also went far away. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky finally dispersed, and the world returned to tranquility. Huff huff, Lu Ming let out a few long breaths. The lightning tribulation, the further it went, the stronger it became. By the 7th round, Lu Ming was already on the verge of being unable to withstand it. Everyone else has 3 wheels, but I actually have 7. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. However, the benefits were self-evident. Lu Ming's intent runes shone brilliantly like sparkling purple jade. Most importantly, his intent runes were actually 2 inches long. This was already a level 1 intent rune that had reached the lesser success stage. An ordinary lesser success stage king's intent realm cultivation was only at this level. He had just passed the lightning tribulation, but his intent had already reached the lesser success stage. If others saw this, they would be scared to death. Not far away there was indeed a person. It was the bald man. At this moment he was still alive. He looked at Lu Ming in disbelief and screamed in horror, "How is this possible? How is this possible?" He had cultivated for dozens of years, but his intent runes were only 2 inches long. Compared to Lu Ming, it was like heaven and earth. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He sat cross-legged and circulated the true dragon battle art with all his might. At this moment, it was the final crucial stone inscription. After being tempered by the lightning, the true qi in Lu Ming's body had completely transformed into true yuan. It was a 100% transformation. At the same time, the vortex in his dantian spun crazily. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth frantically gathered towards Lu Ming. However, this amount of spiritual qi was far from enough. Lu Ming waved his hand, and piles of supreme-grade spiritual crystals appeared around him. Explode! Lu Ming's arm shook. Suddenly, bam, bam. At least 20,000 pieces of the supreme spiritual crystals exploded, and an endless amount of spiritual qi gushed out. The 9 dragons' bloodline opened its mouth and sucked in the surging spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth continuously transformed into true yuan. The true yuan in Lu Ming's body began to increase crazily and became stronger. Now, although Lu Ming had broken through, the amount of true yuan in his body had not caught up. Now he had to replenish the amount of true yuan. Moreover, Lu Ming cultivated the true dragon battle art and had already reached the 9th level. His true yuan was extremely strong, and the amount of spiritual qi he needed was too much. The 20,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals were quickly consumed. Lu Ming took out another 20,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. He continued to devour and refine them crazily. The true yuan in Lu Ming's body continued to increase, and the aura he emitted became stronger and stronger. This was the aura of a king. In this way, Lu Ming finished devouring the 20,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals and took out another 20,000. In total he did this 8 times. In other words, Lu Ming had devoured a total of 160,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. What kind of terrifying number was this? Not far away, the bald burly man was almost scared to death. His eyes were in a daze as he looked at Lu Ming. He kept muttering to himself, "Demon, this is a demon. I shouldn't have listened to Palace Master Thunder's bewitchment and dealt with such a demon. Palace Master Thunder, if you don't kill him now, you will die sooner or later." The bald man laughed loudly. After a while, his aura rapidly weakened and he died just like that. At this moment, Lu Ming stood up. His eyes flickered with excitement. "Martial King, is this the Martial King realm? Too strong." The difference between a half-step Martial King and a Martial King is like heaven and earth. No wonder people say that those below the Martial King realm are ants. Lu Ming felt the boundless true yuan in his body inside. Now, his true yuan was 10 times stronger than before. Furthermore, it was 100% pure. When he circulated it, there was no difficulty at all. My physical body has also reached the peak of grade 6. Lu Ming discovered that after experiencing the tempering of the thunder tribulation, his physical body was 1 step closer to the peak of grade 6. He was only 1 step away from attaining grade 7. The most important thing is the state. Lu Ming carefully sensed and discovered a 2-inch-long state talisman quietly floating in his sea of consciousness. Lu Ming stretched out his palm and grabbed the air. Instantly, the power of the thunderbolt in the universe gathered crazily in Lu Ming's palm. In the blink of an eye, a long spear that was completely condensed by thunderbolts appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Sizzle, thunder flickered and there was a burnt smell in the air. Even the air was burnt by the power of thunder. Shwa! Lu Ming waved his hand and the thunder spear turned into a bolt of lightning and flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it flew out of the deep pit and into the clouds before exploding. Rumble! In the sky, thunder and lightning filled the sky. Grade 1 Small Success Thunder Realm. How strong, how strong. Chapter 477. The lesser success stage of a first-level intent was the intent of the lesser success stage of the Martial Emperor realm. However, Lu Ming had already mastered it. Just how strong is my current combat strength? It shouldn't be a problem for me to defeat a second-layer Martial Emperor realm cultivator. Lu Ming pondered. The difference between each layer of the Martial Emperor realm was extremely huge. It was extremely difficult to defeat someone with a higher level. Furthermore, those who were able to break through to the Martial Emperor realm were usually Battle 3 geniuses. In other words, any Martial Emperor realm cultivator would be a Battle 3 geniuses at the Martial Ancestor realm. Those Battle 4 geniuses or even Battle 5 geniuses at the Martial Ancestor realm would not be able to defeat someone with a higher level after breaking through to the Martial Emperor realm. At most, they would be the best among their peers. Those who were able to defeat someone with a higher level after breaking through to the Martial Emperor realm were definitely rare geniuses. Lu Ming was currently at the early first-layer Martial Emperor realm. With the help of the true Battle Dragon technique, the combination of 3 intents, and the 3 unique skills of the Dragon God, he was confident that he could defeat or even kill a peak second-layer Martial Emperor realm cultivator. Together with the Thunder intent of lesser success stage, Lu Ming's strength would be even more terrifying. Third-layer Martial Emperor realm cultivators, I should be able to defeat them, right? Lu Ming mumbled. After all, the Martial Emperor realm was too unfamiliar to Lu Ming. Without fighting them, Lu Ming would not be able to tell. If I were to combine the wind and fire intents into intent runes, my strength would be truly strong. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. However, combining the wind and fire intents into intent runes was not something that could be done in a short period of time. He had to do it step by step. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared before the bald man. With a wave of his hand, he kept the storage ring of the bald man. At the same time, a powerful devouring force burst out and devoured the blood essence of the bald man. Qiu Changkong Shuachao, just you wait. This time, I swear I'm not a human if I don't kill you. With a deep roar, Lu Ming's figure sprang into the sky and turned into a ray of light, rushing toward the Cloud Emperor mountain range and the blazing Sun Empire. As he hurried along, he refined the bald man's blood essence. He didn't absorb the energy of the blood essence and transform it into true essence. Instead, he used all the power of the blood essence to enhance his bloodline. The blood essence of a peak first-layer Martial King realm martial artist was extremely rich. The 9 Dragons bloodline was being refined crazily. His entire body was glowing with a bloody light. His 5 silver chakras were flickering with a dazzling silver light. After a while, another chakra appeared on the 9 Dragons bloodline. The 6th silver chakra. 6th level king grade bloodline. The 6th chakra of the 9 Dragons bloodline was pale silver at the beginning. Gradually, its color deepened and finally turned dark silver like the other 5 chakras. Only then did the bald man's blood essence run out. The blood essence of a bald man was enough to raise Lu Ming's bloodline by an entire level. If a few more of them come, won't my bloodline rise to the 7th or 8th level of the king realm? Lu Ming thought excitedly, then shook his head. The higher one's bloodline was, the harder it was to raise it. Especially from the 6th level to the 7th level of the king grade bloodline. There were many people with the 6th level of the king grade bloodline, but very few people with the 7th level of the king grade bloodline. Quick, quick. Lu Ming hurried on with all his might. However, he didn't use the 9 Dragon sky-stomping steps because it would consume too much of his true essence. Even so, Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. Endless mountains and rivers passed under Lu Ming. Lu Ming flew across the sky like a bolt of lightning. A few martial grandmasters were flying in the sky when they suddenly felt a bolt of lightning flashing over their heads. What followed was a series of sonic booms. Then, a violent gust of wind blew over, almost blowing the martial grandmasters away. So powerful. What was that? Just by flying, it caused such a terrifying power. A younger martial grandmaster's face changed greatly. A king-grade bloodline. It must be a king-grade bloodline. And it's not an ordinary one. It's too powerful, a white-haired elder said in a deep voice. The few of them gasped. They looked in the direction that Lu Ming flew past with some respect and awe. Thousands of miles of land passed under Lu Ming's body as he hurried towards the blazing Sun Empire. However, this place was too far away from the blazing Sun Empire. Even with Lu Ming's current speed, it would take at least 5 days. In the meeting hall of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect in the blazing Sun Empire, the upper echelons of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, the upper echelons of the Crimson Cloud Valley, and Hua Qi were all seated. However, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. This was because a few days ago the Decimo Sword Sect suddenly sent out an army and launched a fierce attack on the territory of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect in the Crimson Cloud Valley. For a time, the allied forces of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, Huaqi, and the Crimson Cloud Valley were defeated. They couldn't resist at all. The experts of the various forces also suffered heavy casualties. They had no choice but to withdraw their forces and retreat continuously. In these few days, the Decimo Sword Sect's army was almost at the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Now, the Crimson Cloud Valley had completely abandoned their sect and joined the Mystic Essence Sword Sect to defend against the Decimo Sword Sect's attack. How did this happen? Why did the Decimo Sword Sect's army suddenly become so strong? The Crimson Cloud Valley Master Ling Padian slammed the table and roared. Most importantly, the Decimo Sword Sect's army has an additional army of 100,000 people. It's too strong. Even the Crimson Bloodscale Wolf army couldn't resist it. Huaqi said with a solemn expression. It's said that the army is wearing armor with a sun embroidered on it. It's confirmed that they are the Sun Army from the Blood Zhao Empire's Great Sun Palace. Lin Shui sighed and said. The moment she said that, the atmosphere became even more solemn. It's really the Sun Army from the Great Sun Palace. But why would the Great Sun Palace send troops to help the Decimo Sword Sect? Ling Padian shouted. The only person who can make the Great Sun Palace send troops to help the Decimo Sword Sect is probably Qiu Changkong. He came with the identity of the Tian Divine Guard, so the Great Sun Palace had to give him face. Lin Shui's frown deepened. Qiu Changkong, how dare he? Isn't he afraid that Lu Ming? Speaking up to hear, Ling Padian stopped as a bad feeling flashed across his eyes. The others felt the same. If Qiu Changkong dared to make a move, did something happen to Lu Ming? It can't be. Brother Lu is a genius. How could something happen to him so easily? Huaqi shook his head in disbelief. However, the atmosphere was still solemn. Although they didn't want to believe it, it was a fact that Qiu Changkong led the army to attack. No matter what, we have to hold on. Lin Shui gritted her teeth and said. At this moment, a figure ran in anxiously and shouted, Not good. Sect Master, the Decimo Sword Sect Master Qiu Weiyang, led an elite army and is outside the sect. What? So fast? Everyone in the main hall was shocked. Gather everyone and fight the enemy with me. Chapter 478. When they arrived at the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's mountain gate, they saw that outside the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, there was an army as far as the eye could see. The army was divided into two groups. One of them was clad in golden armor, and they were riding golden lions that looked like little golden suns. There were at least 100,000 soldiers. The Sun Legion was the Sun Legion of the Great Sun Palace. On the other side of the Sun Legion was a legion wearing blue battle armor. This legion was the most elite of the 10 Direction Sword Sect, and there were about 100,000 of them. The two legions added up to 200,000, and their aura was so powerful that it made many disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect break out in cold sweat. It was with these two elite legions that the Decimo Sword Sect broke through and unexpectedly arrived before the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Shua. When Lin Shui and the others came out, a figure charged out from the 10 Direction Sword Sect's army and stood in the air with a powerful aura. It was Qiu Weiyang, the sect master of the 10 Direction Sword Sect. Lin Shui, you're already at the end of the road. Surrender now and perhaps we can spare your life. Qiu Weiyang stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Lin Shui with disdain. Shua. Lin Shui took a step forward and also floated in the air, facing Qiu Weiyang. Qiu Weiyang, you've only borrowed external power. It's not much. Lin Shui said coldly. Haha, Lin Shui, you're too naive. The winner takes all. You still don't understand this principle. No wonder you lost. Qiu Weiyang laughed complacently. Lin Shui didn't look at him and instead looked at the Sun Legion. She cupped her fists and said, Everyone from the Great Sun Palace, my Mystic Essence Sword Sect has never offended the Great Sun Palace. Why did you send an army to surround us? Never offended our Great Sun Palace? What a joke. 3 figures flew out from the Sun Legion. Each of them wore golden battle armor and had a powerful aura. These 3 were all half-step kings. The one in the middle was a burly man who was more than 2 meters tall. He was the one who had just spoken. He looked at Lin Shui coldly and said, Your Mystic Essence Sword Sect has a grudge with my Great Sun Palace for a long time. You just don't know about it. The old grudge he was talking about was the matter between Lu Ming and Yang Liuji. Lin Shui naturally didn't know about it and was stunned. The burly man sneered and continued, Moreover, even if there were no old grudges, all of you should still be destroyed. Who asked you to offend the genius of the Dtion Divine Guards? Dtion Divine Guard? It is indeed the Dtion Divine Guard. Chiu Changkong, is it you? At this moment Ling Padian flew up to the sky and stood beside Lin Shui. Ah, that's me. At that moment, a figure flew out from the army of the Decimo Sword faction. It was Chiu Changkong. Chiu Changkong's eyes were cold as he laughed. Lin Shui, Ling Padian, the Burning Sun Empire should be unified. You are so stubborn you are digging your own graves. Chiu Changkong, as the Empyrean Divine Guard, you actually used your personal authority to mobilize the armies of other empires and start a war. You have violated the rules of the Empyrean Divine Palace. If this matter is investigated, you will not be able to escape punishment. Lin Shui said. Investigate? Ah, what a joke. With just the two of you? Even if you report me to the Empyrean Divine Palace, who would listen to you? Who would investigate a genius like me, the Empyrean Divine Guard, just because of ants from a small empire? What a joke. Chiu Changkong laughed without any fear. Damn it. Lin Shui, Ling Padian, and the others gritted their teeth as their anger soared. However, they felt helpless in their hearts. They understood that Chiu Changkong was right. They were just a few half-step kings from small empires. In the eyes of the Empyrean Divine Palace, they had no weight at all. Even if they reported, no one would care about them. Chiu Changkong, don't be arrogant. Lu Ming is an Eastern Sky Divine Guard. If he knows about this matter, he will definitely not let this matter rest. Hua Qi shouted from the mountain peak of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Lu Ming, I advise you not to expect anything from Lu Ming. He is probably already dead. Chiu Changkong sneered. Impossible? Chiu Changkong, you are bullshitting. How could anything happen to Lu Ming? You are still alive, so how could Lu Ming die? Hua Qi shouted. Hua Qi. Chiu Changkong roared as a cold killing intent burst out from his body. His body emitted a mountain-like aura that was extremely terrifying. Half-Step King, you have reached the Half-Step King realm? Lin Shui shouted in disbelief. At this moment, the aura that Chiu Changkong emitted was indeed the aura of a Half-Step King. It seemed like Chiu Changkong's cultivation had also improved greatly during this period of time. His cultivation had reached the peak of martial ancestor realm and he had comprehended a trace of thunder intent. He was indeed in the Half-Step King realm. Ling Padian, Hua Qi, Shengguan Ming, Yen Quan, and the others' faces turned ugly. In such a short period of time, Chiu Changkong's cultivation had already reached the Half-Step King realm. It was terrifying. Chiu Changkong sneered, looking at Lin Shui and the others as if he was looking at ants. In the end, he looked at Hua Qi and shouted coldly, Hua Qi, how dare you? I'm a Dtion Divine Guard. You're just a prince of a fallen empire, how dare you scold me? You're simply courting death. Now I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to me in front of everyone. I will spare your life. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. Chiu Changkong, kill me if you dare. You want me to kneel down and apologize? Impossible. Hua Qi shouted coldly, not giving Chiu Changkong any face. You are courting death. Chiu Changkong's gaze turned cold as his palms slashed out like a sword. A lightning sword instantly crossed the void and slashed towards Hua Qi. It was fast, indescribably fast. Lin Shui, Ling Padian, and the others wanted to help, but it was too late. 8th Prince, be careful. Beside Hua Qi, an aged figure suddenly rushed out. His body emitted a vast aura as he slashed out a saber light. However, the blade light was shattered like tofu by Chiu Changkong's sword light. Poof. Blood spurted out as the old figure was split into two by Chiu Changkong's sword light. Imperial Grandfather. Hua Qi let out an earth-shattering roar. The person who stood in front of Hua Qi was the last imperial uncle of the imperial family. He was the last martial ancestor realm 9th realm expert and he had died just like that. The imperial uncle had been standing beside Hua Qi and that was why he was able to save Hua Qi's life in time. Chiu Changkong, I will fight you to the death. Hua Qi's eyes were red as he stared at Chiu Changkong. You're just an ant. You want to fight to the death with me? Die. Chiu Changkong shouted coldly as he slashed out another blade light. Clang. This time Lin Shui was prepared. Her aura surged as she slashed out a blade light towards Chiu Changkong's blade light. Boom. There was an earth-shattering explosion and a figure was forced to retreat. It was Lin Shui. At that moment, her body was trembling. The crowd saw a deep wound on Lin Shui's chest that was bleeding profusely. Hiss. The sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. Chapter 479. Lin Shui, the sect leader of the Mystic Essence Sword sect and a half-step king, was injured by Chiu Changkong in one move. Moreover, Qiu Changkong didn't seem to have used his full strength. Qiu Changkong's battle power was too horrifying. Everyone on the Mystic Essence Sword sect's side was shocked. Don't think that you can stop me just because you're a half-step king. Let me tell you, you're just an ant in front of me. Qiu Changkong looked down at Lin Shui from above, looking extremely arrogant. Lin Shui's face turned ugly as she retreated quickly. At the same time, Ling Padian followed behind her and the two retreated back to the sect gate. Activate the sect protection array. Lin Shui yelled. As Lin Shui's voice rang out, the Qilin Peak, Azure Dragon Peak, Vermilion Bird Peak, Black Tortoise Peak, and White Tiger Peak of the Mystic Essence Sword sect trembled slightly. Then, an extremely dazzling light as large as a mountain shot out from each of them. The 5 lights converged and formed a huge light screen that covered the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect. Within the array, endless sword chi flowed, protecting the Mystic Essence Sword sect. This array had been damaged from the inside by the Duanmu family during the battle of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Now, it had been completely repaired and its power was even stronger than before. Stop me? Dream on. Qiu Changkong snorted as his bloodline appeared. At the same time, a battle sword with lightning appeared in his hand. Slash. Qiu Changkong shouted and slashed out with his combat sword. A dazzling thunderbolt sword chi slashed towards the Mystic Essence Sword sect's protective array. The protective formation of the Mystic Essence Sword sect trembled slightly. In a flash of light, a sword ray as large as a mountain was formed. It flew out and collided with Qiu Changkong's sword chi. With a loud boom, the 2 sword lights disappeared without a trace. Everyone on the Mystic Essence Sword sect let out a sigh of relief. With the sect protection array, it wouldn't be easy for Qiu Changkong to break through. Damn it. Qiu Changkong roared and wanted to continue attacking. Junior brother, let me do it. At this moment, a faint voice sounded. Then Xueqiao walked out with his hands behind his back and appeared in front of Qiu Changkong. Senior brother. It would be great if you could make a move. Qiu Changkong was overjoyed. Yes. Xueqiao nodded and turned to look at the Mystic Essence Sword sect. His eyes were filled with disdain as he said, it's just a small array. Child's play. Who can it stop? With that, Xueqiao took another step forward and appeared above the Mystic Essence Sword sect, overlooking the entire sect. Who is this person? Lin Shui and the others looked worried. Boom. At this moment, Xueqiao's aura erupted without the slightest restraint. A mighty and terrifying aura filled the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect. As soon as Lin Shui and the other half-step kings sensed this aura, their faces changed drastically and became deathly pale. A king? This is the aura of a king. This is a king. Lin Shui roared in horror. Her eyes were full of shock. How could this be? Even the kings of the Tian Divine Guards have been mobilized. Ling Padian also roared. What? Was this a king? Heavens, such a young king? We're finished. We're finished. The Mystic Essence Sword sect was in an uproar. Countless shocked eyes looked at Xueqiao in the air. Seeing the expressions of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Xueqiao felt extremely comfortable. He loved the look of awe on her face. Just a small array. Break for me. Xueqiao roared and waved his hand. Boundless lightning energy gathered toward Xueqiao. A 1,000-meter-long lightning sword formed in the air and slashed toward the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Activate the array. Activate the array. Defend with all your might. Lin Shui roared. The array shook violently. Boundless light gathered and formed a huge sword that slashed toward Xueqiao's lightning sword. Boom. This time, however, the giant sword formed by the Mystic Essence Sword sect's great protective array was instantly destroyed. However, the huge lightning sword did not stop there. Instead, it landed heavily on the Mystic Essence Sword sect's protective array. Boom. With an earth-shattering boom, the Mystic Essence Sword sect's grand protective array collapsed. 5 consecutive explosions occurred on the Qilin Peak and the other 4 peaks. Smoke and dust filled the air. This was the explosion of the Grand Protective Formation's foundation. The people controlling the Grand Protective Formation were either killed or injured. Countless people on the Mystic Essence Sword sect were dumbfounded as they looked at Xueqiao in fear. Heavens! The great sect protecting formation is broken. It was broken in one move. How can he be so strong? Is this the power of a king? Countless people cried out in shock. Lin Shui, Ling Padian, Hua Qi, and the others looked at Xueqiao with fear in their eyes. He was too strong. They were like ants in front of such power. Not only them but even Qiu Weiyang and the experts of the Sun Corps looked at Xuechao with reverence. A king was beyond the scope of ordinary people. Aha, what kind of array is this? It can't even block one move from my senior brother. Qiu Changkong laughed. Everyone listen up. Prepare for battle. Lin Shui roared. At this point what else could he do? They could only fight. If you want to fight with me? You're not even enough for me to kill. How about this, I'll give you a chance. As long as you surrender I'll spare your life. How about it? Who wants to surrender? Xuechao sneered as his gaze swept across the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect. Some people's eyes flickered. They were obviously tempted. People of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, listen up. We'd rather die than live in dishonor. If we surrender we'll be cursed for thousands of years. I'd rather die than surrender. Lin Shui roared. People of the Crimson Cloud Valley would also rather die than surrender. Ling Padian also roared. People of the royal family will never surrender. Hua Qi also shouted. Ah, good, very good. Since that's the case I'll give you a few days to consider. If you want to surrender you can come and find me. If you don't surrender when the time is up, I'll kill you without mercy. When he said the last sentence, a terrifying killing intent erupted from Xuechao's body and enveloped the entire place. Many people shuddered. Surround the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect. Don't let anyone escape. Xuechao ordered Qiu Weiyang. Yes, yes. Qiu Weiyang quickly nodded. Then Xuechao turned around and came to Qiu Changkong's side. If Lu Ming is still alive he'll definitely come when he hears the news. We'll give Lu Ming a few days to come here and die. Xuechao whispered to Qiu Changkong. Senior brother is wise. With master's arrangement, if Lu Ming is still alive and comes here, he'll also die. Ah, I really hope that he's still alive and can come here. I'll kill his family and friends in front of him and make him regret offending me. Chapter 480. They had surrounded the Mystic Essence Sword sect but did not kill them because they were waiting for Lu Ming to arrive. Moreover, Xuechao and Qiu Changkong hated and feared Lu Ming at the same time. They would not be at ease until they confirmed that Lu Ming was dead. Rumble. The Solar Legion and the Decimo Sword Sect's legions spread out and surrounded the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Xuechao waved his hand and a jade table and a few jade chairs appeared. The table and chairs floated in the air and Xuechao sat on one of the chairs. Qiu Changkong immediately took out a pot of wine and poured a cup for Xuechao. He also poured a cup for himself and accompanied Xuechao as they waited. Lin Shui and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. They're trying to use psychological warfare to force those with weak wills to surrender. They're trying to humiliate us. Hua Qi said in a deep voice. The other party had a martial king expert and could easily crush them. However, they were not doing anything. In their opinion, they were trying to humiliate them. Sigh. Lin Shui sighed. Even if they knew, what could they do? They were not as strong as the other party. Stay at your post and wait for any changes. Lin Shui ordered. He sat cross-legged in front of the mountain gate and stared at Qiu Changkong and the others. Then Ling Padian, Hua Qi, and the other higher-ups also sat cross-legged in front of the mountain gate. Remember, if you want to live, surrender now. It'll be too late by the time I change my mind. Xuechao drank his wine and his cold voice spread throughout the Mystic Essence Sword sect. In the Mystic Essence Sword sect, many people had different expressions. Some people were filled with righteous indignation and were ready to die. Some people's eyes flickered and wandered. Time passed slowly and the atmosphere in the Mystic Essence Sword sect became more and more oppressive. I surrender. I choose to surrender. Suddenly, someone ran out from the foot of the mountain and shouted loudly. A middle-aged man ran out frantically. It's a deacon of the White Tiger Institute. Damn it, he's been with the Duanmu family for too long. He's a traitor. A golden-robed elder roared. Ah, good. We won't kill him if he surrenders. Sect leader Qiu, he'll be part of the Decimo Sword sect from now on. Xuechao laughed. Yes. Qiu Changkong nodded. I surrender too. I want to surrender too. At this time, more people shouted and ran outside. There were more than 10 people. Traitor, damn traitor. Someone roared. The crowd could tell that these people were originally from the White Tiger Hall. It's good that they're gone. Lin Shui said. Then everyone fell silent. However, the atmosphere in the Mystic Essence Sword sect became even more oppressive. The first day passed just like that. Apart from the dozen or so people who had surrendered from the White Tiger Hall, no one else surrendered. On the second day, the people's hearts became even more unstable. Some people became more and more anxious. This was like waiting for death. Who could endure it? Although Lin Shui and the others knew, there was nothing they could do. The third day. I surrender. I surrender. On the third day, someone finally shouted and rushed out of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. This time it wasn't limited to the White Tiger courtyard. People from the other courtyards also began to rush out of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. There were bronze-ranked disciples, silver-ranked disciples, and even elders. Alas. Lin Shui sighed as if she had aged a lot in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it was the fourth day. On the fourth day, the number of people who surrendered suddenly increased greatly. I surrender. The people who were shouting to surrender were all over the place. There were at least a few thousand people. There were people from the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Crimson Cloud Valley, and the Imperial family. Damn it, traitor, damn traitor. Ling Padian flew into a rage. He wanted to rush out and kill those who surrendered. However, the number of people who surrendered continued to increase. On the fourth day there were close to 4,000 people who surrendered. On the fifth day there were fewer people who surrendered, but there were still about 1,000 people who surrendered. On the sixth day, Xueqiao suddenly slammed the table heavily. More than 5 days have passed and Lu Ming still hasn't come. In my opinion, Lu Ming is already dead. Xueqiao said. Senior brother, why don't we wait a few more days? What if Lu Ming isn't dead? Qiu Changkong said. He was afraid of Lu Ming from the bottom of his heart. Junior brother, what are you afraid of? Let's attack first and take them all down. It won't be too late to wait. Xueqiao said. Then alright, let's do as senior brother said. Qiu Changkong nodded. Xueqiao stood up and took a step forward. Bang. At this moment, Lin Shui suddenly stood up, and a powerful aura erupted from her body. Who will fight with me? Me. Ling Padian roared. Me too. Shengguan Ming Yen Quan, and the other 2 half-step kings from the Mystic Essence Sword sect in Crimson Cloud Valley, as well as some golden-robed elders, all responded. Their auras erupted and gathered together, stirring up the wind and clouds. With a low roar, a tall figure appeared beside Lin Shui and the others. It was the Golden-Eye Blood Zombie. Haha, mere half-step kings and some ants who aren't even half-step kings want to fight with me? You're overestimating yourselves. You're courting death. Xueqiao sneered. A dog like you dares to attack the Mystic Essence Sword sect? You're even more overestimating yourself. You're courting death. As Xueqiao's voice fell, another cold voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Xueqiao and Qiu Changkong's bodies shook violently as they cried out involuntarily, Lu Ming. As for Lin Shui, Hua Qi and the others, their bodies also shook violently as they cried out, Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Everyone couldn't help but look toward the source of the voice. In the distant sky, a bolt of lightning flashed and flew over. Too fast, it was really too fast. A moment ago it was at least a few dozen li away, but in the next moment, it was right in front of them. With a flash of lightning, a handsome figure appeared in the sky. If it wasn't Lu Ming, who else could it be? Good, I've made it. Lu Ming's gaze swept over and he immediately felt relieved. In these 5 days he hadn't slept or rested as he madly rushed over. He had finally made it. Lu Ming, why did you come alone? The other side has a king. Hurry up and leave, and report this matter to the upper echelons of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Lin Shui hurriedly cried out. That's right. Lu Ming, hurry up and leave. As Emperor Heaven Divine Guards, they actually abused their authority and mobilized the Blood Zhao Empire's army. This is against the rules of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. As long as you report this, I don't think they will dare to do anything to us. Hua Qi also cried out. The other side had a king and Lu Ming wasn't their opponent at all. It was better to leave first and report the situation to the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Lu Ming was an Eastern Sky Divine Guard, and his status wasn't something they could compare to. As long as he reported the situation, the upper echelons of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace would definitely pay attention to it. It's fine. Lu Ming waved his hand slightly, and Lin Shui and the others quieted down. Unknowingly, Lu Ming already had great prestige in the hearts of Lin Shui and the rest. Chapter 481. As soon as he said that, Xueqiao and Qiu Changkong's faces darkened. How dare you insult my master? You're courting death. Xueqiao shouted. Insult your master? I called him an old dog because I think highly of him. Today I'll kill you first and then kill that old dog in the future. Lu Ming said coldly. Lin Shui and the others were stunned when they heard that. Although they didn't know who Xueqiao's master was, Xueqiao himself was a king. Therefore they knew that Xueqiao's master was definitely extraordinary. Moreover, what did Lu Ming just say? Kill Xueqiao. Kill a king? They couldn't wrap their heads around it. Haha, Lu Ming, you want to kill me? You're the one who's going to die today. Xueqiao laughed maniacally. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered and took a step forward toward Xueqiao. Lu Ming, don't be afraid of me. I'll let you have a taste of my new ultimate skill, the immortal lightning slash. Xueqiao roared and a battle sword that was flickering with lightning appeared in his hand. The aura of a martial king erupted from his body. He became one with the sword and turned into a lightning sword light that charged toward Lu Ming. Be careful. Lin Shui and the others shouted in horror. However, it was too late. The sword light arrived in front of Lu Ming in an instant. It was too fast. At that moment they were in despair. They thought that Lu Ming would most likely die under the sword. However, what happened next petrified them. Whoosh. With one hand behind his back, Lu Ming used his other hand to slap him. Then Xueqiao's attack, sword chi and lightning were all defeated in an instant. Slap. A loud slap resounded throughout the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect. Lu Ming's slap landed on Xueqiao's face. Xueqiao flew a few thousand meters away and spun a few hundred times in the air before coming to a stop. One side of his face was swollen like a pig's head. Not a single tooth was left in his mouth, and blood was flowing down his face continuously. However, Xueqiao didn't seem to have any reaction to this. His eyes were wide open as he looked at Lu Ming with a dumbfounded expression. Qiu Changkong was stunned, Qiu Weiyang was stunned, and so were the experts of the Solar Legion. On the Mystic Essence Sword sect's side, Lin Shui, Ling Padian, Hua Qi Yen Quan, and the others were completely dumbfounded. The entire place was silent. Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape. Xueqiao was a king-level figure. 5 days ago, Xueqiao had destroyed the Mystic Essence Sword sect's grand formation with a casual slash of his sword. His strength made people despair. But now, such a powerful king had unleashed all his strength to kill Lu Ming, but Lu Ming had sent him flying with a slap as though he was a chick. What was going on? How was this possible? Everyone's brains seemed to have short-circuited, unable to react for a moment. Martial King, Lu Ming, you actually broke through to the Martial King realm. After a while, Xueqiao finally let out a hysterical scream. His voice was filled with disbelief. How long had it been? Lu Ming had broken through to the Martial King realm. He simply couldn't accept it. After all, he had been a half-step king for several years, accumulating strength for several years before he was lucky enough to break through. But now, how long had it been since Lu Ming had broken through? Monster, he's a monster. Xueqiao felt his heart trembling as he emitted endless fear. What? Xueqiao's scream ignited the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect. What? Lu Ming, he broke through to the Martial King realm? Martial King, haha, my Mystic Essence Sword sect finally has a Martial King. Hey, Lu Ming has already left the Mystic Essence Sword sect. I don't care, I'm sure he's from the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Such a young Martial King, this is unbelievable. We're saved now. Regardless of whether it was the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect or the Crimson Cloud Valley, they were so happy that they were about to lose their minds. They only knew how to shout crazily to express the ecstasy and excitement in their hearts. Among them there were even many old elders who were the same. As for Lin Shui, Ling Padian and the other higher-ups, they were not any better. They were all trembling with excitement. Martial King, Lu Ming has broken through to the Martial King realm. Lin Shui roared, his voice trembling. If Lu Ming could break through to the Martial King realm in the future, he would not be surprised. But now, Lu Ming had broken through to the Martial King realm. This was simply too shocking. How old was Lu Ming? Not even 20 years old, right? A Martial King younger than 20 years old had never appeared in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. How is this possible? How is this possible? Let's go. Qiu Changkong screamed. He was scared out of his wits. He frantically flew away as far as possible from Lu Ming. Lu Ming was simply going to become his nightmare. Qiu Changkong, you have nowhere to go today. Lu Ming looked coldly at Qiu Changkong. Qiu Changkong's body was emitting cold air. He was so scared that he almost wet himself. At this moment, boom, boom. Suddenly, 5 auras burst out from the army of the Shifang Sword sect. Each of the 5 auras was boundless and as heavy as a mountain. These 5 auras were all of the auras of martial kings. Moreover, each of them was much stronger than Xueqiao's. In particular, one of them was extremely terrifying. It was vast and mighty, like a surging ocean. The terrifying pressure covered the entire area. Many of the weaker cultivators fell to the ground. Then 5 figures stepped out and floated in the air. They were 5 muscular men. They were extremely burly and their muscles were as solid as steel. The man in the middle had a single eye. He was the one who had released the most terrifying aura. 2 of them are early stage and 2 of them are mid-stage martial king. The middle-aged man has reached early stage martial king realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he saw through the man's cultivation. Lin Shui and the others opened their eyes wide in fear. Martial kings, more martial kings. Moreover, 5 martial kings had appeared at once. Judging from their auras, each of them was much stronger than Xueqiao. How could this be? The Blazing Sun Empire had not produced a martial king for thousands of years. Even Lin Shui and the others, who were half-step martial kings, had only seen a few martial kings in their lives. But what was going on today? Why were there martial kings appearing one after another? What was the purpose of these martial kings? Lin Shui and the others had a bad feeling in their hearts. Lu Ming, you can't kill anyone today. On the contrary, today is your doomsday. At this moment, the one-eyed man in the middle spoke. His voice was filled with killing intent. Lin Shui and the others were shocked. Were these martial kings here to kill Lu Ming? Who are you? Lu Ming's eyes were calm as he asked indifferently. Hehe, you don't need to know who we are. You only need to know that we are here to kill you. The one-eyed man let out a hollow laugh. Hehe, do you really think I don't know if you don't tell me? It's none other than that old dog, the Thunder Hall leader. That old dog is so cunning. In order to kill me, he has set up a series of traps and sent so many martial kings here, including a third-layer martial king expert. Chapter 482. Now how could Lu Ming not understand? Since he had accepted the mission, it had been a series of traps. While he was doing the mission, Song Ku and the bald man had been bribed by the Thunder Hall master to kill him. It would be best if they could kill Lu Ming during the mission. If Lu Ming did not die, they would tell Lu Ming about Qiu Changkong and Xueqiao attacking the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Lu Ming would definitely rush back at all costs. Furthermore, the Thunder Hall master had already placed experts here, waiting for Lu Ming to take the bait and kill him in one fell swoop. It was a series of traps, one after another. Their goal was to put Lu Ming to death. After hearing this, the one-eyed man and the others laughed coldly, but did not say anything. It was a tacit agreement. Haha, Lu Ming, let's see how arrogant you are now. Today is the day you die. When Qiu Changkong saw the appearance of the one-eyed man and the others, he finally stopped running away. He gathered his courage and looked at Lu Ming with disdain as he burst out laughing. Kill him for me. No, don't kill him yet. Beat him until he is crippled. I want to kill all his friends and family in front of him. I want him to watch his family die in front of him. I want him to regret it and die in regret. Xueqiao yelled crazily. After being tortured by Lu Ming time and time again, his hatred for Lu Ming had penetrated deep into his bones. If you 2 dogs don't run now, you won't have the chance later. Lu Ming glanced coldly at Qiu Changkong and Xueqiao. The 2 of them could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. However, when they thought about the presence of the one-eyed man and the others, their courage was boosted. So what if Lu Ming had broken through to the Martial Emperor realm? He had just broken through to the Martial Emperor realm. The difference between each layer of the Martial Emperor realm was huge. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, it was impossible for him to fight against the one-eyed man who was 2 layers above him. Furthermore, with the help of the other 4 experts, Lu Ming was doomed. Lu Ming, cut the crap. The one-eyed man exuded an astonishing aura. Big brother, he's just a brat who just broke through to Martial King. Why would he need you to take action? I'd like to see what kind of ability this Eastern Sky Divine Guard has. Another large man walked out, holding a spear in his hand, showing off his sharpness. That's fine. 5th brother, you go first. Let's see what skills this Eastern Sky Divine Guard has. Some people are very strong in the Martial Ancestor realm, but after breaking through to the Martial King realm, they become ordinary. Therefore, just because the Martial Ancestor realm is strong, it doesn't mean that after breaking through to the Martial King realm, their battle prowess will remain strong. The one-eyed man said. Even if Lu Ming is a genius, he can still fight those above his level. That great Han Dynasty cultivator is only at the early stage of the 2nd layer Martial King realm, so he should be able to protect himself. The one-eyed man thought. Haha, good. The burly man strode towards Lu Ming. The aura on his body was incomparably violent. He coldly shouted, Lu Ming, die. Whoosh. The long spear in the burly man's hand was thrust forward. A sharp spear pierced through the air, aiming at Lu Ming. Since you're courting death, I'll send you on your way first. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. True Dragon Strike. Brr. Lu Ming thrust his spear forward, and a tricolor True Dragon lunged forward with a furious roar. Bang. The spear of the burly man was shattered by the tricolor True Dragon's claw. The tricolor True Dragon did not stop there, and continued to lunge at the burly man. 5th brother, watch out. the one-eyed man yelled. However, it was too late. The tricolor true dragon fiercely collided with the burly man's body. The burly man let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was sent flying backward like a broken sack. Blood spurted out from his body in midair. He was severely injured in one move. Die. A thunderbolt spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. With a wave, the thunderbolt spear turned into a flash of lightning, thrusting toward the burly man. It was too fast for the burly man to dodge. Slash. The thunderbolt spear pierced through the burly man's chest, leaving a large hole. Ah, big brother, avenge me. The burly man did not die immediately. He let out a blood-curdling scream before his life was cut off. Fifth brother. Fifth brother. The remaining 4 burly men let out blood-curdling screams one after another. In the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Lin Shui and the others were dumbfounded. Although the Martial King realm was beyond their knowledge, judging from their auras, they knew that the 5 burly men were extremely terrifying experts. Any one of them was several times stronger than Xue Chaoqiang. However, such powerful experts, such existences that they had to look up to, were killed by Lu Ming in just 2 moves. Lu Ming's combat strength was simply beyond their imagination. Heavens, how long has it been? Lu Ming has already grown to this stage. Indeed, the Blazing Sun Empire is too small. It's like a quagmire, and Lu Ming is a true dragon. Only when a true dragon leaves the quagmire can it soar to the 9 heavens and display its true brilliance. The ancestor of the Ghost Moon Saber sect, Shangguan Ming, muttered to himself. On the other hand, Qiu Changkong and Xue Chao were the complete opposite. Their faces were pale and bloodless. Especially Xue Chao, who was drenched in cold sweat. If Lu Ming wanted to kill him just now, he would have been dead already. When he thought of this, he shuddered. How can this be? How can Lu Ming's combat strength be so strong? What? How did he cultivate? Heavens, why are you so unfair? Why am I not the one who is so strong? Qiu Changkong stared at Lu Ming with jealousy as he roared in his heart. Lu Ming, how dare you kill my 5th brother? You deserve to die, you deserve to die. Kill. Let's attack together and tear Lu Ming into pieces. Don't let any of his family members go. The one-eyed burly man roared. Kill. Kill. The other burly men's eyes were bloodshot as they emitted a cold killing intent. A long spear appeared in each of their hands. Whoosh, whoosh. The 4 burly men joined forces and unleashed shocking means to assassinate Lu Ming. You will be the ones to die. Lu Ming shouted and waved his hand. Between heaven and earth, endless power of thunder and lightning gathered and condensed into a long spear. This long spear of thunder and lightning exuded a terrifying thunder concept. Thunder and lightning flashed just like the power of heaven. The experts of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Sun Core, and Decimo Sword sect, such as Qiu Weiyang, widened their eyes and stared at Lu Ming. Under this pressure, it was as if they were facing the might of the heavens. Their bodies trembled and they almost knelt down. Is this Lu Ming's strength? They thought with trembling hearts. Level 1 lesser success lightning intent. Impossible. Didn't you just break through to the Martial King realm? How is this possible? The one-eyed burly man roared in horror. Kill. Lu Ming did not bother to talk nonsense with them. He shouted and thrust his long spear out. Whoosh, whoosh. 4 spear radiances instantly pierced through the void and stabbed towards the 4 burly men. Bam, 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 bam. 4 explosions sounded and the attacks of the 4 burly men were destroyed at the same time. The lightning spear did not stop and continued to pierce through. Following which, 3 blood-curdling screams were heard. Apart from the one-eyed burly man, the other 3 burly men followed in the footsteps of the previous man. Their chests were pierced by the lightning spear and their hearts were burnt by the power of the lightning. 2nd brother, 3rd brother, 4th brother. Although the one-eyed burly man had escaped death, he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and screamed. Big brother, leave quickly. This man is monstrous. You are no match for him. One of the burly men roared before he breathed his last. Lu Ming, I will fight you to the death. Chapter 483. The one-eyed man did not try to escape. Instead he charged towards Lu Ming. Swoosh. Zhan Mao streaked across the sky and instantly traversed a distance of a few thousand meters, charging toward Lu Ming. Run. Run. On the other side, Xue Chao and Qiu Changkong were screaming in fear as they flew away. They did not dare to stay any longer. In their eyes, Lu Ming was a devil. It's too late to run. Lu Ming sneered. With a thought, the demon-banishing spear appeared in his hand. Extreme Dao Strike. Swoosh. Man and spear became one, forming the Extreme Dao Strike. Puchi. When Lu Ming's figure appeared, there was also a big hole in the chest of the one-eyed burly man. Lu Ming unleashed his most powerful attack and killed the one-eyed burly man in seconds. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared and sucked in the blood essence of the one-eyed man and the others. Lu Ming devoured all of them. Immediately after, Lu Ming took a step forward and chased after Xue Chao. In the next moment he appeared in front of Xue Chao. "Ah no!" Xue Chao was so scared that he almost peed his pants. His face was pale as he retreated frantically. "Xue Chao, I said that you will die today." Lu Ming's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. "No, Lu Ming, don't kill me. If you kill me, my master will not let you go. It won't do you any good." Xue Chao screamed in fear. "Don't worry. It won't be long before that old dog Palace Master Lei will accompany you," Lu Ming said coldly. Soon after, he stabbed out with his spear. No. Xue Chao roared crazily and used all of his strength to block the attack. However, it was all in vain. Lu Ming's spear pierced through and all of his resistance turned into ashes. Blood splattered as Xue Chao was pierced through by the spear. Xue Chao was dead. At the same time, Xue Chao's blood essence was devoured by Lu Ming. His storage ring was also taken away by Lu Ming. With a turn of his body, Lu Ming disappeared. Run, run, run. Qiu Changkong's face was pale, and his lips were trembling. But in the next moment, a figure appeared in front of him. "Lu Ming, don't kill me!" Qiu Changkong roared. His body trembled uncontrollably and cold sweat trickled down his face. "Don't worry, I won't kill you," Lu Ming said coldly. Just as Qiu Changkong was overjoyed, Lu Ming continued, "Because the person who killed you shouldn't be me." Bang! Lu Ming directly kicked out at Qiu Changkong's dantian. Violent energy surged into Qiu Changkong's dantian, directly dispersing the cyclone. Qiu Changkong's cultivation base was crippled. "Lu Ming, you crippled my cultivation. Ah, you crippled my cultivation. You bastard, you bastard." Qiu Changkong screamed in despair. "Nonsense." Lu Ming gave Qiu Changkong a slap, sending him flying dozens of miles away to the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. "Take him down," Lin Shui shouted excitedly. Immediately, an expert flew out and took Qiu Changkong down. "Retreat, retreat." At this moment, Qiu Wuyang and the experts of the Sun Corps were all scared out of their wits. They screamed crazily wanting to retreat. But how could an army move so quickly? "Today none of you will be able to leave." Lu Ming's figure appeared in the sky above the Sun Corps. "King, please spare us. We are from the Great Sun Prefecture, and our old ancestor is also a king," an armored general roared. But what answered him was Lu Ming's punch. This punch contained an endless amount of power of thunder, and it exploded out directly. Sizzle! Countless lightning bolts flickered in the sky. Below, the soldiers of the Sun Corps screamed. In an instant, at least a few thousand soldiers of the Sun Corps were killed by the lightning bolts. Including the few half-step kings, they were all killed. "Attack! Everyone attack! Annihilate the omnidirectional sword sect and the Sun Corps!" Lin Shui roared. "Everyone attack!" Ling Padian also roared. Shwa! Shwa! Figures rushed out from the Mystic Essence Sword Sect and charged towards the omnidirectional sword sect and the Sun Corps. Kill! In addition, those martial artists below the martial ancestor realm also roared furiously and charged out of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. How could this be? The sect master of the omnidirectional sword sect, Qiu Wuyang, let out a mournful wail before running away. As for the rest of the omnidirectional sword sect, he couldn't care less about them. Even if everyone died, how could it compare to his life? But suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. "Lu Ming!" Qiu Wuyang roared in horror. Lu Ming didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. He kicked Qiu Wuyang's dantian, and Qiu Wuyang immediately followed in Qiu Changkong's footsteps. Sizzle! Lu Ming clenched his fist in the air and dozens of lightning spears appeared. The next moment they shot out. Buff, buff. In the army of the omnidirectional sword sect and the Sun Corps, all martial artists above the 9th martial ancestor realm were pierced by the lightning spears and killed. After killing these people, Lu Ming didn't attack again. He stood quietly in the air and began to refine the blood essence of the one-eyed man and the others. Once the higher-ups of the omnidirectional sword sect and the Sun Corps died, the rest were like a sheet of loose sand. They were no match for Lin Shui and the others. It was a one-sided massacre. Therefore there was no need for Lu Ming to attack. Rumble. The blood essence of the one-eyed man and the others was extremely rich. Lu Ming converted half of it into true essence and used the other half to upgrade the second bloodline. After a while, the second bloodline shook and the 6th silver chakra appeared. The second bloodline also upgraded to the 6th level of the king class. After a while, the second bloodline reached the limit of the 6th level of the king class. Lu Ming's cultivation also improved a little and reached the peak of the early stage of the Martial King realm. 1 LV3 Martial King for LV2 Martial King, and 1 LV1 Martial King can only improve my cultivation by a little. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. It seemed that he would need more resources to break through to the Martial King class and improve his cultivation. Not far away, battle cries shook the sky, but it was a completely one-sided situation. Soon the battle cries died down. Only a few of the people of the omnidirectional sword sect and the Sun Core escaped. Most of them were killed. Especially the higher-ups of the omnidirectional sword sect and the Sky Demon sect. This time, in order to annihilate the Mystic Essence sword sect in one fell swoop, the 10 Direction sword sect had sent out 90% of their experts, and the Heaven Fiend sect had sent out 80% of their experts, but all of them had been annihilated in the battle, including the sect leaders of the omnidirectional sword sect and the Sky Demon sect. At this moment, a roar was heard. Lu Ming looked over. Golden-eyed. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. At this moment, the golden-eyed blood zombie was wrapped in an extremely rich blood chi. The blood chi gathered and formed a huge blood cocoon in the air. Golden-eyed blood essence has also absorbed the blood of the one-eyed man and the others. It seems that it's going to evolve again after absorbing the blood of a king-class expert. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Lin Shui, Ling Patian, Shangguan Ming, Yan Quan, and the others appeared not far from Lu Ming. Greetings, Lord King. Lin Shui wanted to call out to Lu Ming, but she quickly reacted and bowed with cupped fists. Greetings, Lord King. Chapter 484. In the world of martial arts, strength was the most important. The stronger one was the higher one's status. It had nothing to do with seniority. At this moment, Lin Shui and the others looked at Lu Ming with respect and awe. The king. The Blazing Sun Empire had finally given birth to another king. Moreover, he was so young. They were trembling with excitement. 5 days ago, Xueqiao had displayed his king's strength and destroyed the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's sect protection array. How powerful was that? They were already in despair. However, they did not expect that the moment Lu Ming appeared, the situation would be completely reversed. With Bai Ni Tianxia's spirit, he had defeated his opponent. In the crowd, Yan Quan had mixed feelings. In his mind, the various situations of the Mo family in the Yi Moon Empire appeared in his mind. At that time, Lu Ming was so weak. Compared to him, the difference was like heaven and earth. However, after a short while, the situation had completely reversed. Now Lu Ming was much stronger than him. This is the legendary supreme talent. I didn't expect to meet him. Yan Quan sighed. Let's return to the mountain gate, Lu Ming said. Outside the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, there were naturally many people dealing with the aftermath. As for Lu Ming and the others, they had already returned to the mountain gate. Lu Ming, I beg you, let me go. Please let me go. As soon as Lu Ming returned to the mountain gate, Qiu Changkong begged hysterically. At this moment, Qiu Changkong's cultivation had been crippled and all his meridians were broken. He was even worse than an ordinary person. He lay on the ground and begged miserably. Changkong, what's there to beg for? The winner takes all. The worst that can happen is death. Qiu Weiyang was similar to Qiu Changkong, but he was much more stubborn. He sat on the ground and shouted coldly. Shut up, old man. It's all because of you. Qiu Changkong was a genius and had a bright future. It's all because of your ambition that I offended Lu Ming and ended up like this. It's all because of you, old man. Hurry up and die. Qiu Changkong stared at Qiu Weiyang and shouted crazily. Qiu Weiyang stared blankly at Qiu Changkong. He could not believe that Qiu Changkong would talk to him like that. Lu Ming, it's all because of this old man. It's all because of this old man. He was the one who instigated me. If you want to kill someone, kill him. I'm innocent. Qiu Changkong shouted. Really? Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He then moved and flew toward a mountain peak behind the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. There was a small mountain behind the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. On top of the mountain, there was a courtyard where Lu Yuntian and Li Ping lived. Brother Tianming should be back. Will he be all right? Li Ping said worriedly. Just now, Qiu Changkong and the others had shouted Lu Ming's name, and it had spread throughout the entire Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Naturally, they had also heard it. Ming is a prodigy. He should be fine. Don't worry. Lu Yuntian consoled. Although he said that, his eyes were filled with worry. The battle just now was too shocking. It was as if the heavens were shaking and the earth was shaking. It was like the end of the world. This kind of scene had already exceeded the scope of their understanding. Therefore they couldn't help but worry that Lu Ming had encountered an unimaginable enemy. Master, madam? At this moment, a burly man rushed in. How is it? How's the situation? Li Ping asked anxiously. Master, madam, it's a great victory. Young Master Lu Ming has returned and killed his opponent. Now Shifang sword sect is almost destroyed. The burly man said excitedly. Really? Lu Yuntian widened his eyes in shock. In his heart, Shifang sword sect was an invincible force that dominated the Blazing Sun Empire. Now it was almost destroyed? How was that possible? Did Ming do it? Lu Yuntian thought to himself. Old Master, madam, there is another piece of great news. Young Master Lu Ming seems to have become a king. A high and mighty martial arts king. The burly man said excitedly. His voice was trembling as he spoke. What? Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were stunned. A martial king? Ming has become a martial king? After a while they came to their senses. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and excitement. With their previous status, it was naturally impossible for them to come into contact with a martial king. It was even difficult for them to come into contact with a martial king. However, they had heard of the martial king many times. They were legendary figures who were like immortals that had the power to destroy the world. They had a lifespan of thousands of years and could overlook the changes in the world. There hadn't been a martial king in the Blazing Sun Empire for thousands of years. Now their son had become such a figure? They thought they were dreaming. Lu Chun is it true? Lu Yunqian's voice was trembling. He used to be a real martial artist, so he knew what it meant to be a martial king. In the past, Lu Yuntian had worked hard to reach the martial king realm. As for the martial king realm, he didn't even dare to think about it. Now his son Lu Ming had reached it? It's true. There's no doubt about it. The burly man said firmly. But at this moment the space trembled and a figure emerged. They were shocked, but when they took a closer look they couldn't help but be ecstatic. Ming. Li Ping hurriedly walked in front of Lu Ming and looked at him carefully. In her eyes, whether Lu Ming was a martial king or not, it was the same. He was her son. Father, mother, Ming is back to see you, Lu Ming said. Ming you broke through to the martial king realm? Lu Yuntian asked with a trembling voice. He looked at Lu Ming expectantly. Father, I was lucky to break through 5 days ago. Lu Ming scratched his head and said. Aha, you really broke through to the martial king realm. Ah, that's great. My son is a martial king and such a young one. After receiving Lu Ming's confirmation, Lu Yuntian was extremely excited and laughed loudly. He was even happier than when he broke through to the martial king realm. Father, I'm here today to ask you about an old matter, Lu Ming said. An old matter? Lu Yuntian was puzzled. Father, mother, come with me. Lu Ming waved his hand and a true essence light screen enveloped Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. Then he turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared in a flash. In the next moment they appeared in front of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. So fast? Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were shocked. That mountain was dozens of miles away from the Mystic Essence Sword sect, but they arrived in an instant. In their eyes, such means were no different from the means of a god. But this person was their son, so they were even happier. Greetings, Master Lu, Madam Lu. Lin Shui and the others hurriedly bowed when they saw Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. They didn't dare to slight them. Sect leader Lin, seniors, you're too polite. Lu Yuntian bowed back. Jiu Changkong?